everybody, this is Keith here of Euphoria Pictures, and welcome back to Friday Night Live at the Movies Halloween special. So, before I do anything, I just want to do a big shout out to the two gentlemen that I have joining me tonight. And we will have John Perry joining as well. Do not worry. He's working late, and he'll be here at around 8 o'clock. So, up first, we have got a returning guest once again, Steve Court. A huge thanks, Steve.
No problem at all. Thank you for asking me back, Keith.
Oh, absolutely. It's my pleasure. And the minute I done that stream with you, I knew I was going to get you back on as quickly as possible.
That's kind. Thank you.
No problem at all. And of course, we have the returning Conor Gray as well. How's it going, Conor?
Good morning. Good morning from Australia.
Absolutely. So it goes without saying, Conor and Steve don't have YouTubes as of yet, YouTube channels as of yet. We're hoping they will sometime in the future. But John Perry does, and I have not left a link in the description below, but I will when the stream ends. So if there's a chance that you have not subscribed to John yet, I would encourage us to go over and check out his channel. I think you'll get a lot from it. But then again, I'm sure you're all very, very well aware of John. So, lads, you know yourselves, you know the drill. We're going to let the comments build up a little bit here. So we're going to talk about a few movies that we've watched recently. So, Steve, do you want to start things off?
Yeah, happy to. I've not been at work this week, so I've absolutely smashed the granny out of my watch list. So I've got a bunch of stuff, so I'll just rather than taking up 2 hours of that, I've done a couple of double bills. I did The Shining and Doctor Sleep. It's the first time that I watched the director's cut of Doctor Sleep, which I thought was excellent. I did, on the back of your recommendation as well, Keith, I did The Thing 2011 and followed by The Thing 1982, which is a whole new experience.
Yeah.
And I have to admit that I wasn't the greatest fan of the 2011 prequel, but this watch through I thought was much better. It went much better. I thought that the CGI effects, some of them were a lot better than I remembered. Sadly, some were as I remembered and were actually pretty poor. But it's really good if you do literally watch it right through the credits while the 2011 one and then whack on the 1982. It does blend pretty seamlessly into the start of that. So that was great.
But we did say, as I stated before, I do let you go on, but we did say that there's a flip side to that double bill, because if you do the original John Carpenter and then follow it with the prequel, chances are you might get a very different viewing experience for that the prequel one. It might be actually quite poor.
Yeah, it's when you do it that way around with the prequel and then the thing, it makes you appreciate just how bloody good John Carpenter is as a director. He's, I mean, talk about atmosphere. That's fantastic. So another double bill that I did was House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects, because fortunately
you got the steelbook.
There it is.
Yeah, mine's on the way. My steelbook is on the way.
This is great. So I mean, just look at that art.
Look at that.
No, there's the house. A whole lot, yeah. Danny Trejo.
So big shout to you.
I don't know if Conor realised this, because I didn't realise it until you said it, Steve. But Conor, if you actually look at that steelbook that Steve has, and then you put it together with the House of a Thousand Corpses release that you sent me, the artworks do look very similar. They kind of blend nicely to each other.
Yeah, Graham Humphrey,
there you go.
So the guy who did the Evil Dead 2, the really famous Evil Dead 2
nice.
Yeah, so that was that 4K is a really good release, to be fair. I mean, it looks kind of gritty and grimy, but that's the look that they were going for. So, and I must say that I was never the biggest House of a Thousand Corpses fan. That 20th anniversary Blu-ray is stunning. The colours in that are just unbelievable. I thought it was you would not improve on that with the 4K, I don't think.
Well, Conor popped my cherry with that movie last Christmas, funny enough. And I think, Conor, you said something similar actually when we were watching it in my house. You were kind of looking at the Blu-ray and going, Jesus. I can't imagine you thought it actually looked 4K when you were watching on myself. Yeah.
The one you and I watched, and the one I left in your house was the double bill umbrella edition Blu-ray.
Yeah, that's right. Right, that's right. Look great.
I have the 20th anniversary, and I have a copy of the Umbrella edition. So I don't know if there's a difference between the two Blu-rays, but yeah, listen, that's a movie that's grown on me so much, and I just love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Steve. You go on to
I'll just give you a few more sort of highlights. The other things that I've kind of watched: Curse of Frankenstein. Clearly watched that.
Yeah.
I'm sure John will talk about that. If you haven't seen John's video on that, go and check it out. It's a really good unboxing and his thoughts on that. That's really, really good. I did check out the imprint version of The Keep. You know, the big old hefty one. It's a lovely transfer again. I don't know if it is exactly the same as the Vinegar Syndrome. I think it is, but both superb. So that was really, really good. Jacob's Ladder, the 4K of that was good. Yeah, really enjoyed it. I'd forgotten about that film. Yeah, same Connor, and it was great. Wolf Creek, the imprint 4K of Wolf Creek, which is
he's got a copy of that each coming. Yeah.
I'm just looking at Connor. I think Connor is smiling with every movie you've said. Every movie you've said, I'm like, right, that's right down Connor Street. That's right down Connor. Yeah, absolutely. Every one of them.
I did that. One that might not be, and that I'd slept on for a while. I watched Long Legs, and I've thought about this one quite a bit, and I actually quite like it. I like it a lot. I think it needs another watch as well. So it's another one of those where once you've seen it and you see the twists and turns and where it goes, you think I can look out for that next time and see a bit more. So look forward to that one. Village of the Damned, Paul from Brum Horror, bless him, he gifted me that. So that's the screen factor of that. So watch that.
Was that the black and white version or the later version?
No, the John Carpenter one. The John Carpenter one.
I thought that on Keith's recommendation.
I think it's a great movie. I think it's very underrated.
I enjoyed that a lot. I did the Master and Commander 4K, which is good. Do you know that it's got an Atmos soundtrack, and so you're thinking those big old battle at the beginning, and then of course there's a fairly sizable one at the end as well, and the storm that goes on. You're thinking, this is going to be really active. I was kind of a little bit underwhelmed slightly. I was wanting a bit more from it, but it's still very, very good. The picture's excellent on that. Final few ones: Quatermass Experiment and Quatermass 2. Caught up on those. I went into that Hammer cycle when I watched Curse of Frankenstein. Then I watched. I bought it nearly 2 years ago. I think this came out. Blood on Satan's Claw, the 4K of that. The Tygon Films one, the 1970 folk horror. I'm a big folk horror fan, and I didn't like that 4K. But I
had the same edition, but I wasn't a fan of it. But I've watched it a few times, and I have tried to like it. I don't know what it is about it that I'm not a massive fan of.
Do you have Witchfinder General as well, Connor?
I like the General. I like the General very much because it's got Vincent Price in it, obviously.
Yeah. And of course, I bought the two of those together.
You ever read any books about that Pritchard guy? The guy who's based on?
No. Oh, the actual Matthew Hopkins. Matthew Hopkins. Sorry, yeah. That's the yeah. I've not read any books, but
crazy story.
Yeah, it was a funny old time, wasn't it?
I don't know if you know this, but he basically, in the middle of the Civil War, he basically did up a phony certificate and he gave himself this name, and because the Civil War was on, he just went around the country burning witches
and charging a fortune for it.
Yeah, absolutely ludicrous. And
that's a great business model if you can get it.
But no, I think that's a great movie, The Witchfinder General.
Yeah, I thought it was really, really good. And then last one that I'm going to mention, there's two that I'm going to mention. Daughters of Darkness, Radiance have just released their 4K of that, which is the same as the Blue Underground 4K, which has been out for a few years, but that is just a really good vampire film. A nice take on it, 1970s. I think, was it 71 that was out? 1970 or 71. And then the last film I watched on the list was the 4K release from Eureka of Martyrs, which
I saw that. Tough.
It's tough going, but I think to say that I love the film it sounds a bit weird. It's probably not the right film. the right term. But I think it's a brilliant film. I think it's brilliantly made. I think it's brilliantly performed. The 4K looks great. But yeah, when that finishes, you need to go and get some fresh air. Have a little walk around. It is a tough film to watch, but it is absolutely brilliant. And so that was kind of my week.
Yeah, I pre-ordered a copy of Martyrs with a couple of other things from Eureka. So I haven't seen it myself, but I am going to watch it. And I'm glad you mentioned Longlegs, because I told Keith before that was the first movie since Silence of the Lambs, which I saw as a teenager, that I slept with the hallway light on for a couple of nights. Yeah,
there's some things in there. Yeah. I got Steel on that. I think I got the US Steel book of that from Amazon US, and it was about $16. It was an absolute steal.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So I enjoyed that. I enjoyed Nick Cage in that. I know there's a couple of moments where he's very Nick Cage, but come on, you know. I thought it's good. Give me that kind of sort of satanic kind of thing on there. That is most definitely my kind of jam. So awesome. I just finished up talking about Martyrs, Keith. So it's you've missed nothing. You dropped out.
I've never seen it. I've got a copy coming, Keith. So
I've never seen it. I've spoken to Steve about that. I think that movie might have that one kind of crosses the line for me. I think that's.
The thing is, I guarantee you guys, if you've seen Terrifier films and stuff like that, you have seen stuff that is far, far, far more graphic.
Yeah.
But you know what it is? There's things. If you see somebody a film and it presents somebody getting punched in the face realistically, if you've ever seen that or had it done to you, you know what that's like. And when it's presented realistically, you cringe an awful lot.
Right.
Whereas somebody getting shot up 30 odd times, not many people have seen that. And you know, Martyrs is the way that it's presented. You feel everything.
Oh wow! Wow.
So yeah, it's tough going, but brilliant filmmaking.
Okay. Conor, do you want to talk about a few then movies that you've watched recently?
Just one second. Last night.
1 second there, Conor. Ellen, sorry if you have a second, babe. Just come up to me for a second. Sorry, Conor, go on ahead.
Last night I watched Casper. Really good, Keith. I had picked this up on your recommendation. I hadn't seen it since I was a kid, a teenager at least, when it came out, because this would have been very early 90s,
1990? 95, I think it was it?
Was it? Yeah. Anyways, I watched that last night, and I'm intrigued now to find out when it came out. 1995. So, anyways, I watched that last night, and it was the first watching I've had in it. Both of us, Sinead and I, watched it. I loved it. I thought it was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed that.
Me and Ellen were surprised by it when we watched it the other night. We were like, wow, it actually held up very well. We had a blast with it. We did.
I had so much fun with it, and we're going to follow it up tonight with a movie that doesn't have this. I don't know. I was really excited when it came out on 4K, and then I watched it, and it didn't have the same kind of oomph for me. And I think it was me more than the movie. But tonight I'm going to watch Monster Squad to kind of back up that 80s, 90s kind of kids thing. But, I loved Monster Squad as a boy, but unfortunately I don't know what it is. I've watched it a couple of times, and it's not giving me the same lift as say The Goonies or Stand By Me or something. It seems to have.
No, it's
a me thing, not a movie thing.
I like a lot of the way that they've updated the Universal monsters in that, but I know what you mean. When I last enjoy it as much as I remembered enjoying it as a kid.
Yeah, well, that's a hat trick there, lads, because we were the same as well. I bought the Kino Lorber release of it, and we watched that, and I was like, wow, that movie does not. I didn't get that same feeling. Put it that way.
Yeah, and maybe it's the movie, and maybe it's just I don't know what it is. The other one I watched was a movie that I watched because I got a message from Steve about some movies he had picked up. And he got a nice 88 Films version of this, which just got released. But I watched the Australia Cinema Cult version, based on the true story, and that's the town that dreaded sundown. Yeah. Now I love this movie. I think it's a really underrated kind of very early 70s kind of horror movie, if you want to call it that. It's obviously based on a true story, the Arkansas murders in the 1940s. It's got a few good actors in it that went on to do other things. One of the main guys from V is in it, Keith. He's the town sheriff. the guy who's friends with I can't remember his name, but he's like the deputy commander in V. He's like the town sheriff in it.
Right.
So interesting to see him. I don't know if you can quite make his face out there, but you probably can a little bit when he's a bit younger.
Oh, I know the Steve. I think it's Stephen. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay.
Anyways, I don't know. Well, what I was going to ask Steve was I'll send him a message privately, but I want to find out if the Blu-ray version he has is much different from this or whatever. But it is a very good 70s movie, early 70s movie. If no one's seen it, it's based on a true story. It's actually a little bit shocking, but not shocking as in the movie. The story itself is pretty crazy, and they never ended up finding the guy who did it and the person who did it. And yeah, that was a watch I had during the week. Then I did an Australian night where I did I picked out a couple of Australian movies, and the first one I did was Dangerous Animals.
Oh, nice. How'd you find that?
Yeah, I liked it. I was telling my nephew about it yesterday. That's obviously the one about the shark and the guy. Again, a bit like Wolf Creek. It's not a great tourist movie for Australia, but had a lot of fun with it. A bit like Wolf Creek. He's a bit of an ominous character, and it's got some good moments in it. And yeah, if you haven't seen it, Dangerous Animals was the first one I streamed that night, watched that night, 4K, and then I streamed Bring Her Back.
Oh, yeah.
Now, well, I know you won't, but no spoilers. But yeah, I'm desperate to see that. That's the Philippe brothers, isn't it? The follow-up to Talk to Me.
That's right, the two YouTube brothers, the Aussie guys. So they did Talk to Me, and then obviously they did this one called Bring Her Back. Now, listen, I think Bring Her Back's very good. It's it's a big step up from Talk to Me, I think.
It's supposed to be a bit tougher, a bit sort of more hardcore. Yeah,
got some very hardcore scenes in it, and it doesn't do the possession story. It's got the typical kind of possession story, but it has got a really unique twist on it, and I thought that was really cool. And one of the actors in it is she was the mother in the first two Paddington movies. So if you're wondering where she's gone for the third Paddington movie, she's the main star in that movie, and it's basically about. At the beginning of the movie, a man dies in his shower, and he has two kids, and he's in South Australia in Adelaide, which is the same place as Talk to Me is made. And his kids go up for adoption with the state services, and they get placed with this very liberal, free-caring woman who's an ex-councillor, who's played by the lady from the Paddington movies. She's English, and let's just say things turn a bit south in the house, and her reasons for wanting the children are not as clear-cut as they might seem. And it has a lovely build-up to it, really solid build-up of like tension between her and the main. He's like a teenage boy who's about 17, so he's ready to leave the care because he's coming to 18, but he doesn't want to leave because his sister's only about 7. So he's stuck in this kind of
stay for her kind of thing.
He wants to stay with his sister. So I won't go on about it. Very, very good. So I did an Aussie night. Then I did The Wailing again. Spoke to Keith about that a few times, and I spoke to Paul there at Brum Horror. I don't know, Keith, if you've seen that yet, The Wailing.
No, definitely not.
Have you seen that one, Steve?
No, you were mentioning this to me, and I know that Paul speaks very highly of it. So yeah, is it Korean or Japanese?
It's South Korean. It's South Korean. The director himself, Nae Hong, has done a lot of movies in Vietnam and Thailand and Indonesia, but this movie is epic because it's got demons in it, demons, zombies. It's got ghosts. It's got possession. It's about 2 hours 20 minutes long, but it never feels like you're excuse me. It never feels like you're sitting watching it for 2 hours. And it's got a great story, and they all kind of come together. It's about a policeman. I wouldn't say he's bumbling, but he's not like the greatest kind of career cop ever. And he has to go and investigate this mountain village where there's been a few violent acts. And when he gets there, he gets word of this person who's living up in the mountains, who's a foreigner. He's Japanese. And it kind of coincides that a lot of this trouble that's been happening in the village kind of started when this foreigner came to the village. So he goes up with a few people to investigate, talk to the guy, and then the movie builds from there. And then obviously it ends up affecting his own family directly. and he has to go and get a witch doctor to help him sort things out. But like these kind of movies, it never goes clear cut. But if you're looking for a good foreign Halloween movie, The Wailing is.
What label is that on, Connor? Is that an Aussie release?
No, I think I bought this from Korea, I think. So I'm not 100% sure. Ivanhoe Pictures.
Okay, I need to check that out.
I'll send you a link afterwards to it.
Awesome.
Again, I picked it up on Amazon Australia with the slipcover and about, I'd say, 16, 17 pounds sterling, maybe.
Perfect. Nah, I must give that a go.
And this is another one I watched because I did a silent movie because I like strange things. And I did Der Gollum.
Oh, you were saying that to me as well.
So I did Der Gollum. Again, it's a Masters of Cinema Eureka movie. It's the first time ever it's been on Blu-ray. It's a 2K restoration. This movie actually was the first on a few things because it's the first movie that was ever a prequel for a horror trilogy.
Okay.
And it's part of a first horror trilogy that was ever done, if that's what you want to call it, because there was actually 3 movies. And the first one was 1915 by this German director, Paul Wegener. And it didn't do very well because the war was on. And then he did a second one in 1917. And the war was still on. So it didn't do very well either. And then in the early 1920s, he made this one called Der Gollum, and how he came into the world. It's black and white, obviously. It's silent, and it tells the story. It starts off. It's a strange watch because the first feeling I got from it when I watched it was I thought it was very anti-Semitic. Interestingly enough, the guy who directed it, Paul Wegener, he went on to do movies for the Nazis in the 1940s. He worked for the SS. So that's an interesting thing about the actual director himself. He went on to do a lot of German SS movies and propaganda movies in the 1930s and 40s. He didn't leave, like a lot of the directors and actors fled in the early 30s and they went over and did they worked on a lot of big movies and stuff. But he stayed. The movie's about a Jewish. Starts off with this astronomer, and he sees in the stars that the Jewish people are going to have this really bad thing happen to them. So he basically goes into the Book of the Dead, and he finds out about this thing called a Der Gollum, and it's a man-made beast from Jehovah, from God, that can protect the Jews, and so he creates it in his laboratory, and then he kind of while he's creating it, he gets this message that his whole people have to be put into like a ghetto. It's actually quite ominous to think what went on 15 years later in Germany. Yeah. He then kind of uses that time frame to build the golem, and then he goes and he has a meeting with the king, and then he brings the golem with him, and he creates this big shit show inside the palace. The golem saves the day, and then a bit like Frankenstein, the golem goes off tap, starts doing his own thing, and that's where the movie goes. It's only about 58 minutes, but it's the first in 2 areas. It's the first of a movie trilogy that was ever done. And this is a prequel to the other 2, which are actually lost now. They can't find the original 2. This 2K restoration was found in Italy, and Eureka Pictures cleaned it up. So that's how they managed to clean it up. I liked it. Interestingly enough, the cinematographer in it, Karl Fried, he escaped Germany in the 30s. He directed the first Mummy movie in Hollywood, and he also directed he also not invented, but he perfected the first floating cameras. So cameras on chests and cameras that are put on booms, cameras that are put on cranes. And before he died in the 60s, he was heavily involved with doing all the cinema work and photography for I Love Lucy. And all the work he did on cameras is how sitcoms are still filmed today.
Oh, wow.
He kind of invented it.
That's incredible.
So pretty interesting stuff. The special features in this were amazing. The documentaries were amazing. If anybody's interested in seeing 1 or 2 silent movies to give it a go, and you want something really interesting, Der Gollum is I would highly recommend it. Sinead even begrudgingly watched a little bit of it with me.
No,
Last but not least, because I want to get on with it, I don't want to hold Keith up. I got the Day Gothic box set from Radiant. Big fan of Japanese movies. I only watched one of them. The box set's quite nice. Came with a little book, and it came with 3 movies. The Demon of Mount Oi. Nice Japanese stuff on the back. The second one was The Ghost of Carney Swamp. And last but not least was The Haunted Castle. Now, The Haunted Castle was the one out of these 3 that I actually watched. And it was a really, really good 1960s Japanese ghost story. Really cool. And it's about a shogun who wants to take this blind guy's sister as a concubine. The blind guy's not too happy, and the sister's not too happy. So he goes to see the king, the shogun. Shogun ends up killing him, and then gets rid of his body, and then kind of enrage the guy who gets killed, his sister. She commits suicide, but she gives her body over to this demon, and the demon then takes the shape of a cat because the cat licks her blood, and then the cat goes to the castle and kills everybody. So it's actually really good.
It was a comedy.
It was a really good Japanese 1960s ghost story, because I love that stuff. And that's been my last 3 or 4 nights of horror movies for Halloween.
Wow. Awesome.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, Conor. Yeah, look, I'm just going to talk about what I done last night. So last night we started with the Halloween H20. I've said it so many times when it comes to H20. That's the Halloween movie for the Scream generation. The one thing I do like, and I did say it to Ellen last night, there's just a little thing going on in that movie that kind of reminds me of Aliens, which I rather like, because when you watch Aliens, you kind of say to yourself, you know, what would bring Sigourney Weaver back to LV-426? Why would you do that? Yeah. And when you realize that Sigourney Weaver at the start of it, she's never going to get over. She's never going to get over these nightmares that she's having unless she knows that it's dead. And they've done something similar with H20 at the end of that, where Jamie Lee Curtis had the means, or Laurie Strode had the means to get away, but she realized that she's never going to get away, you know, so she goes back. And then for a segment in the movie, she becomes the hunter, where she's hunted Michael down, where Michael is almost a victim in it, which I quite like.
I've not seen that in such a long time.
Yeah, I think it's a very underrated Halloween movie. I don't think it gets the love it deserves. And that,
I remember seeing it at the cinema.
And funny enough as well, Marco Beltrami does the music for that movie. And I was only just talking to you the other day about that Thing prequel, and we were saying how the music, you know, even though his music is great in the Thing, but it's nowhere near as good as the atmosphere that, you know, Ennio Morricone created for that movie. And it's the same thing with H20, because Marco Beltrami does the music for it, and it sounds great. It really does. Very orchestral. But sometimes simplifying music sounds better. You know, so H20 is something similar, you know, in that sense.
Yeah. I did like, I know it's corny, but I did like that Janet Leigh was also in H20.
Yeah,
and driving the same car as she does in Psycho, and the showers are blocked.
Yeah. And there's even, if you actually look at that segment as well, it's not just the car, but the music changes, and it's actually the music. Yeah. The score is from Psycho.
Yeah,
so there's a lot going on there. There's a lovely Easter egg in there. It really is. Yeah. So
everybody's entitled to one good scare. Isn't that quoted in the movie as well again?
Charles Cyphers says it in the original.
That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of that. There is a lot of nods to the original. There's no question about it.
And Steve Miner, isn't it? Steve Miner directed it.
Steve Miner directed it as well.
2 and 3 and Lake Placid.
Yeah, and he done one of the he done a house.
Didn't he do that Mel Gibson film?
Yeah, that's right. He did do that. Yeah, absolutely. John Carpenter was originally approached for that, but he refused it. Apparently, it was Jamie Lee Curtis that made H20 happen. If it wasn't for her, it just wouldn't have happened. It was a bit of a passion project of hers. So
it's a very good movie.
I actually really enjoy it. I had a good time with it. So we watched H20, and then we followed that with what the fuck did we follow it with? We watched Haunt, which is kind of another. It's kind of a you know, an almost toned down version of Hellfest, where these 5 people go into this kind of fun house, and the people that are running the fun house are basically killing anyone that comes into it.
Okay.
So it's a great Halloween movie. I think it's the writers of A Quiet Place, or I don't know, someone's associated with A Quiet Place has something to do with this movie as well. But it's all held on Halloween night as well. It's a real Halloween themed movie, and it's all about survival, getting out of this house. And not only that, but the fucking freaks that are running the thing. You can see, like, they'll wear masks, but when they take the mask off and you see what's under them, I was like, Jesus.
Put the mask back.
Put the mask back on. Yeah. So we watched that. Then we watched a great horror anthology movie, Tales of Halloween. Consists of 9 movies that do somewhat intertwine with each other, which is quite nice, particularly when you see the last episode, because the 9 stories, they're all held in the same town. It's different parts of this town that these 9 stories are going on in. And Adrienne Barbeau makes a little cameo in there. She's doing the narrating, she's doing the narrating. And funny enough, she's broadcasting over a radio, so it's the nod to the fog there as well. And
Wayne,
so there's a few good directors in there. Harry Lynn Bosman, Neil Marshall does one of the stories as well. So what's his name? Lucky McKee, is that his name? McGee? Lucky McGee, is that? I can't think of his name. He directed May.
What's the name of that series? What's the name of that movie, Keith? I can write that down.
Tales of Halloween.
This is one. Didn't Paul and Rach watch this the other night as well?
They might have. Oh,
they're 31 days.
And it's a nice blend as well. You know, some stories are horror, some have a lot of humor to it. You know, like there's one story that I think is quite brilliant where 2 neighbors are living across from each other, and one of them just moved in across the road, and the other neighbor that's been living there for years, he celebrates Halloween and he does this big display outside his house. But this new neighbor has come in now, and he's kind of outdone his, and the 2 of them are kind of, they're feuding with each other, you know. So it's again, there's a bit of everything in there, you know. It's horror, there's comedy, there's even a sci-fi element in 1 or 2 stories as well. So it's a good watch, it really is. And then we finished the night off with Night of the Demons. It's Night of the Demons gives you everything you expect from an 80s demonic movie, I suppose. It has some of the shittiest acting you're ever likely to see. And that's including your one, what's her name? Is it Liana Quigley? Is that her name?
Linnea Quigley.
Yeah. Like she's. I know she's seen as a bit of a kind of a cult star, but my God, her acting is just fucking horrendous.
Any young teenager who watched Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Linnea Quigley is burnt in there.
And I when you watch Night of the Demons, it's going to be burnt in there again as well, because she's fucking back at it. She's you see it all. But you know what? It's daft. You know, it's a daft movie. It's badly acted, but every time I watch it, I get that Halloween vibe from it. You know, and the set design, the house itself is quite brilliant.
Was Charles Band a Full Moon film?
Oh, I honestly don't know now. I honestly don't know. Is it? Oh, geez, you know something? It might be. I honestly can't remember.
Linnea Quigley did a few of those. Then she was in Sorority Babes in the Slime Ball Bowler Armor. What a title that is.
That sounds great.
But it's in the Full Moon, one of the Full Moon box sets, the umbrella ones.
Yeah, I watched the first one, so maybe it's in the second one. Is it?
It's in the second one. You got it.
I watched that one, yes.
And funny enough, I only found out yesterday as well. If you actually watch the Ben Affleck, you know that Ben Affleck movie, the horror that he done, Phantoms, which I fucking love. Hero 2. There's actually a bit in that where Liv Schreiber comes across a body in the bed. It was a woman, and the woman is actually her.
Really?
Yeah, they just got her in and says, "Yo, lie down there and pretend to be dead," and that's it. That was her, the part in Phantom. So
you could guarantee a couple of things with Linnea Quigley appearance. Yeah.
Can't beat it.
Absolutely. So yeah, that's what we done. And tomorrow night, you know, tomorrow night's a massive one for us because I got my In the Mountain Madness, Steve. It came in the door today.
That was one I didn't mention. I did watch that. I got In the Mouth of Madness and Miss 45.
New Zealand actor.
Yeah, Sam Neill's in it.
Sam Neill, the New Zealand actors in
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's well, we'll talk after you've seen it, but I think, as I said, I don't think you're going to be disappointed, Keith.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Arrow deliver once again. That's great news.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're doing that tomorrow night, and then we're going to do Hellfest. We're going to do Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, which I fucking love, and then we're going to do Fog, the Fog, John Carpenter's The Fog. So this is our last night now. This is our penultimate night, and then that's it. We're doing nothing now until Halloween night. So it's going to be a great night. Right, so look, we are going to jump into the comments now. Unfortunately, because my internet acted up, I got kicked out and I've lost the first few comments. But I do remember.
I've got them.
You've got them. I know David Punton just asked a question there. What's your favorite fourth part to a movie? Am I right in saying that?
Hold on, I have missed some. Yeah, mine's just refreshed. Sorry.
Does actually you're allowed to scroll back up, are you? I can't do it on my phone. It won't allow me to.
No, I've only gone so far. Yeah, it gets so far and it resets.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got the comments here.
But you won't be able to see the start of them much. I guarantee they'll only let you go back so far.
The very first comment I saw was Dave Punton.
I'm right up to 4:30 in the morning.
What's the first comment you have there? Is it David Punton?
First comment I have is people saying that they're Fantastic Four. David Punton, holy crap, the Fantastic Four.
No, that's not it. No, there was comments before that. But I know David did ask a question. He was asking, what is your favorite fourth part to a series? So is there anything that jumps at you there, Steve?
Yeah, 100% would be Friday the 13th final chapter.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think
that's a good one.
Depending on what day you talk to me, it's either that or part 6 is my favorite Friday the 13th film. But I think part 4 is the textbook slasher film. So everything there that you want. It's also got the start of Corey Feldman as Tommy Jarvis, so it's the start of the Tommy Jarvis
I love that
story arc. It's got Tom Savini back doing the effects, which are awesome in there. And best of all, you've got Crispin Glover as Jim doing his little dance, which is awesome. So yeah,
of course, you've got Crispin Glover, who is in fact a dead fuck. Let me check the computer.
Yeah,
it says you're a dead fuck.
That's a part 4 that immediately springs to mind.
Absolutely. What about yourself, Connor?
I probably have to go with the same one. I think I can't. I was trying to think maybe Maniac Cop 4, but there was no Maniac Cop 4. They stopped at 3. I think.
No.
Is the fourth one that you mentioned there? Is that the one where it begins and they're digging Jason up? Is it?
No, that's
part 6.
Oh, that's part 6. That's my favorite one then. So fourth movie. My God, let me have a think. I'll be honest. I'm scrubbed because my favorite movie in the Halloween one would obviously be 1 and 2 because I see them as kind of one movie, and then Nightmare on Elm Street number 3 is my favorite, The Dream Warriors. God, I don't know, to be honest. I can't think.
I'm going to put in Halloween 4 there because I thought Dwight Little done a great fucking job in Halloween 4. I think it's very, very underrated. I think he brought it back to, when you watch Halloween 1 and 2, they're all held in one place. Like Halloween's held in a house. Halloween 2 is held in a hospital, where Halloween 4 is held in Haddonfield. So you get a good sense of Haddonfield in that movie, which I quite like, because Haddonfield's a great set.
Formula back, doesn't it?
It brings the formula back. Absolutely. So I have to throw in part 4 there. I was really fucking impressed with it. I know Sean Sheridan gave a €1 super thanks as well. So Sean, apologies I can't put that up there, but I really do appreciate that, man. So I'm just going to continue where I have the comments, and fingers crossed I don't fucking get kicked out anymore. So it says, we got Gary here, Sinjin, just saying, so out of all your horror collection, which is the one you would say you have seen the most? It can include a horror series if it's too hard to pick one individual film. And by the way, before I just go on here as well, again, 52 people watching at the moment. Let's keep this horror. This is what we're going for tonight. We want to, it's a Halloween special. Keep the comments in horror. If you can, would be massively appreciated, and it'll make it easier for us to talk about. So yeah, Steve, you want to answer Gary's question? Does anything to come to mind?
Yeah. Well, my favorite film of all time is Jaws, which I have seen more times than I know, and I would say there's elements of that being a horror film. But
absolutely,
some people just go, "No, it's a creature feature." But so get outside of that, the other one would be most definitely John Carpenter's The Thing.
Wow, nice.
I've seen that a lot.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
yeah.
It'd be up there.
Yeah.
What about yourself, Connor?
I it's funny enough, I have it sitting beside me.
Christine.
Christine.
Wow.
And I say Christine because while it wouldn't be my most favorite horror movie of all time or whatever, it's obviously it's in my top 10, 100%. But if you had to say to me, out of all of my collection, Blu-ray, DVD, streaming, the whole lot, what have I genuinely watched the most? Be Christine all the way.
It is just so good, that film.
It's so good. From the opening scene in Detroit when
she's being manufactured.
Yeah, to the music, to the you can almost, when you watch the movie, you can almost smell the interior of the car, and because he's inside it, it has that beginning scene with the music, and of course later on the old man that sells them the car, how his character develops from this meek individual dealing with the bullies. The car, Christine takes over him, and I just think that movie. It's I could have it on. I could be gaming here, and on my other side of the games room there where the movie setup is, I could have that on 24/7. It wouldn't bother me. I'd still enjoy it every time I looked over. Yeah,
absolutely.
That ruined it for anybody with the surname Cunningham as well, because it gave you already.
It does make me laugh because your man that gives him that name, the fella that looks like Wolverine.
He's the oldest looking teenager, isn't he? He looks older than most of the cast of Grease.
every time.
I now remember the name. Yeah.
You seriously expect me to believe that you're going to the same fucking school as them? Are you fucking kidding me? You look at his 50.
Yeah, you gotta have the bullies. I love the bullies. And Keith, it's funny because the old man in it that sells them the car.
Yes.
He's the actor in a movie that the kids love to watch, and it's Deranged. Have you seen that one?
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with kids film that you love to watch.
Well, he's also the old man in Home Alone.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that's right.
In that movie Deranged, which I like, and I always joke to Keith about it. I'll put it on rewind for the kids. He's actually how he ended up in that, I'll never know. But
did you? Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed that with Christine, by the way. But if you actually look at that old man, I actually say this to Ellen every time I watch that movie. But if you noticed, every time Ernie refers to people in that movie, as soon as he starts getting possessed, he starts calling them shitters. Everyone's a shitter, right? Yeah. If you actually watch the scene with the owl man and Ernie's friend starts talking to him, and he actually calls him a shitter. And I kind of said to Ellen, I think the car had a little bit of a hold on the owl man as well. And all that. I think it was slowly, maybe just in the process of kind of overtaking him as well. Yeah. I kind of got that because again, it was just a random thing he said, you shitter, and then all of a sudden Ernie goes on saying it as the movie goes on. So no, it's a great
I think that's another one where that John Carpenter, because he was a director for hire on that, wasn't he?
Yeah,
and even absolutely. That is just, you can tell it's John Carpenter's film.
Oh, absolutely.
Sound.
Yeah,
I think at the time it was kind of seen as a bit of a disappointment because I think at the time, because you had John Carpenter, who was probably the biggest horror director of all time, biggest horror director at that time, and then you had Stephen King, and I think people were at the time expecting something monumental from them, and it wasn't quite there at the time. But thankfully, it's gotten a huge cult following, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Gary, look, not to sound boring, but anything to do with John Carpenter, mostly at the start of his career, like the likes of Halloween, The Fog, The Thing, Escape from New York, all of those, they'll be watched quite a lot during the year with myself. Those movies are not a one showing a year kind of thing for me. It has to be done multiple times. So not to sound boring, but it's true. So it's a hat trick, John Carpenter all round. We have a super thanks here from Al Humphreys once again. Unbelievable. £10 super thanks from Al. Fair play to you, mate, once again. He says, hello, Keith, Ellen, Steve, and Mondo. And of course, Connor. I saw Black Phone 2 this week, and it was fantastic. I don't know if any of you saw the first one. That was great, and this one's even better. Have any of you got around to watching Black Phone 2 yet?
I was supposed to go last Sunday. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go, but I am hoping to go this Sunday night. So I'm hoping to go tomorrow night to watch Black Phone 2, followed by the new Frankenstein movie.
Yeah, that's the right one.
Were you a fan of the original then, Steve? Would you be a fan of the original Black Phone?
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that. I went in with reasonably low expectations, and it's got some really good creepy moments in it.
Absolutely.
I think Ethan Hawke's really good in it. But I think that the grabber mask, I think is a really, really good design. It's like a really skewed Joker kind of design in that, and I think Tom Savini, I'm sure, had a hand in designing that. I'm sure he did.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure he was like a consultant or something on the design of the grabber mask. But I thought that was really good. And correct me if I'm right, I've only seen the trailers to Black Phone 2. It almost seems to be going in kind of a Nightmare on Elm Street kind of way, where the grabbers kind of, get into people's psyche, people's dreams and stuff like that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. That is the movie. He kills you in your dreams. And I did see one review of it. I thought he was unnecessarily harsh about it. No, I haven't seen the movie. And the only reason why I'm saying he's unnecessarily harsh about it is because he was comparing it to Nightmare on Elm Street. But the thing is, no one owns the rights to, that in terms of people. Yeah. So I think if you can kind of maybe try and look past all of that bullshit, and just take it for what it is. But from everything else I've been hearing, it's everyone's saying that it's better than the original.
Yeah, I'll give it a go, definitely.
Yeah, Connor, were you a fan of the original?
I like the original a lot, and it goes back to something that you and I have discussed a few times. And I said this to Sinead when we watched it last week again. I have a nice 4K edition of it. We watched it again last week. The main actor in it, what's his name? He plays the grabber.
Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke, and obviously he's been in a lot of other movies of a similar nature, and he was in that movie that you introduced me to about the vampires, where the world is reversed.
Absolutely.
Again, you're not going to see, I say it all the time, and I'll keep saying it, you're not going to see Leonardo DiCaprio or Tom Hanks do movies like that. And I think that's the great thing about those actors, is that I could watch Ethan Hawke do anything, really, and I think he can do anything. And he's really good in that. And do you remember, Keith, a movie that he did years ago? I think it's very, very scary, actually. It's where he's a writer, a crime writer, and he goes to a house to write. Listen, that's an ominous movie as well. He's in Sinister.
You do realize that the makers of the Black Phone movie, even the director, actually directed Sinister. It's the same people.
No.
Yeah, it's the same people. Yeah, same people. Yeah.
Sinister is a powerfully good movie as well, and he's very good in that. Yeah,
I agree. Shocking, very bleak ending to it as well.
It has a very bleak ending to it. Yeah, a bit like that other one that you told me to watch, and I did. And I tell you what, I sat in the chair for about 15 minutes afterwards, just exacerbated, and that was that Mist. The Mist.
Fuck. I know.
Bro, that last scene.
I know.
I as I heard like what was happening in the background, I thought to myself, "Sweet Jesus, no!" And it is the end of The Mist. That movie, The Mist, where they're all stuck in the supermarket, and that horrendous mist comes in. They all start turning on each other, and then eventually he leaves with the kids and a few of the people out of there. And the end scene in that movie, I was like 20 minutes, I was floored.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm a big fan of Black Phone myself, but I have to tell you, there is I remember actually I reviewed it on my channel. There is actually one scene in Black Phone. I have to tell you, again, it's a testament to how good the acting is from the young girl in it. But there's a bit in where her father starts beating her. And I tell you one thing, that girl's cries, they sounded a little too convincing. To the point that it very, very, it really upset me watching that scene. It looked like this young girl just went, look, oh, by the way, just start beating the fuck out of me. Let's get as real as we possibly can, But watch that scene and look at her reaction. I am not kidding you. It's fucking
Yeah,
terrifying.
I know the scene
Yeah.
you mean. That's in the kitchen when the police turn up the first time. He's had some drink. Yeah,
horrible.
Yeah, it's
horrible.
a very good movie. Very good Halloween movie.
The one thing I will say about that grabber, by the way, that second movie, and I think it's the biggest compliment that can ever come from a movie. But I've been hearing from a lot of people now, a lot of reviewers that were saying that this character of the grabber, they reckon that in time, this fella's going to be seen up there with the likes of, he's breaking into that Michael Myers.
It's that thing, isn't it? If you look at kind of the classic horror icons, the Freddys, the Jasons, the Pinheads, all of that. The closest we got recently, I think, was probably Art the Clown from Terrifier.
Yeah, I agree.
But there's been loads of people, apparently, I think, like at Spirit Halloween in America, it's the grabber masks that people are going for this year, and that's a big thing. So yeah, I'm all for that. Give us new stuff.
The only reason why I don't think it will go as popular as what they mentioned, like Michael Myers and all that, it's just me personally, I just can't see Ethan Hawke belting out a lot of these movies. I think if they do one more, he might turn around and go, all right, I'm going to bow out now, and that'll be the end of it. And that character doesn't work unless Ethan Hawke is playing it in my eyes. So that's why I just can't see Ethan Hawke doing what Robert Englund done, and starred in 7 or 8 Freddy Krueger
movies and TV series and
yeah. I can't see it. I think he's a great actor, and I just don't see him tying himself down to a character that for that long, So.
Yeah. Tell you what, that's another film that I saw recently with Ethan Hawke in, Daybreakers. That's
it kind of was mentioned there. Yeah, it's such a great movie.
I only saw that for the first time recently, Steve, because Keith had mentioned it to me, and so I picked up I think it was Umbrella.
The Umbrella set. Yeah, that's the one that I watched, Connor. Yeah.
What a vampire movie! It's probably become now, along by Fright Night and probably The Lost Boys. It's up there in my top vampire movies. And I don't know if you guys know, but it's actually all filmed in northern Queensland and Brisbane, here in Australia.
Yeah, I did not know that until you told that. Yeah,
the actual city itself is Brisbane City. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I was impressed by that. I thought it was really good.
It's great.
And you've got Sam Neill in as well. And Sam Neill, he's
of course
he's the man. He's the man. We got David Diggs here just saying hello, Keith, and to the lads in the panel. Hope you have a great stream tonight. Dave, thanks, mate, for stopping by. We got Al Humphreys here saying as well he saw Goodbye this week, and it was really good also. Did any of you get around to watching that yet? We were talking about this on the last stream. It's very intriguing, that movie.
Yeah, I've not seen it. I think it's going to be one for me that I'll maybe catch on streaming.
Right. Conor, do you know of Goodbye?
No, nothing about it, Keith.
When do you see Conor's eyes just light up when I tell him what this movie is about? It's the whole movie is told through the perspective of a dog. The house is haunted. I think there's a spirit. There's a spirit in the house. Only the dog can see the spirit. The ghost of this. Okay. So the whole movie is based around the dog. And that's it.
Whoa.
And that's so it's doing the rounds. I don't know. Someone might brought that up last week. Is there any talking going on? And no one kind of answered. I'm presuming that you probably should hear talking maybe in the back with the people that are living in the house. Background noise or something like that. But other than that, yeah, it's all focused on the dog. It is so. Okay. It'll be interesting. It will.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, dialogue would be pretty rough, though, wouldn't it?
Here we go.
Oh my god! I'm kicking myself for fucking laughing at that one.
That's a good dad joke. That one. Here's somebody's mentioned it. Halloween in 4K from Arrow.
Yeah, Marty's just saying there. Good evening, Keith, Steve, John, and Connor. What a selection of beards. Well, okay. Sorry, I shaved mine off.
Trying to convince him. Marty,
yeah.
Before you answer this question, I'm going to tell you a very funny one. I was talking to Sinead last night, and there's a mate of mine. He's got a really big beard. He's in Brisbane, and he sent me a T-shirt a long time ago from a band. They travel Australia, but they're all bearded, and their motto is, "If your dad doesn't have a beard, you have two mums." And it's on the back of their T-shirt. The band, they're like a heavy metal rock band, and they've all got the ZZ Top beards. And their motto is, if your dad hasn't got a beard, you have two mums.
No, that's great. Yeah, Marty was just saying that. Did you hear of Arrow going to release all the Halloween films on 4K? Yeah, we were just talking about this at the start before we went live, Marty. So, what's your thoughts on it, Steve? Do you want to just have a quick mention of it again?
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking before about this, I think the announcement came in the last day or so, wasn't it? Arrow dropped a teaser about them. I think they're going to get it on their streaming service, but it's pretty obvious that a physical copy will follow. My theory on it that I was telling to Keith before we went live, I think it's before you joined us actually, Connor. You know, Imprint have got their box set coming out, which is numbers 1 to 5.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, because we know how murky licensing gets, and we know there's several different distribution companies for the Halloween series. So I've got a couple of theories that next Friday is the last of the month, and it is Halloween. Are Arrow going to be announcing Halloween on Halloween? Is it just going to be the first one? Could it be the first 5? Because I think they're all under the same distribution
rights
license that Imprint have gone into. Or if the Halloween gods are smiling on us, are we going to get a complete Halloween set with everything in? Rob Zombie in there, David Gordon Green. I wouldn't be too fussed if they were missing, but on that big kind of Shore scope size set, I think that would be great. But who knows? But it does look pretty certain that I think Arrow are going to be releasing their version of Halloween. I think there must be a license, the license for the distribution currently, it must be up in several territories, which is why Imprint have finally got it for Australia, and now it looks like Arrow is probably going to be for the UK, because we know that Scream Factory have got it in the US.
Yeah. I don't think the David Gordon Green trilogy is going to feature in it, and I'll tell you the reason why I'm saying that is because it's a Brum horror trilogy. So Blumhouse. No, oh my God, I did it again.
You've done
What's fucking wrong with me?
Unless Gordon Wright's secretly been producing films.
Oh my God. Fuck them and their fucking name. Sorry. Blumhouse horror. Yeah, so that trilogy belongs to them. So I can't imagine they're going to allow that trilogy to go in there into a set. I can't see it. And I'm almost certain. I was just looking, trying to find the collection, but I'm almost certain the Rob Zombie movies, I think they might be fucking entertainment. You know, it's like this is the problem I have. Look at all the studios that I'll have to come together just to put this all into one box set. But we mentioned it before at the start, before going live. You know, Arrow are going to have to come up with something to justify why people will want to go out and get this release, other than just giving us packaging and giving us. I know they're going to be doing their own transfers on it. Me personally, I just can't see how they can possibly outdo what we've gotten already.
Yeah, but in the UK, we haven't got anything like that. It's only been standard releases, hasn't it? Or were you saying there was? So I'm seeing this. If it does come out, I think it's going to be an Arrow for UK only, UK and Europe.
The one thing I will say about Arrow though as well, don't fucking release them movies without the Dolby Atmos soundtracks, because if you don't, I guarantee you no one's going to fucking buy them, because they're going to stick to their Scream Factory ones, and Imprint are doing it as well. Imprint are putting Atmos onto their releases as well. So, what way do you stand with it, Connor? Is it something that will interest you all the same if they do bring it out?
I've already paid for it. No, listen, I'll see what they are. There's probably a fair chance I'll get them as well. I mean, I have as many copies of Halloween's as everybody else in this room has, and I'll continue to add to them. The minute I saw the Arrow box set, I bought it. I have the Scream ones. I have some of the German editions that you've shown on your channel. I have some of the media book editions. I have some other random Blu-ray editions I got in America. I got you and I a nice copy of the one that was done by Imprint here. It's only Blu-ray. It was 2 and 3. So I have lots of different editions, and I also have a lovely Michael Myers statue. I don't like to mention it too often, but
you never mentioned that, Connor.
Yeah. No, I never. That's the first time. No.
I don't know if you know that, but listen, I probably will buy them all. And I was actually going to mention, I don't know if I'll put a link into our chat with everybody else, But apparently on YouTube, some fans in America have remade the ending to the trilogy you just mentioned.
Apparently, I heard that as well. Yeah,
apparently it's very good, because I'll tell you, I can still see myself sitting in the cinema with Sinead when we were living in Sydney before we moved down here, watching that movie. And I'll tell you, I left there, I was really crying. The end of that movie upsets me so much. What a horrible...
Halloween ends.
Halloween ends. I hated the ending of it.
Oh, Jesus. No, I was just going to say to you, Connor, they can bring fucking Godzilla into that alternate ending, and you're not going to rescue that fucking movie. It was a mess well before it got to that ending.
Well, apparently, they pick it up pretty medium on in the movie, and it's not too bad. So I'm going to watch it and reserve judgment. See what it's like, and I'll send you the link to it. I'll probably bang it on tonight, and because I cannot watch that third movie in that new trilogy, I just can't do it. But short answer: if Arrow release something and it's got a few good things on it, fair chances I'll hand over the cash as usual and buy them.
Absolutely. We knew this was going to get brought up, so we may as well answer it now as well. So Mac Chatz was just saying, I've been hearing some rumblings that Shout Factory is shutting its doors. Anyone know anything about this?
I've heard,
What do you think about this, Steve, yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it must be true, because I think it was a comment that was in a Blu-ray forum. So obviously it's going to be true, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I think, the recent sale that Shout Factory and Screen Factory have done, a lot of their titles have been ridiculously low prices. Keith, I think you and I were talking, you're getting End of Days, are you not? The version that's got the two posters and the two slips.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
That was on their website. That version, which is usually the first few 100 or 1,000 copies that they release, that's exclusive for that. That version was actually cheaper than the standard version, which I picked up.
Can you wrap your head around that? I don't get that at all.
It could. I mean, they could be just trying to clear the decks, because I think there's been some sort of a takeover or a merger with another company. So they might want to be kind of getting rid of stock, because they might be moving warehouses or something like that, and it would be easier to actually sell the stock that they've got rather than transport it to a new distribution place, maybe. Who knows what's going on, but I am pretty sure that Shout Factory and Screen Factory is still going to exist as a boutique Blu-ray label.
Yeah,
I don't think they're closing down. They're just going through a change that happened. But who knows? I mean, it's one of those ones for us. Technically, they only sell in the USA and Canada, so they don't sell over here. But we know that we all get them. I hope that the rumors are false. Nobody wants to see another label go under.
No, absolutely.
And Screen Factory, let's be honest, their back catalogue is great, and their transfers are fucking superb.
Yeah.
On the whole, they are brilliant. So yeah, I think it's probably nonsense. I know they've done something about their loyalty scheme or something. Their point scheme. They have a similar scheme like Arrow do. Yeah, and I think certain people have received emails saying, we're going to be changing it. We'll change it up, but best thing to do is to use it up now. So who knows? But I can't see it. I think that they are, if you take Arrow out of the equation in the US, I think that Shout and Screen Factory are the Arrow of the US kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're their most widely known boutique label. I mean, apart from Criteria maybe, but I can't see them shutting their doors.
No.
Nothing surprises me.
What way do you feel about yourself, Connor?
I think I have to agree with what Steve said. I have to be honest with you, I've seen a lot of the usual clickbait stuff. Is it all over? Is it the end? And when you're, everybody in this community is a big movie lover, so they'll be aware of it. I find it hard to believe that they will go under. But then on the flip side, if they are doing something and telling people to use up their credits, why aren't they just saying something, potentially we're doing this? So I hope not. But listen, in this day and age, you just don't know what kind of trouble companies can be in, or maybe have. That's the biggest problem with having nice niche corner of the market. Sometimes, particularly, they can start to overstretch themselves with licensing and producing things, and maybe things haven't sold as well, or maybe they're over. Like Umbrella are doing some really good stuff, and they've done some good stuff, but then they can get to a stage where maybe a company starts overreaching, and it gets bigger and bigger. Next minute, it's too big for them, and it folds in on itself. I hope that doesn't happen, because like you guys, I love Screen Factory and that. You can't get them in Australia, but I import them via a second and third party here in Australia. I think they're all great transfers and great movies, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll have some answers.
Yeah, look, I can't really add anything to what you put down here. Just in the whole, all I can do is just hope and pray that, again, it's all bullshit, and it's just it's just a phase that Screen Factory is perhaps going through, and
re-evolving of the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, if we hear of Screen Factory closing and they're an American company, then it's just another. It's almost like you then kind of have to start acknowledging the fact that maybe physical media is in trouble, and no one ever wants to admit that. But if you have a massive company,
weird, doesn't it? We've spoken before, and you've spoken to several people on the stream, Keith, about 2025 has been an absolutely brilliant year for physical media. It's been so strong.
Yeah.
But within that, Shout and Scream have been really quite quiet.
It's true. Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's I'm wondering if it's becoming harder to acquire different licenses, because there are different labels that are you've got different companies that are buying titles up that do distribute worldwide, whereas Scream and Shout just stick to the US and Canadian market. I don't know, but
now another thing look, if Screen Factory are in somewhat a bit of trouble, well, there you go. I think that's the answer to it. Make your releases available for us over here. Include shipping, worldwide shipping, and there you go. Your sales are going to go up considerably higher, because everyone that I know who's a collector,
a subscription service.
Wants, that's what I'm saying. They want
that's an interesting thing.
What's that?
Subscription service.
A subscription service.
Absolutely. But
the American, Canada, Europe, rest of the world, different pricing tiers. UHDs, Blu-ray have a different, and it seems to work well for other companies, and a great way of having a guaranteed forecast of revenue for a 12-month period ahead. Because the
only thing I will say though as well is to Scream Factory, if they are having trouble, then you maybe you will have to start looking at yourselves as well, because what they have been doing in the last year, I've voiced my complaints about them. What they have been doing is fucking wrong. This thing of bringing out standard releases and then going 3 months later, oh, by the way, that movie that came out 3 months ago, we're bringing out a gorgeous steelbook of it, and then bring that steelbook out, and then 4 months later, oh, by the way, that steelbook that you got 3 or 4 months ago, we're going to bring out another steelbook of it now, and it's even going to look better than the last one. So,
I just wonder if are they doing that because they can't get new licenses, so they're cannibalizing their back catalogue, knowing that all of us are suckers for stuff like that.
But that's what I'm saying. But they're antagonizing they're antagonizing the people that love their label.
Yeah, it's like kind of, I'll do it once, but if you keep doing it to me, that's it. I'm bowing out.
Say what you want to say, but Arrow. I know Arrow does have. There's an element of laziness about certain releases that they do. Like, for instance, going back to that Creepshow release that they brought out recently, where they just basically repackaged what we got already.
But the thing with that, Keith, though, is it was going from a Blu-ray to a 4K. So you had that. With Screen Factory, it's just 4K repackaged.
I get. Absolutely. Right. We have Mr. Mondo about to join us, and there we go.
Oh,
how's it going, John?
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
You all right? Can you hear us?
You can hear you perfectly.
How are you, John?
I'm all right. All right, thanks. How are you doing?
Doing great. I actually kind of forgot that you were coming on.
I can drop off now. I was just there to make the numbers up, John, until you came on.
Oh, Jays, look at that now. There was like 80 people watching. There's only 3 watching now. Fucking hell.
That's us. There's only 4 us.
No, John, fair play to you for coming on. Thanks, mate.
Fair play, John. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not so bad. It's been a decent day-ish, so I'm here now, and that's what all that matters, really, isn't it? Just forget about that and just concentrate on having a laugh.
Absolutely.
How are you all doing? You're doing all right, everybody?
Yeah, doing
Absolutely.
great, man. Doing absolutely fantastic.
Really just enjoying the chat, enjoying the comments, all that, and yeah, everything's going swimmingly at the moment. So may it continue as well.
Yeah, it's a lively
I'm
chat.
going
Just
downhill
looking
now.
at we're going to have to speed this up, Keith, or else it's going to be we're going to be doing a 12-hour stream at this rate.
Okay, I'll move on then. We have Gordon here. So Gordon joins us. So, hi, Keith. Well done. Well, you've done it tonight with the lineup, the usual suspects. Do you think that the main reason that many directors are going for remakes is because it's an easy option, or is it a money grab? You know what? I'll let John tackle that one first. I'm going to change it up. John, do you want to get it going there? What do you think of that?
I've got to say, I think it's probably an easy option because I don't think anyone's really got. There's not that many unique things left now, is there really? When you think about it, when everything's all been done, so there's not a lot of ones that come out and you think, wow, we never thought about that anymore. So it's probably an easy option, or maybe it's because if somebody's got something that's a bit left field and they want to put it out there, maybe they're frightened to do it in case they lose loads of money on it, and they don't want to, get into that when making flops and whatnot. So maybe I think it is an easy option. It's got to be, really, hasn't it? But
yeah, absolutely.
Usually they never work anyway. So, and the flops. So,
absolutely, that's true as well. That's a fair comment.
It's kind of like a lose-lose situation, isn't it?
Absolutely. What's your thoughts on that, Conor?
Yeah, to a certain degree, I agree with John. It's bankable, isn't it? You've got bankable stuff with. It's like Ricky Gervais's joke at the Emmys that time about remaking Ghostbusters with a bunch of female cast. It's cheaper to pay them, and you've guaranteed outcome. But in saying that, there's been some good remakes. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I actually prefer that to the original 2000. I love that movie.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there can be, and also on the flip side, it can be. You can bring in a different audience because I'll use Texas Chainsaw Massacre for instance. Like that still gives me a disgusting feeling when I watch it today. It's not scary, but it gives me that dirty, horrible feeling. And that movie in general may not really transcribe to people of this generation, of a younger generation. You're trying to capture that audience, whereas the 2004 one did. It brought a whole new audience in, and I guess as well, it's a commodity that's bankable. It sells, and it works. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that I watched when we talked earlier on about that movie, Bring Her Back. The Australian movie Her Back that I watched during the week. Again, it's my second or third viewing of that movie, and it's a really good horror movie. And it takes a tried and tested, while it's not a remake, it takes a tried and tested possession demonic formula that's been around since Paramount movies in the 30s, and puts a really good twist on it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with remakes. Sometimes they work out really well, and sometimes they just go in the garbage bin.
Yeah, I get it. What about yourself, Steve? What y'all thinking behind it all?
Yeah, I think to a certain degree there's an element of money grab. I think because films are so expensive to make and to market now, you want to know that you're going to have a built-in audience there. I think that usually when it's a remake or something like that, it's a director for hire. It's not somebody who's kind of really. It's not like the Philippi brothers that you were talking about there, or an Ari Aster or Robert Eggers or somebody like that. Paul Thomas Anderson, Quentin Tarantino, those kind of people who do their own project. They've got their own ideas and their own spins on things. But look, there's only so many different types of stories. Just look at music. All right, there's only so many notes that can be played in certain order. And I'm pretty sure for all pop music, if you take the back catalogue of ABBA, the Beatles, and probably the Bee Gees, you've got different chord progressions. You've got every single song that has ever been made. See you, mate. Have a good time. Sorry, my son's just going out. Then
have a good time, mate.
You've got everything that's ever been made, just in a different order. And I'm all for that. It's like, okay, a slasher. A slasher is a really simple formula.
Yeah.
Up a little bit. That's what Scream did. It waited long enough to go, hold on, this has been done so many different times before. What if we say we're aware of this and do it that way?
Right.
So, you know, there's only so many different stories out there, but I do, you know, it is a good question, because I do think that we've all complained about this, the lack of originality.
Yes.
It's horrible. What's happened to all the original stories? You know,
I think
or original
people are
tellings of something, you know?
You know something, as an audience, as audience members, unfortunately, we might have to take a bit of criticism for that. The reason why there's a lack of originality is because when they do bring out something original, fucking no one's going to see it. This is the problem.
The thing.
This is the fucking problem. It's people just want this. It seems like the audience today just want the same old what we've seen 100 times over. Now, the only thing I will say about Gordon's, there, just in terms of an easy option, you know, there's a flip side to that, because a director is brought in. They went, "Oh, here, we're going to get you to direct. We're going to get you to go direct The Fog." You know, that's not an easy option, because that director now is going to have to step in and turn around and go, "Okay, how the fuck am I going to outdo what we've got before?"
Yeah,
You know, it's impossible. There's no. It's yeah, like I said, it's not necessarily what you call an easy option. I think for me, it's probably more of a cash grab than anything else, because, you know, you're always going to have them old school fans that will probably protest the remake. They'll protest it till God knows when, but you're guaranteed they'll fucking go to it, no question about it, despite that protest. So yeah, look, I stand by what I said about remakes. I think if you're going to remake something, maybe remake the right movie. Don't remake the wrong movie. You know, look what they've done with The Blob, for instance. You know, again, nothing against Steve McQueen's version of it, but it's not particularly, it's not great. Let's face it, it's not great. So, okay, remake that. It has a cool concept, remake it, do something better with it. That's what I'm talking about. But don't remake Halloween. Don't fucking remake Home Alone. Don't remake, you know, Rambo, which I fucking heard apparently they're doing, which I couldn't believe. I was shocked when I heard it. You know, stay away from Back to the Future. If you can't outdo what came us before, then don't bother doing it. That's the way I kind of look at it. You know,
you mentioned Keith, a little bit there about, you know, the like public opinion and things can affect people's willingness to take a chance. You know, and I'll tell you from a different angle, from a different form of entertainment, from gaming's perspective. In the past 3 years, this whole kind of, is it woke, is it not woke, overusing the word or whatever, it's destroyed some games before they've even come out. And I don't know if you guys you probably are aware, but some of the money that goes into making some of these games is as big, if not bigger, than a movie. And before they even come out, they're absolutely destroyed because the cast is female, or she's black, or she's whatever. So people are afraid. Like, you look at Assassin's Creed Shadows, which came out this year, the Japanese game. It's an absolutely phenomenal game, one of the best Assassin's Creeds in years. And before it even came out, it was panned. Star Wars Outlaws, it's the best Star Wars universe
absolutely.
in a video game. And again, Ubisoft, they were completely panned because, it's a female cast and it's woke. And people use this word. I understand what the word means, but it seems to be the minute they see it, that's the word they start using. It gets labeled and then it gets put in the garbage bin. And some of those games, you know, you're looking at the guts of $500-600 million to make over a 4 or 5 year period.
Absolutely. You see, look, it's not even down to the directors anymore, because it's down to the studios. And for me, studios are gutless at the moment. And I'll give you another great example of it. When you look at what The Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It, when you originally find out what that movie was meant to be, and then what it ended up being. Because what they were going to do is they've done the first 2 Conjuring movies. We're like, okay, we got the demonic presence thing. We've done that now, right? We're on to the 3rd story now. What are we going to do? Right, let's do a werewolf story in a Sleepy Hollow setting. Brilliant. Something that we've never seen before in the Conjuring universe. And then some asshole executive turned around and said, no, you know what? These movies are making money. Stick to the formula. Stick to the demonic possession bullshit. And it hasn't changed since. You know, we've gotten 2 sequels since, The Devil Made Me Do It and The Last Rites, right back to demonic possessions. They just will not take that little gamble and step away and give us something a little different. And it all comes down to the executives, the studios.
The Devil Rights had a fucking table tennis montage. That's all you have to know.
It's Conor. You can't get over the table tennis.
Every time I see someone mention that movie, I always say it had a fucking table tennis montage, mate. What am I watching?
Brilliant. Right, we'll move on anyway. We got David here just saying Arrow just teased Salem's Lot and just restored Halloween in 4K. No mention of a disc yet. Steve, we won't go into the Halloween thing, but again, we spoke about this before going on. How are you feeling about Salem's Lot?
Thanks, Steve's audio's. Steve, your audio's off.
Your audio's gone. No.
Silent movie.
No. I'll tell you what, Steve. I'll go on to John and just sort of your end and come back to us. Keep talking anyway, and we'll let you know. So, John, what way are you stand on Salem's Lot Arrow release 4K?
Yeah, I think it'd be great. I think Salem's Lot is one of those ones where it doesn't seem to get that much of a good representation in the UK. It seems to be, just an average release. So when Arrow pick it up, they're going to do a great job at it. Is this going to get released in the UK though? The Salem's Lot.
Now, am I back?
You're back.
You are back.
You're back.
Hey, there we go. I was going to say, I was really, really happy because when I got my Arrow Return of the Living Dead set, I actually got the Salem's Lot card in there.
Yeah.
And the reason I say I'm pretty sure have Scream Factory got Salem's Lot in America, the license to that. But I was happy with that. I'm sure that we are going to get it. I'm sure that it will be a physical release. It will be a 4K. Keith and I were just chatting before and sort of saying, wouldn't it be nice if they did something like they did with The Great Escape, where they do the chunky box, the fat box, and as a bonus, they throw in the recent remake or the recent retelling of Salem's Lot in there as a bonus. But Salem's Lot, I'm not afraid to admit in front of the stream, I'm not ready for the Glick Boys in 4K because they put the shits up me when I saw it on a 14-inch CRT TV. So I don't want those creepy little fuckers in 4K. No, thank you. But no, in all seriousness, that is one of my favorite vampire films. I think that's one of the few times vampires have been really scary to me. The look of their eyes and all of that, and I love it. And that teaser that dropped today was great. I like that they did the Ben Mears, the David Soul taped together the two little roller sticks there. That scene as well. David Soul's probably not known for his acting, but in that scene where it's in the morgue and you've got Marjorie Glick on the slab and she's starting to come to, and he's reciting the Lord's Prayer and shouting, he's shitting himself, and it comes across fantastic. So please let this be their announcement next week, along with Halloween. Let's have Salem's Lot on 4K. Arrow, do the job. Yeah,
absolutely. John, sorry, John, is there anything more you want to add to your, just again, when you were just talking about it there?
Well, Salem's Lot's a funny one for me because I'm guessing that we all watched it when we were really young. So we were all, that's how it got us. And to be honest, since then, when I saw it on the TV a couple of times, it like petrified us, as I imagine everybody did. I haven't seen it since. I've got it. Got it in the shelves, but just haven't watched it since I saw it on TV. I don't know why. It's not that I don't like it or anything. It's just that I haven't got around to it, which is weird. But I think that it's got this big reputation, especially from us lot, because when we saw it at school, I think we're all at school.
It burns in our image in our head.
Does something to you,
Absolutely, I agree.
So I'm all for them. And but Halloween in 4K, well, the UK hasn't had a good 4K of it, so I can understand why they could do that. But really, once you got the Scream Factory one, why would you want? I know, Keith, you're probably going to buy it, obviously, because you're a completist with the whole sets. That's fair enough. But I don't think it's going to add anything more to the mix. But saying that, it's Arrow, So if anybody can beat Scream Factory, which is unbelievable, it'll be Arrow.
It'll be Arrow.
Yeah,
absolutely. So what way do you stand in this, Conor?
Massive Salem's Lot fan, like all of you. We all saw it as kids, and because I think originally it was released as was originally released as a TV movie, wasn't it? Over the course of a couple of nights or whatever, and obviously it had James Mason. James Mason plays Barlow in it. He's phenomenal, and also the actor in it. He he turns into a vampire eventually. He's in the Devil's Rejects. He's the band.
Jeffrey Lewis.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
He did a couple of movies with Eastwood.
Really gets me. He's the great figure, isn't he? But when he's in the teacher's house in the rocking chair.
That's right. Scary.
Oh. Nice.
That's a scary scene.
Yeah.
And he, I think actually Devil's Rejects was his last movie.
Oh, really?
I mean, I've got a lot. He did so many films with Clint Eastwood, didn't he? He was in the
Every Which Way
and Any Which Way You Can and Every Which Way But Loose. High Plains.
It's a phenomenal movie. And I don't know if you guys have seen it. You probably have. I know it got panned a bit, but I quite liked it. There was a one done with Donald Sutherland a few years later. It's actually was filmed just down the road here where I live in Victoria, in Australia. They did a made-for-TV Salem's Lot with Donald Sutherland played Barlow, and I can't remember his name. He plays the David Soul character. He was a big 80s actor. Can't remember, but that wasn't too bad. But I would definitely be picking it up. I think it's a great movie. Sorry? Rob Lowe.
And
Rob Lowe.
There's another. Is there another version with Rutger Hauer in?
Is that the Return to Salem's Lot? Then is that the one that's Rutger Hauer?
No. I think they it was another. Wasn't it another TV series, Conor? Another sort of mini series.
I don't know if it was. I know the movie, the second movie. There was a sequel to Salem's Lot, and then there was the one with Rob Lowe, obviously, and Donald Sutherland. The reason I remember that one so well is because one of the first things I did when I moved down to this area was I took Henry on a drive one day, and I went to the town where the house is, and I went and saw it. Just drove past it. They did a bit of renovations, but they recreated the town out of a small Australian Victorian alpine town. And in short, I think it's a great movie, Salem's Lot, and I can watch Salem's Lot anytime again. I think it's just cool, and it still gives me like you mentioned the scene in the rocking chair. That's been done in so many movies since. The Conjuring do it nearly every second movie. They throw Annabelle in the rocking chair just in case we haven't scared them. Fuck Annabelle in the chair, have it rocking for a couple of minutes, and then get a table tennis montage going. But yeah, I'll buy it day one, boys. I'd love it.
Yeah. Look. There's one thing, right, and it's not. Oh God, I don't want to sound like a bastard here. The only thing I have with this Salem's Lot release on 4K, believe it or not, is going to be its aspect ratio. That's the only thing that's bothering me with it. Because it's a straight to TV movie, so that means we're getting that. Is it called pan and scan? Is that what it's called? Where the black bars appear on the left and the right?
Well,
the left and the right.
It would have been filmed in 4:3, so that's the whole image. Whereas pan and scan is where you've got a widescreen image and they've blown it up, so you're missing all of the stuff that's on the edge. John, you and I were talking about this not long ago.
Yeah.
But it's the correct aspect ratio that it was filmed in, so you're seeing it as
that's what I'm saying. But that's my only issue with it.
You know how they got the correct aspect ratio is square frame, so you know that's going to be the best picture quality available, and you can get it. Probably they will blow it up and then fill the screen up. You get your 166, so you've got your telly screen filled up, but you lose the quality in it because it's blown up. So would you rather have, which I would rather have, the square frame any day, because I know that's the best it's going to look, even though it is square, but I know that's all of the picture, you know?
Yeah,
I on 35.
No, it's in my head. That song, it's hip to be square. It's hip to be square.
But if you've watched The Lighthouse, have you watched The Lighthouse?
Yeah, absolutely.
That was filmed in a square.
Yeah, sure.
It was.
What's it called? The recent Batman versus Superman 4K release we got was done in that aspect ratio as well.
Oh, was it?
It was, yeah.
Yes.
And I think they might have done it with Justice League as well, if I remember correctly. Could be getting that wrong, but yeah, I think Batman and Superman did do it. Now I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, and I wouldn't want to change
Yes, you're right.
things.
They did do it.
I think they did do it.
Yeah,
They
they
did
did.
it with.
I remember that.
I'm almost certain Spielberg's Duel was done that way as well, and I really enjoyed the image on that as well.
Oh, Jewel, yeah, in the car.
But I just saying, just in a perfect world, I just wish it was, I just love to see the full real estate on it. But again, I understand what you're saying. If they do that, you're gonna lose detail. You're gonna have a softer looking image, and it's not going to be a true representation of the movie. So I completely understand it as well. But it's a what if thing, you know.
That was another one that you realise that Toby Hooper's a bloody good horror director.
Oh
yeah,
absolutely,
yeah, he
absolutely.
was, really.
And I've got some really good trivia about that movie, about the director or actors that nearly ended up in it, that changed at the last minute. Because Tobe Hooper wasn't first choice. There was somebody else who was even bigger, and the actors were bigger even than David Soul at the time. I know David Soul didn't go on to do many great things in movies, but he was very famous at the time for Starsky and Hutch. And obviously he did a lot of singing as well. And he had a few top 10 songs in America.
He
David
did.
Soul. My favorite Starsky and Hutch episode ever is the one with the vampires.
Was there a vampires one?
Yeah. Is it vampire?
I remember that one, but that sounds good.
I don't think they're actually. I think they're kind of. Yeah. Anyways, it's a pretty sure it's vampires.
Hope they're not fucking real fucking vampires in it, because
they're like a satanic cult that believes it. It's a really good dark Starsky and Hutch episode.
Okay. We got Gary here just saying, as we are all horror fans here, would you love to see a film with Jason, Michael, and Freddy in together? And can you each pick another horror icon to make it a foursome? Steve, I'll let you have a crack at that one. Would you like to see?
No.
Look, yeah.
No,
even if you say no, but he'd try and add a fourth one if you were.
I would say no, but I would add in probably there. I'd add in Chucky.
Absolutely, yeah, I like that. I think that could be
just to mix it up, and you've got Jason and Michael who are actually Michael was normal in the first one, wasn't he? But everyone after that is this big, 6 foot plus bodybuilder.
Yeah.
But no, I'll go Chucky.
Chucky on that one. What would yourself, John?
I'd probably go Art the Clown, just because he's kind of big at the minute, and I'd like to see what he would do in it. And also, I think that I would like to see it, but I wouldn't like to see them share the whole film like they did with Freddy and Jason. I would like to see somebody taking the main stage, and then the rest of them would be like cameos, maybe even put a few more cameos like they did with The Cabin in the Woods. Have a bit of that kind of vibe. Yeah.
Do you know? That's not a bad idea in a weird kind of way. Imagine making a movie where a type of Cabin in the Woods movie where you go in and basically under this cabin is a locker of all the famous
horror icons.
The horror icons, and the events of the movie is, whatever happens in the movie, you kind of pick out one icon or something like that. I think in that sense it would work. Yeah, I think that actually would be pretty good. What about yourself, Connor?
The Invisible Man. I put him in there.
That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah.
Who played him in the original movie in the 40s? I can't remember now.
There was two of them, weren't there? There was
I had a real bad dad joke in my head. Who played him? Well, who knows? Because you couldn't see him. But I think
Claude Rains.
Claude Rains. I banged the Invisible Man in there for something. Yeah.
No, right. Just to answer your question, Gary, I'm a bit like Steve. I do not want to see it. I don't. You're just tarnishing Michael Myers for me by doing that, by putting them in that kind of. You look at Freddy and Jason. Both of those series did have elements of comedy where Halloween just doesn't. So naturally those two kind of mix together, and that's why I think Chucky, as Steve mentioned, would fit into that group. But any movie series that kind of sticks through to horror, I just don't think it's going to work in that. It's like putting Pinhead in there, or it wouldn't work.
Did you hear that? There was that concept, wasn't there, about the end of Freddy versus Jason, but they were still battling or something, and then as they were going again, all of a sudden chains would appear and drag them apart, and then Pinhead would appear and say, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem?"
I never knew that. That actually sounds epic.
Cool.
That sounds pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
We got Ben Murray here saying, yes, guys, what's the crack? How's it going, Ben?
Hey,
Hope you're doing well, man.
Hey, Ben. All right.
And we've also got Brumhauer here just saying, have a good stream, guys. Thanks so much, Paul. I'm presuming it's Paul.
Paul, how are you?
All right, mate.
Let me have a look now. I should try to go
Oh,
through.
you're gonna slow down.
Actually, I've just had a thought. You know, if Michael Myers is there in the darkness and he bumps into Art the Clown who just goes oh in his face, and he kind of does the head thing on his face with Art the Clown.
Oh, yeah.
Then sticks a butcher's knife in his eye. Yeah.
No, just Rero was just asking me there. So, what Rero films do you have now, Keith? Mars Attacks is insane. Yeah, look, I got their. They sent me their Goodfellas release. My video was meant to go out for Goodfellas tonight. Thank fuck I watched it before putting it out, because I made so many fucking mistakes in it and I didn't realize it. Like I was showing the diner edition. There's a gun edition, a diner edition.
Yeah.
There's two, and I kept referring to the diner edition as dinner edition without even knowing I was saying it. And then I was showing the number on it. I was like, look at this. This is very limited. There's only 800 of them when it was only 100. And I just made so many mistakes. Now, what happened was I done the video and I'd done the video. I'd done the part in front of the camera. That was great. When I went behind and I started doing it, because the release is so goddamn, it has such a soft touch finish on it that fingerprints show up so badly on it. And I was doing the unboxing, and all of a sudden, all I could see was my fingerprints all over. And I was like, no, I can't send that out. So I went out and I bought rubber gloves. And that caused so much more fucking problems, because I was trying to move fucking postcards and they were all stuck to my gloves, and it was a fucking nightmare. So that's what happened with that video. I was more focused on the gloves and I wasn't even registering what I was saying. So I have to scrap the whole fucking video, and I'm gonna have to redo it again tomorrow. So, but yeah, man.
The next time I send you a package, I still have some packaged actually. I have, because one of my last postings in the army before I changed to Navy, I did a ceremonial unit, and we used to have to wear these white cloth gloves when handling the weapons.
That's
and
it.
I've got some spare pairs if you want a pair.
No, absolutely no point, because I wore white gloves on the first unboxing and it still went fucking through. It still fucking went through. It did me fingerprints. So I actually went out and I got latex. I actually got nice latex gloves. They're very light, and I'm going to use that now on it. So if I look like I'm fucking a surgeon on that video, it can't be fucking helped, unfortunately. So mate, Trek or Nosh, Goodfellas is going to be the next one. I'll put it out sometime next week.
That Raro one that you've got, is it 2 4K editions that they put in there?
2 4K editions, and even the discs, because there are 2 different steelbooks in each edition, but even the discs are different as well.
Oh wow!
Well, the disc art.
The disc arts are different. One of the steelbooks, the discs in it are done in Italian, because naturally they're an Italian company, and then the other discs are different disc art and they're in English. So it's they're really kind of catering to their own, as in Italian, Italy, and the English as well, because even the booklet as well. Each booklet that you get in each set, it's Italian the first half and then translated to English in the second. So they're going that extra set.
We just need that good transfer now, Goodfellas, don't we?
That's all we need. That's, you know something, I didn't even mention it in the video. Right. I know that's the heartbreaking thing about that video.
This is the thing. If we get that good transfer, Keith, you know that you can just buy the standard version, drop it into that set.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the horrible thing about that video, because I said it to Ellen, I already know what the comment section is going to be. That's the horrible thing about it. Yeah. It's me going to be talking about answering all the 4K fucking comments. But look, that's for another day.
Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see that video when you finally get it.
It's stunning. It's absolutely stunning. You've never seen anything like it. You got Gary here saying, is there a horror movie that you are desperate to have in your collection on 4K that hasn't been released yet in that format? Oh. Yeah, Steve, I'll let you have a crack at that one. Is there anything that comes to mind there for you?
That hasn't been released in 4K yet.
Yeah, that you desperately want.
Just have to have a look at the Blu-rays and see what I've got in there. There's nothing immediately springing to mind. I think that horror has been served really, really well by 4K. I almost think that horror leads the way with 4K stuff, particularly with the boutique labels. Looking at, you go back to the stuff that you could never have. The video nasty stuff is getting these really bougie 4K releases. So I think as horror fans, we're really well catered for.
You'd have to throw in your favorite Friday the 13th movie there. Surely you'd love to see that in 4K.
Well, do you know what? That's probably the only ones that I would come back to. I would love to see the Scream Factory set, which I think is a wonderful set. I know they got criticism for it, but it's a wonderful, wonderful set. To have the entire lot of that in 4K would be brilliant. Would be great. But I'm trying. Do you know what? I can't think offhand. I'm trying to be clever and think of some obscure foreign film, but nah.
I'll go on to John anyway, and if you think of anything, we'll go back to it anyway, Steve. Okay?
Oh no, it's actually on there. I was going to say The Descent, but that's coming.
What about yourself, John? Is there anything that kind of jumps at you?
I'm kind of struggling. If I'm honest, I had something in my head there, but I just can't remember what it was. It was. I would like to. I would prefer to get something that's really obscure, that hasn't really been touched. There's got to be plenty out there. But I can't. I'm going to have to sort of stew that a little bit. But I will come up with one probably at the end of the stream. But I'll. There's definitely got to be some out there because, as Steve said, horror for some reason is just in the special editions. You get the special editions, which is great. The most obscure films get the special editions. So and all the cult stuff comes out in the way of the horror stuff. So we are really, like I say, leading the way, because there's a lot of mainstream films like caught in like stupid right battles, and it's the whole Disney thing and Fox and all that rubbish. So there's loads of stuff that needs to come out. I can't do anything about it, but I know horror has some problems as well. But usually they find a way out.
Absolutely,
so I'm all for that.
Talking about licensing and rights bullshit, you've just jogged my memory, and we've said it before. And next year is the 50th anniversary. The Omen.
Oh, nice. That's a great one.
Right.
That is a great one.
It's got to happen. Got to.
Gregory Peck.
Yeah, you got it.
That's a great one. That's a great shout out. That's a great one. What about yourself, Conor? Is there anything that you would like to see?
I put beside me tonight my top 5 and top 10 in general movies that I like to watch on the last kind of 9 to 10 days on the build up to the October the 31st. And without a shadow of a doubt, I'd love to see a 4K restoration of
Ghost Story.
That's
a great one. That's a great one.
I say it all the time. It's a movie I talk about. Fred Astaire, Melvin Douglas, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., John Houseman, Patricia Neal, Alice Krieg as the chickeness. She's terrifying. It's an absolute gem of a Halloween movie. Ghost Story is amazing. Every facet of this movie is amazing. I think maybe at the last 10 or 15 minutes, it does go slightly skew-iff a little bit, but don't take away from the fact that it's an amazing movie, and I think it'd look even better in 4K, particularly the town, the snow, when they, as the Chowder Club is the name of their association, you can tell ghost stories together, and they sit in that dark room with the fire on, and they're smoking their cigars and brandy. And John Houseman is absolutely amazing in it. And I think John Houseman, correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, I think he does the opening monologue in The Fog. He's with the little boys on the beach.
Very good. That's absolutely. Yeah.
And of course, it's Fred Astaire's last movie.
That's right. Fred said that's right. Absolutely.
And Douglas Fairbanks Jr. It's his last movie as well. And I think maybe Melvin Douglas's as well. And obviously, Houseman went on to do 1 or 2 more small things. But that would be a movie that I sent you a copy of this from Second Sight, Keith, I think, years ago.
You did indeed. You're the one that popped my cherry in that movie. You did indeed.
Phenomenal.
Really enjoyed it. Loved it.
You talk about a movie that really kind of stands out and scares you as a kid. I remember watching this with my mother in the front room of our house, and it was BBC one late night. And I can tell you that opening scene in the apartment block, where the son dies, the face in the bed, it's got it all. And actually, I just finished rereading the book from Peter Straub maybe 2 weeks ago. I reread it again before I watched it, and it's as excellent as the book is. So yeah, that'd be my shout for
great shout.
Yeah.
Great shout. Look, there's actually quite a lot I can think of, to tell you the truth. Superstition would definitely be one I'd love to see to get on the 4K treatment. Vamp, my favorite vampire movie of all time. Love to see. If the
colours in that, wow.
Oh, that's what. There you go, John. John summed it up perfectly there. The colors, the retro '80s colors in that movie would be absolutely stunning. That would be a very different viewing experience, unlike anything I've ever experienced, if they get the colors right in that movie. So Vamp would be up there. And then I want to mention too that I think we are. Well, one of them's definitely coming. Day of the Dead, which is fantastic, and Fright Night 2. Apparently, that's going to be happening as well.
Yeah.
So
good shout.
So that's the four that kind of instantly jumped at me. Did anything else, John, come into your head at all?
Not yet. I'll shout
John,
it out just randomly sometime. But I'm focused going.
I mentioned Dario Argento to you because one just popped into my head. What are you thinking there for 4K that we haven't got yet?
Inferno would just come out. It's just a criminal act that it's not been put out yet, and it's obviously that's another rights issues, isn't it? So yes, of course. That's I was thinking about sort of like the big directors like Fulci and stuff like that.
Oh God, I've got another one that turns 40 next year.
What's it?
The Fly.
Oh,
The Fly.
That's a good
one.
The Fly too as well, you know.
I would love that. I think that's so underrated. The Fly too.
And you could do the original 50s movie with Vincent Price.
Get Vincent Price in there as well. Yeah, I mean, Screen Factory did that box set, didn't they? I mean,
the box set,
do that again in 4K.
4K,
absolutely,
definitely.
I just dawned on me as well there when we were asking about that Salem's Lot as well. We were talking about, you know, when Steve said about, you know, having the remake put into that set with Arrow Video. Could you imagine if they did drop it to you and went, oh, by the way, the remake is in this set and it is the 3-hour version, not the theatrical that came out. That's how Arrow could kill it if they'd done something like that. It would be
You know, every time I go to grab movies, sometimes I think of a trilogy of movies that I really like that were made, that are the same movie made 3 times, and I'd love to see a 4K collector's edition of them all. And it would be I Am Legend with I can't remember his name now. I Am Legend, Will Smith, and the Omega Man with the Omega Man, and then the original one with Vincent Price.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's a good one.
What's the original one with Vincent Price called?
The Last Man on Earth or something like that.
I have a DVD of. I've never seen it on Blu-ray. I have a DVD of it. How good would it be to see all 3 of them get the 4K treatment and put together, because they effectively are taking the same book. And I think The Last Man on Earth is the most faithful to the book, but all 3 of them are great movies.
I actually have. I do. It is possible because I have a version of The Fly, funny enough, on DVD. Do you remember that edition that came in the pod? And if I remember correctly, all the original movies were in that set, along with the Fly, the remake and its sequel. So I think, it could be done. It can be done.
How many were in the 50s? Was there 2 or 3? It was The Fly. Was it Return of the Fly?
Return of the Fly. I'm almost certain there was a third one.
I thought there was the third one. Was a bit. I don't think he was in it. Jeff Goldblum's not in it.
No, that's the Eric Stoltz one you're thinking of, and Daphne Zuniga. But these things are possible. It's just whether they want to take that extra step and give it to us remains to be seen. We got Saul here saying, "Nice to see you guys. Which movie do you think is the best horror film you've seen this decade?" Oh, Jesus, this decade.
Oh, God.
So if we're talking decade, that's from 2020 onwards, right?
2020, we'll say, yeah. 2020 onwards. Oh, fucking hell. Halloween ends. No.
Halloween ends?
No.
Jesus, no.
Do you have one, Connor? Sorry.
I have summer of 1984.
Oh, that's a fucking good one.
Yeah.
That
Now,
is
while
a
it might
good
not, while it might not fit into the horror, it does a little bit.
no,
Serial
it
killer.
does. No, it does. I think it does.
I think summer of 1984. We watched it, Sinead and I, a few weeks ago. I've watched it about 3 times since, and I watched it again last week on my own when I was here with little Forla looking after her one night. I think it's a phenomenal movie. It's got a bit of everything in it. It's got that Stand By Me Goonies little feel to it. It's got a serious side to it. It's got an absolutely epic ending.
Absolutely.
Wrap it up in a bowl for you. And one of the things in that movie, guys, that I don't know if you noticed this, but the scene in the house where the camera pans out at the beginning and you see the pictures of all the little boys that this guy obviously coaches at the baseball club he's part of, or nearly all the boys in those pictures are the original John Wayne Gacy victims.
Shit, I did not know that.
Really?
Did not know that.
Myself either, till I read into the movie when they actually paid homage and like respect to some of those young boys that were killed by Gacy, and they actually put them in there. They spoke to their families. Wow. Was it okay? And so yeah, the main character in it is loosely based on John Wayne Gacy, and I just finished watching the new TV series about Gacy. Actually, we'll talk about it later. But my pick for movie of the decade for me, for an indie movie that was made on a budget of like
fucking
$1 million,
nothing, yeah.
And I got it through Vinegar Syndrome, summer of 1984. I highly recommend it to anybody out there who wants that kind of warm, cozy 80s feeling in a movie with your pals, kind of investigating it. Nobody believes them. The parents are really cool in it. The setup's really cool. That'd be my goal. I got
a little bit of a Burbs vibe with that movie as well. Funny enough,
yeah,
when I watched
it.
Yeah,
it's a good movie.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I
agree.
You talk about remakes and stuff. It's not a formula that hasn't been done before in other movies. It has.
Yeah.
Is your next door neighbor a serial killer? Let's watch him and find out. Easy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
But they do it really well in that movie, and I
thought
it
kind of reminded me a bit of that Disturbia movie with Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah,
well,
exactly the same formula.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve, what about yourself? Is there anything that comes to mind? Wow, it's fucking hard.
It is hard. I'm probably going to go a little bit more mainstream. I was thinking about Sinners.
Yeah.
But I'm probably going to go Nosferatu. We talk about atmosphere in a film. Yeah. And that is just I love that film. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great set.
I think that's a really, really good, respectful to the original retelling, but also done for modern audiences. And I think that is just superb. I think that's a really, really well done film.
I agree.
I'm going Nosferatu.
Absolutely. What about yourself, John?
I've got to admit, when I thought about it, I come up with another blank. But I had a look online to see what are the best horror films of this period. And there's loads. You think, oh, yeah, of course. But one that's not on there is the one that was in my mind. When I was looking at it, it came to my mind. But it's not actually mentioned on there, which is a travesty, although the other two, one of them is mentioned from this trilogy. So my pick would be Pearl.
Pearl, very good.
Okay. Absolutely love that film. And it's just...
very good movie.
It's got everything. So for me, I'm going to go Pearl. Although there's plenty more there. It could be like close to it, but that's the one that's... I
love the cinematography in Pearl, and I love the colors in the movie.
Yeah,
it's awesome. Isn't
it? When that barn door opens, my goodness!
Whew. And it was made for about $1 million. It was all.
It's quite unique for them as well, because X is a bit like Texas Chainsaw Massacre in fashion.
Yeah.
But Pearl is the most unique out of the lot.
Yeah,
I just think it's great.
And I think it's that last shot that they hold on her just when she's grinning, and then the tears come down.
There's actually one great example of the cinematography in that movie, funny enough, and it's the bit where I remember seeing it, I was like, oh, this is just jaw-dropping. The camera just kept moving and moving. And it was the bit where right at the end, when she finishes that massive, incredible speech that she does, and the friend starts running out of the house.
And she's in the distance.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, my God. It's just extraordinary. It is
brilliant.
So
Really
it's
is
a great show. That's a great show.
That's a brilliant show.
That's a good one.
There's two that jump to mind, and the reason why they jump to mind is because they were the best horrors I've seen of both of those years. So I'm going to throw in Abigail, no question about it.
Yeah, Abigail's good.
Abigail is just absolutely fucking sensational. Again, not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but it's almost like they kind of just put it's like a couple of movies that we all love, like People Under the Stairs, and you get your typical vampire movie, you blend it all together, you get a bit of Abigail. So Abigail is great, a bit of comedy. Dan Stevens in particular, fucking amazing in that movie.
I think with Abigail, a lot of it depends on the girl's performance, and she is
great. She is so goddamn good in it. I couldn't believe it when someone told me she was Irish. I couldn't believe that.
Well, it was filmed in Ireland.
Yeah. And there's just the last one I have to put in, Evil Dead Rise.
Okay.
We watched it again during October, and I turned around and I said to Ellen, that movie, and I never thought these words would come out of my mouth, that movie is creeping. And when I say creeping, it's almost cracking my top 2 now when it comes to Evil Dead movies. That's how much I love it. I absolutely fucking love it. I love it. My first Evil Dead movie is my favorite, and then the second, Dead by Dawn. Evil Dead Rise is slowly catching Dead by Dawn for me.
Arrow are doing that, aren't they? There's been the little coming soon.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
I don't know whether it's just an American and Canadian release, but I'm sure Arrow have got it.
Yeah. Again, there's so many clever scenes during that movie, and again, I don't know if it's one of those things that it was a movie that I was almost resenting when it came out. When I found out that it was held in an apartment building, I was like, oh, no. This is not Evil Dead. And not an apartment building. It just worked so well. And people always say that I remember seeing reviews on it where people were saying, oh, they didn't do anything different in terms of an Evil Dead movie. And I was just look at the setting. The setting is more than enough to make it so different to the rest of them. Yeah. And all that, So,
did you notice the little throwback to Evil Dead 2 with the pizza box?
No.
The kids go and they get pizza, don't they? And then it opens the car, but the pizza box, it's Henrietta's Pizza.
Oh, I didn't fucking notice that.
I didn't notice that.
Wow. Yeah. Shit. I didn't know that. Oh, fucking hell. I'll definitely keep an eye over that next time. So,
the movie that I really like, guys. I preferred it far better to the second one this decade, and I really enjoyed it. Saw it in the cinema, and I've watched it a few times in 4K since. And in fact, I go for it nearly over the original a few times. It's Smile 2. I really enjoyed Smile 2.
Oh no, shit! I forgot about Smile 2 as well. You know something?
That last scene in the concert, fucking epic.
I'll tell you one thing I'll say about Smile. Right, I definitely agree. It's up there in the last decade. But if you were to ask me what is the scariest movie I've seen, then Smile 2 would probably be. Because there was one or two scenes in it. There was one or two scenes I'm not afraid to admit where I was like, I looked at Helen and I was like, oh babe. Oh, thank God you're fucking sitting beside me. Because it scared the shit out of me.
Good fun. Good fun movie,
Great movie. We got David Diggs here just saying he's watching the Thing movies back to back is the only way I watch them now. Yeah, Dave, I'm the same as well. Kind of like Halloween 1 and 2 now for me. The Thing is the same.
The last voyage of the Dementia and Nosferatu go well together.
Oh, you would say,
I like the two of them together. I think they go really well. And
but I want to do it the way that someone said that, like, to actually, you watch Nosferatu first, and then when it gets to the bit in Nosferatu with the
middle section, and then go back.
Go back. Yeah, that's actually interesting.
In the original book, it's like Bram Stoker's original book. I don't think it's even a chapter. The voyage.
No, it's a couple of pages, I think. Yeah, a
couple of pages, I think. But it's nonetheless it's quite a powerful part of the movie, and obviously the ship ends up in England. And I know people say, "Oh, well, Nosferatu's not really Dracula." Well, it is, but they ripped it off. There was a whole case where they went to sue.
That's right.
To sue them over it. In effect, it's Dracula's story. Whether you like it or you want to admit it, it's Dracula.
Yeah. Do you know something? It's funny, we're just talking about best horror movies. It never dawned on me to mention The Lost Voyage of Demeter as well, because people there was a lot. It's a good watch. I think it's a good watch. Yeah. I did.
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet. Want to see it?
Oh,
Oh, wow.
It's decent, John. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you like it.
I'm more of
I think you like
a-
John,
Well, I love
funny you mention
Nosferatu.
that. I've actually got. So in my next package I sent you, I have 2 copies of Dementia in 4K. So I'll pop one in there because a friend
There
of
you
mine
go.
bought me one. So
Oh,
I've actually
thank
got 2. The next time I send that package, I'll pop that disc in there for you. It's still all wrapped up. It's just sitting on
Oh.
my shelf as a double, so I'll pop it in there for you.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Thanks, Connor.
Fair play to you, mate.
Yeah, I really want to do what you were saying there. I want to sort of, because I'm a big fan of the original Nosferatu, of course. And I want to watch the Nosferatu. It's actually, I've downloaded on Sky Movies at the moment. I'm waiting for the 4K to come down a little bit in price and getting a deal. But I will watch Dementia, or Dementa. Is it Dementa?
Demeter.
Demeter.
So I could kind of do it with both
There's
of them.
3
Actually,
blokes,
you
3
know?
different pronunciations. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah,
You know, the ship.
Yeah.
the one, him on a ship,
The
Drac
fucking
on a
ship,
ship.
yeah.
Dracula ship. Yeah, absolutely.
Where'd you stand on that one, John?
Well, I saw that one of my favorite actors of all time is Bruno Gantz, who was in that film, and I can't get enough of him. I think he's just unbelievable. And everything he does is excellent. But I watched that way back when, and I didn't like it one little bit because I love the first one, and that was just what. But I'm really wanting to get to see it. I really want it. So I've been looked at loads of times in HMV when I go past. It's another one where it drops a little
it's
bit
good
funny.
4K. It's
a lovely set.
slow moving, isn't it? This one.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too slow for us at the point, but for us being a lot older now, I think I'm going to go back to it and.
I think when you see Klaus Kinski in a film, you want the mad bastard Klaus Kinski, and he's subdued in that, and that threw me a little bit. But yeah, I think it's definitely. I think 1922's Nosferatu is probably my favourite, followed by 24, and then that. But
massively my favourite. Have you noticed in the start of all the Nosferatu films, there's a cat playing with a ball of wool?
What's that, John?
I like the fact. Yeah, all of them have got the little cat playing with a ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, well.
Nice little throwback. When you see it, I went, oh, as soon as I saw that was at the cinema watching the new Nosferatu, I just went, as if to say,
nice.
I'm going to be in good hands here because of that, nod.
Someone actually someone actually left a comment on my video there. It was actually right around the time when I done the video for Nosferatu, the collector's release. And I instantly called bullshit on the comment. He turned around and he said, there's absolutely no way I'm watching this heap of shit when Robert Eggers never even watched the original movie. And I was like, where did you get that information from? That is absolute fucking garbage. And I had to remind them as well. I was like, man, by the way, mate, don't call a movie a load of shit when you haven't fucking seen it. And fucking what a stupid fucking comment. Of course, he never replied back. Actually, just speaking of what, before we move on, there was actually one more comment I got today. You're not going to believe this. A representative of Universal. Now, I'm just going by this. Someone by Universal have contacted me, left me a message on my Casper video. And they said, Keith, we just want to give you a heads up. We know we've had a bit of a slow year this year, but we really are now kicking on this year in terms of Back to the Future and the Wild Robots coming out as well. But they said
the Back to the Future trilogy,
but they turned around and they said to me, we promise you, we have a very special year planned next year. And he says, we're going to be back big time. So
Wild Robots.
That's going to be God damn it, more money gone. We got Matthew here just saying, hello, Keith, Steve, John, Connor, Ellen. Looking forward to a great stream tonight. Hope you're doing well, mate.
He's a great man. He's a great man for the facts, Matthew.
Oh, absolutely. He's
really niche things. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's my trivia guy. I'm doing a YouTuber on a YouTube channel that has a trivia guy. Matthew, good man. We got Gary here saying, who would you most like to meet in person for a one-on-one out of Kane Hodder, Robert Englund, and Nick Castle? And what would you ask them? Oh, Jesus. So we're talking about Jason, Freddie, and Michael here. So, Steve, where does your heart lie?
I'm going to go Robert Englund because the guy's a motor mouth anyway. He loves to talk. But I would ask him what it was like making Eaten Alive with Toby Hooper at that period of time. Because that film is fucking insane, and it is superb. And I would just like to know all about that because I think it's really, really interesting. So we'll go the Nightmare on Elm Street or V route. It would be Eaten Alive.
Absolutely. I like the way you went there. I was kind of going somewhere like that myself. What about yourself, John?
Definitely Kane Hodder. And I would just like to ask him what he thought of the other people who played Jason. And obviously he's going to rate himself better than them because I think he's a bit full of himself. But I like the bloke. I think he's entertaining.
He has played Freddy as well, though.
Yeah.
He was the hand that came up in
part
1.
I never thought of that. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah,
and he was Leatherface in part 3.
Shit, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Yeah, he played him. He was the stunt coordinator on that, so he did a couple of stunts as Leatherface.
Wow. Okay.
It's funny because
I agree with you about that, John.
There's not just like one person in some of the Jason films. Sometimes you can have 2 or 3 in the same film. Playing a lot of different people playing in different parts, like 2 and 3 or 4 even. But for me, I would just like to say to him, do you rate the other people, or do you think if you went into them films and like retro sort of put yourself in films, do you think you could have nailed it? Because I think that Friday the 13th Part 3, I think that's when Jason became the Jason character.
Jason,
I think everyone else has followed on from him with a sort of big neck and a big sort of bulking thing and looked like a big bloke. And I think would he sort of like shout out to him and say, "Oh, well, I took me direction off him"? I doubt he would. But I'm wondering how he rates the other ones if he takes himself out of the equations and you might have a good point of view on them with him doing.
On that though, John,
most,
who's your favorite Jason?
What's that, Steve?
Just who's your favorite Jason?
Oh, my favorite Jason. Not the one that's in Friday the 13th Part 9, that's for sure. He looks like a little tramp who's just slept rough. No thanks.
But he's eating well.
But I do like 3. I do like the fellow in Part 3. He started the
Richard Brooker.
Richard Brooker, that's right. Absolutely.
Died, hasn't he, recently as well? I think.
Yeah. Okay.
What about yourself, Conor? Between the 3, and what would you like to ask?
I'd have to go Robert Englund, and I'd probably ask him. I'd ask him about 2 things. I wouldn't ask him about Nightmare on Elm Street at all. I'd ask him about V, because he plays Willie in V.
Willie, that's right. Yeah.
Fiction shows, and also he did a really. I like it. Not everyone's cup of tea, but he did a really good. I thought it was really good. I think it was 2001, 2002. He did a remake in a
2001 Maniacs.
Yeah, one of Herschel's 1960s movies. He did a remake of it in 2001, 2002, Town of 1,000 Maniacs. And it's about a bunch of uni students that in this town are like descendants of Confederates, and the South will rise again and all that. And I don't even know if that movie get made. I don't even know if that he had an eye patch. Don't even know if that movie get made today. The original movie by Herschel was made right in the middle of the civil rights movement, and it's pretty controversial as well. But it's a great fun movie, the original Herschel one, and the remake's good too. So I'd ask him about them, and I'd ask him about V.
When I came across that movie that you were talking about there, what's it called? The Robert Englund one, the last
Maniacs.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me why, but when I heard of that movie coming out, I instantly thought Rob Zombie directed it. Don't know why.
Really?
Maybe when you think of when you hear the name of the movie, I don't know. It's just I always thought Rob Zombie had something to do with it. I don't know why.
Am I remembering that film correctly? Hasn't Eli Roth got a cameo in that?
He does, yeah.
It's the same character he plays in Cabin Fever, which I hate.
Yeah.
I
actually watched the original '60s movie again a couple of nights ago, and because I have a Herschel collection.
The Arrow one, yeah.
Brilliant.
There's one in there about the two. Is it the ones that have the hair cutting shop? They do pigs.
The gruesome twosome.
The gruesome twosome.
Yeah. Because there's blood feast is in there as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Blood feast is brilliant.
Yeah.
But those guys.
Like Colour Me Blood Red.
Good. Yeah.
They must have done a lot of pushback.
Kills. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, I'd ask Robert Englund.
Anyone watch that? Blood Feast 2. You ever watched that?
No, I never
No.
seen it.
It's pretty good, actually.
Too, all right. I write it down, John.
I thought it would have been. It is Herschel Gordon Lewis did it. I think it's the first film he made in like 20 years. And
he made his money in
Enjoy-
advertising, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Stuff.
Advertising
Yeah.
in America, and then he took that money and ended up putting a lot of it into making those movies. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a decent film.
Okay.
2002, so it's worth a watch.
Okay. Good shout.
I think with myself, naturally, I'd have to go with a Nick Castle, but I think I think the first thing that would come into my head with Nick Castle is how do you go about going from Michael Myers to writing Escape from New York? I think that's
Transition.
I just find that as just so kind of like was that. I always wondered about it. I was like, when you were working on Halloween, did you and John Carpenter have this conversation already about Escape from New York? Was this all going stemming back to Halloween? Yeah. I kind of wanted to know as well, often, was he ever approached again to do Michael Myers when they came back with the likes of 4 and 5 and or because he did. I know in the David Gordon Green ones, he wasn't. He didn't. He only featured. There was only a couple of scenes where he's standing, wasn't it? I think it was something like that along them lines. Yeah. But he did feature in them. So I always like the thought of, that where did that concept come from for Escape from New York? And then he went on to direct The Last Starfighter, if I remember correctly, as well. Yeah. And that, he did, and I just love to know as well what he kind of picked up from. Did he learn anything from John Carpenter in terms of his directing style?
Jump from like, wow, not seen as an actor to then writing an epic movie to then directing an equally epic 80s movie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's different
experience, isn't it? Of course, in The Last Starfighter, the main actor in it is
Jimmy in Halloween 2.
Not Jimmy, but the old man, the guy who's like the alien who flies with him. He's Irish. He was in Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
Because the main star,
O'Hurley, he plays the main character in Season of the Witch.
That's right, the villain,
Warlock, and he's also I think he's the CEO in RoboCop 1 and 2, isn't he?
That's right, and that's what I'm saying, because the main star of that Starfire is your man Jimmy from Halloween 2. And as well, so they're all
in the ambulance. They picked the bodies up. Is it? No,
that's it. He's ambulance. Yeah, he's the air. Yeah, absolutely.
Lance something, isn't it?
Lance.
He's in Jaws 4. He's in Jaws the Revenge. He was
Lance Guest. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, he is. Right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We got Michael Heppert here saying, "Good evening, everyone. I missed the last couple of streams. Well, thank you, Michael, for stopping by. Hope you're doing good, mate."
Michael, God bless you.
Hey, Michael.
We got Carlos here saying, "Hi guys, the 6 o'clock news has posted a pic of the UK's most wanted men: an angry Irishman who loves Amazon shipping, an Irish hiding in Australia, a Geordie who's a Sunderland fan, and a dodgy Englishman." How's it going, Carlos? How's it going, mate? We got Gary, the Blu-ray addict, here saying, "Hello, all. What's the weirdest horror film you've seen? The weirdest horror film? Fucking hell! Don't get me started with fucking weird. Weird horror movies.
There's so many of them.
Not one in mind that's upstairs, and I'm going to try and remember it. I'll go and look online. It's got not stupid, but a mad title.
Right.
One that springs to mind for me immediately is that
Santa Cedra.
Santa Sangre. It's
oh yeah, that is odd, isn't it?
Alejandro Jodorowsky.
On the bathroom quickly, Keith.
But yeah, no problem at all, mate.
It's got circus performers, it's got saints, it's got dead elephants, it's got freaks, it's got mutants. It's bizarre but brilliant. And the 4K of this one is a perfect format for it. You need that really bright colours in there, which this has got.
Okay.
This is kind of bizarre. Yeah.
Okay. Never heard of
How
it.
many times have you watched a horror film though, and you've just gone, I have no idea what is going on here, but it's bloody brilliant.
Yeah, I sometimes get the opposite effect where it's so goddamn weird that I just can't fucking stand it.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit like that.
It's a little bit too far.
Yeah. What about yourself, John?
Well, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is Eraserhead. That's just a given. But
Okay.
another one that popped in my head was Woman Chasing the Butterfly of Death.
Chasing the Butterfly.
Korean
Never
film
heard of
from
it.
1978, and
Never heard of it.
it's insane, and it was the first subscriber mail I got on YouTube. I remember that, and I've still got upstairs the Mondo Macabro title, and I can't even describe what it's about, but I remember that there's a big part of this woman in Korea is trying to make this. It's like I think it's a haunted pancake maker, and the pancake maker's throwing pancakes out. I remember that bit, and it's just these flying pancakes all over the place. A lot more to it than that, but you can't really describe it. But I liked it because it was so insane. So it is the weirdest horror film I've ever seen. But
a haunted
Eraserhead's got to be up there. Haunted pancake machine. Yeah, it's literally, that is true.
I'm
Right.
just going to
Much
that off
haunted
the
than
phrases that I didn't think I'd hear today.
I have one for you. And funny enough, I don't know what the name of the movie is, but I'm going to describe it to you in the hope that maybe one of you have seen it. But your man stars in it, The Social Network.
Jesse, what's his name?
Jesse Eisenberg. The movie is about. I really enjoyed it. It's very strange. It's very weird, but I really enjoyed it. But the movie is. I think he's in a relationship with a school teacher. I think he works as a janitor in the school, and I think they're looking to move in together. And they go to this. You're talking to this. What do you call it? These fucking people that sells houses. What's the technical estate agent? Thank you. He brings them to this estate, and he brings them into the house. Anyway, this fella disappears out of nowhere. He's just gone. The thing is, they can't leave. There's no one else in this estate. There's only them, and no matter what they do, they cannot leave. They try and drive out. They keep going around in circles, and they keep going back to where they were. And they start getting strange packages, and the packages is to do with food. There's a number of food in it, but the food has it's almost like a bland taste to it. It's almost tasteless, and it's all of a sudden they'll wake up the next day. There'll be a child, and they'll have to keep the child alive. If they don't keep the child alive, they'll die. And it's just so wacky, and it's fucking strange, and I loved every second of it. There was something about it. There was this certain atmosphere to it that I really enjoyed, but it doesn't go into too much explanation or anything. It's just happening, and then you get its ending, and then it's like, okay, now we start again, and it doesn't go down. It doesn't delve deep into it, but it's a good watch. It's this relationship starts crumbling around them because they can't deal with what's happening to them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need to find out the movie. It's a great watch. I really enjoyed it. Jesse Eisenberg has a strange name as well. Very odd name. So I'll try and find it and let you know about it. I will. Yeah, Conor, do you want to answer that yourself? What's the weirdest horror you've seen? Oh my fucking God.
Without a doubt. John, have you seen that one?
I haven't seen that one, no, but I know it.
Listen, I first came across this movie on my first few months subscribing to Keith's channel. And I was on sick leave from work at the time, and I hadn't been at work for a while, and I was looking for some things to watch. And I ended up grabbing the this movie because Keith showed it off, and I thought, looks interesting. And I'll tell you something, it's an absolute banger of a movie, and I love it because it's absolutely nuts. It's the 80s in a nutshell. Basically, dodgy real estate deal regarding a shopping mall. This guy gets burnt it's like an insurance dodgy deal. he doesn't die, but he actually then lives in the mall and kills anybody that he kind of is involved with that. He's building up to getting them. It's a real fun 80s movie, lovely Arrow box set. Phantom of the Mall. It's weird. It's but it's a really cool story, and I like it. And yeah, Keith's channel introduced me to that.
Yeah, in all fucking fairness now, Conor, when I put that on my video, I absolutely fucking destroyed that movie. I know
you did, but I actually, you know, we always say it, right? There's something in everything.
Yeah.
That's why I always try and see things twice or three times. I've got a soft spot for Phantom of the Mall.
Okay.
I agree with you. It's terrible, but it's got something about it that's fun to watch. You know.
I think I have around probably over it must be over 400 titles from Arrow Video, and if I was to give away one, it might be that movie. I'm not kidding. That's how much I hate it. It was. I honestly thought I was going to be watching something along the lines of, like, you know, The Initiation or Chopping Mall, along those lines. It really, really wasn't that at all. So look, it's my own fault. It's my fucking stupid, my own expectation going into it, and it's not what I was hoping it was going to be.
I think it's an absolutely lovely book.
Is that what it's called?
Thank you very much. That's it. But was it Valerian? Is it?
That, John? Yeah.
That's it.
All I did was just put it into, AI mode and just type in what you said, and it come up with that. So,
brilliant. Yeah, that's a great watch. That is a great watch. That movie.
Never heard of that one.
I just came across it. I think it was on Amazon Prime, and I was just looking for something to watch, and I came across it, and I had a good time with it. Matt Cat saying, "Go for a quick bite to eat and back on in the bish. Can I get anyone anything? Sardines."
Not really.
Look at Steve. Steve's already turned his head. He knows exactly what that's all about.
Actually, I'm going to quickly ask: has anybody seen the box set for Creepshow that's getting released on Amazon? It's got a quite a big discount already for the new Creepshow series. It's like 50% off.
Was it 3 series in there, Conor? I think
4 seasons of the Shudder Creepshow, and it's only like I know in Australia it's like £27 sterling or £25 sterling. Beautiful box set. They've reduced it already. It doesn't come out till next month. Is there a reason they've reduced it? Is it not going to be good, or is it?
I've seen 3. I've seen all 4. I've actually seen all 4.
Yeah. I have on Shudder. I don't mind them.
Look, there's good episodes, there's bad episodes. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Just don't be expecting. You know, like the worst story in the 2 Creepshow movies for me, believe it or not, is the Stephen King one. Jodie Farrell. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that's my shit. That's my least favorite story in both Creepshow movies, the first 2. Okay. But yet, none, even at the best in the TV series, none of them were as good as that Stephen King one. If that makes any sense.
Okay.
That's the way I look at. That's the way I look at it. I still think the first episode. So it contains 2 stories. Dark Matter was the first episode, and then the second one is a haunted dollhouse. And this is no bullshit. A haunted dollhouse, and it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. There's a little girl that has a dollhouse. Every time she wakes up, she looks at the doll, and all the dolls that are in this house, they're almost acting out scenes. That, you know, you leave them in one, like they'll be in one room, and then all of a sudden they'll be in another room, and they'll be all terrified at this floating head thing. It's a great story. But I just felt that it didn't. The series for the 4 seasons, it just never lived up to that first episode.
There's a very good episode too. A very good episode too about the guy that makes the VR headset, and he goes into that Christopher Lee movie with Peter Cushing.
The
Murder Train or Ghost Train.
Horror Express. Horror
Train. And he goes into the movie because he's infatuated with the female actress in it.
Yeah, and that's that. Christopher Lee and everything is in the episode. Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, and he's actually interacting with them.
And he's got the VR headset, John. Have you seen that episode?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, wow. So he's a movie buff, and he's got a VR system, and he's always going missing on his wife, and she's like, what the hell is he always doing? And in the middle of the night, he gets up and she's asleep, and he puts his VR on, and he goes into Murder Train, and because he's obsessed with the female actress in it, And then, of course, Peter Cushing are in there with them. And however they do with AI, he's interacting with them, and it's a really cool.
Right. It's right.
Yeah.
It's your man. What's his name?
Sounds good.
He's in
Jeepers Creepers.
Jeepers Creepers, yeah. And he's also with Barbarian, I think. Barbarian.
Yes.
Oh,
And he's in Weapons as well. That's right. He's in Weapons as well.
Yeah, that's it.
He's in Weapons as well. He plays a bit part in the new Weapons movie.
Right, I'm going to be getting that soon. Funny enough, from Italy.
Right.
We got Ash here saying, "Good evening, gents. Hello, Ellen. The stream is going to be fantastic. I'll join you in a little later. We got an emergency in. That's how you start a shift. I'll see you in a while. See you, Ash.
Wow.
Hopefully it's nothing too bad, mate.
Your last stream, my emergency was we had a baby in the middle of the night.
That's true.
I couldn't stop laughing at that. I was like, what the fuck are you doing fucking texting in the stream?
Well, what happened, I'll quickly tell you what happened was the times hadn't changed then. So I came on this morning, your stream at 5 a.m., but that stream started at 4 a.m. And about 1 o'clock in the morning, Sinead woke up. And I'd only come to bed a little while earlier because I've been playing video games and stuff. And she said, I don't feel good. I think the baby's coming. And I was kind of like half asleep going, you take a Panadol, you'll be all right. And God bless her, she went in the shower and she said, no, my water's broke. I have to go to the hospital stuff. But then we couldn't get little Henry up and we're kind of stuck. And fair play to Sinead, she said, I'm going to drive myself. Don't wake Henry up. And she actually drove herself in the 4-wheel drive to the hospital. And then it was a very tiny, small country hospital in the middle of nowhere. It was like fucking something out of a horror movie. And then Sinead's mother drove 5 hours up the country to come down. And they actually held off the baby coming. And then basically the hospital rang and said, we can look after your little boy if you want to come. Your daughter's about to be born. And so I got in the car. Fucking Henry's half asleep. I'm throwing him in the chair. And then as I'm driving along, I had the stream going through the audio in the car. And then I did a voice message saying I'm going. And literally, I'm not kidding, I was still listening to it in my earpods as I was putting on the scrubs to go in and that.
That's fantastic.
That's fucking dedication, Keith.
That's fucking dedication, man.
It is.
Dedication.
You could well be one of the first streams to be nearly at a live birth.
I bet you fucking Sinead stuck that fucking phone up your ass when she heard about that.
Well, I told her we were laughing about it last night, and because we were looking at the actual original stream last night, and I'm thinking because 4 weeks old now, I said to Sinead, gee, it's been 4 weeks since Keith had the last stream, and we had the little baby.
Unbelievable, amazing. We got Gary here saying AI is getting scarily good these days in the movies. What famous deceased horror actor would you like to bring back to the big screen for another outing? Gary's on fucking phone tonight. Sorry, one last thing. Ellen, babe, there's a can in the fridge. Will you bring it up to me? Thanks, babe. Sorry. Sorry. Steve, do you want to go there? If you have any.
Yeah. I would go Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
Right.
Bring him back now. Bring him back. Let him have a crack. Yeah, definitely. Because everyone obviously always thinks of Frankenstein as they rightly should, and he did obviously The Mummy and loads of other different things, Old Dark House, all of that. But he also did Mario Bava films. He went to Italy and did Black Sabbath.
Yeah, he did.
Like that. So I'd like to see him do that, and I'd like to see him play against type rather than be some horrible creepy thing. I'd like to see him be more of the final boy rather than the final girl.
Right.
Like that kind of, or even putting him as a oh Christ, what's his name in Fright Night? Vincent.
Roddy McDowell.
Well, it's Roddy McDowell's character.
Right.
Peter Vincent. That kind of character. I think that would be good.
That's good.
I'd go for Boris Karloff.
Well, that's a great one. That's a great show. What about yourself, John?
I'm looking for someone here, and it might sound like a really weird thing to say. I'm trying to get a photograph of him because I'm sure you'll know who it is.
There's nothing weird.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that come up with me, apart from Peter Cushing, obviously that would be me top one. I mean, he's already been done, hasn't he? When you think about it, for Star Wars.
Rogue One, yeah.
someone I thought showed great potential and was kind of died immediately after he made it huge in a role that's kind of could be classed as horror, even though it's not really a horror film, but it's a horror element. And I think if he played that character in any of the films, more films, he could have had a great career. Do you remember the Alfred Hitchcock film Strangers on a Train?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, is it Bruno, the character who's on the train with Farley Granger when they get together and they swap the things, and he says, "Oh, well, I could do something for you."
I know who you're talking
You know
about.
who I mean? Well, he's called. I think he's called Robert Walker. I think.
Oh yeah,
Very good. Yeah. Okay.
I know the face, yeah.
I think that he could have done a load of stuff. I mean, I'm just categorizing off one film and one role, which was brilliant. It was so creepy and so weird that I thought he could maybe. It would be great to see him in something else because he's literally in that and nothing else of any description. I think he had a load of potential. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely, I get that.
But Peter Cushing, obviously.
Absolutely, of course. What about yourself, Conor?
Oh, without a doubt, I'd have to bring him back. First off, I'll say probably what all of us would say is I'm not a fan of this AI stuff. I don't like it.
No, I agree.
I think it's not good for business, and I think I don't agree with Tom Hanks on many things, but when the one thing you do own is your own image, and I know that company like families get paid, but even that Peter Cushing one we spoke about with Rogue One. 10 years later, whatever, that's still going down some bizarre legal routes. I don't know if you guys are aware of that.
Wow.
Well, apparently he left his image rights to a friend. It was a verbal contract. His friend's suing over. He didn't get royalties from it. Yeah, it's been going on since basically that was done. So I won't go stream with it, but look into it. That's actually, I think, about to or just halfway through going through the courts. Because apparently Peter Cushing verbally left his rights to a friend, and it's where does it begin? I don't like it. I think that's the iconic thing about movies, isn't it? That people can even fleetingly come into your life through a movie, make a big impact, or be there for longevity, make a big impact. But when you're gone, you're gone, and then the memory is alive in these movies. But in saying that, get Vincent Price back up. I love anything with him, and. I actually regularly, sometimes not now because I got the 2 books, but sometimes even when I'm half pissed, I bang on some of the old "This Is Your Life" episodes with Peter Cushing and Vincent Price, and they come on, and Christopher Lee, and I love watching them, all of them. But Vincent Price's accent, the types of movies he did, and he seemed to be the same age and everything. I don't ever remember him looking.
He's one of those people who's never really appeared young.
No.
Yeah.
He's always really old, and one of my favorite movies with him in it. One of my favorite movies with him in it is one I sent Keith a copy of. I don't know if you've ever got to see it, but House of the Long Shadows. It's like a black comedy with. It's got some of the people from Ghost Story are in it. Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, and I think I might know better. Is it the only movie they all appeared in together?
I think it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
House of the Long Shadows, where the guy in London gets a weekend to write the book, his new horror novel. He's been off the boil for a while. They tell him, listen, if you don't write this book in the next few days, bit of a Mary Shelley Frankenstein thing, you've got a few days to write it or the contract's gone. So he goes to this isolated mansion, and when he gets there, there's this whole fucking bizarre family in there. And Peter Cushing's in it, Christopher Lee, Vincent Price, and also Melvin Douglas. Douglas, the older brother in it. Anyways, I love Vincent Price. Science fiction, horror, House on Haunted Hill. Everything he did was amazing. Did you see the BFI's cooking show recently they released with him in it?
He was a gourmet chef, wasn't he?
Wow.
Yes.
No.
He did it. He's written cookbooks.
Yeah. The BFI released a Blu-ray. It's about 90 minutes long, maybe 2 hours, and it's all his cooking show.
Yeah.
He's an amazing cook. He did it long before it became a thing. Had a camera in his kitchen. Yeah.
Did not know that. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Cooking with Vincent.
Very. But I'd say Theatre of Blood for Vincent Price. I love him in that.
Oh yeah.
There's so many different characters.
Yeah.
And you get to
Donald Pleasant could be another one I'd probably ask for.
Yeah, that's my pick there. That's Donald Pleasance. I wouldn't say no to seeing Agnes Agnes Grimm coming back to play the tall man again in Phantasm. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, such an iconic role. I think everyone kind of forgets, you know, when you talk about horror, you know, when you talk about
He's
horror
an actor.
icons, you know, he's right up there. You know, the tall
Yeah,
man,
he
he
is,
is
you're right.
right up there. He's
It's
wonderful.
supposed to have been an
Why
absolute
is it that
gentleman as
box
well.
set never got a 4K release? We talked about Blu-ray to 4K. I know you have a German edition.
Yeah.
In
Did you
general, why
mention
is it never-
Phantasm then, Connor? Is that what you were saying?
Sorry?
Did you say Phantasm?
Yeah, I wonder why that's not never had a collective general.
I have a theory to why that hasn't happened. And funny enough, I think John will back me up on this one. When Arrow brought out that gorgeous set of Phantasm on Blu-ray, they went down to nothing. They couldn't get rid of them. They couldn't get rid of them. I remember going on to Amazon.
Or the
one with the actual sphere in it. Yeah, they couldn't get fucking rid of them. I remember going on to Amazon one day. They were selling for 25 quid, and I'm presuming that's what happened. I think they turned around and said, you know what, I'm not bringing this out in fucking 4K. We couldn't get rid of the Blu-rays when we got them. So
the last sale that they've just done, you know, is it a Shocktober sale that Arrow have got on at the moment?
Yeah.
I was going to order that because I'm not going to pay 60 quid for it, but it was down to 30, and I was like, oh, just wait till payday. I've budgeted. This is a blah blah blah. Fucking sod's law, it's sold out. So they've got
for fuck's sake.
I've managed to find it on HMV for the same price. Again, it's sold out, but they will get it back in stock and honour the price. But yeah, it's they've shifted them. It'd be good to get that on 4K. Certainly, I think Phantasm is massively underrated, and I love Phantasm 2 as well.
Oh, look,
Yeah, me too.
The Phantasm is a great example of a series getting worse as they go on. It just goes right down. It does, you know. It's, you know, I love part 1 and 2, and you know, part 2 is not a million miles away from the original for me. I think it's a great sequel.
Yeah.
Then there is a big dip with the third movie. There's even a bigger dip with the fourth movie, and that fucking last one, Ravager, that was called. That's just pure fucking amateur hour. That movie.
Yeah.
I thought it was fucking funny because Don Costello, who directs them, I think when there was rumors going around that he wanted to come back and do the 5th movie, well before that Revanga. But apparently he had the movie that he put together. It was like an 80 million budget movie, and they were there and they're like, look, your movies, you know, the Phantasm's done well in the box office, but wow, they never came remotely close to making, you know, 80 million. So, like, naturally, they turned around and said, the studios went, no, we're not taking a gamble there. But yeah, it was going to be this huge fucking, you were going to see, like, it was this huge conflict in terms of what planet they came from, and this, that, and the other. And yeah, he had a big movie in mind, and it was scrapped in the end. But it's
because for Phantasm 2, a very young Brad Pitt, he got turned down for the main role in it.
It was the last 2, wasn't he?
Yeah, he didn't get it. And do you remember the 85, 86 trailer? I think it was. It had that catchphrase: "The ball is back."
Ball is back.
And,
Yes.
Remember that, the priest in the mausoleum with the ball.
Yeah,
and, that iconic Crim voice. It's top movie, man.
I always said that when that scene, that very first scene in the first Phantasm movie, where the janitor gets hit in the head.
Yeah.
And when you watch it, and it's just so goddamn gross. Like, that was horrendous at the time, you know, it was so bloody graphic. And I said to Ellen, like, you see this thing happen to him, you see the drill going into his head, and you see the blood spewing out. And then they had the audacity, you know, you could see him fall into the ground, and then all of a sudden you could just see a trail of piss coming out of him. You know, and it was like, wow, they couldn't just kill him. They had to make him piss himself. That's the kind of details I love.
Yeah.
But this week now, the last 7 days on the build up to Halloween. Halloween night's my top 3 or 4 movies. But over the next week, I'll watch 1 or 2 of my, if not 3 a night of my other ones, and the real kind of like horror movies. And Phantasm 1 and 2 will definitely get a run, probably Monday or Tuesday night.
Phantasm's great.
I think they're so much fun, and again, they have a bit of everything in them, you know.
I get it. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Humphreys was just saying it's beer o'clock. What's Connor drinking? Bourbon and Coke? Absolutely not.
No, I'm actually not, and I'll tell you why now. Because now we have the little bubs as well, and I can't be going to bed pissed at 9 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, it'll have to be a few months again before I have any drinks at all, really, because I gotta help out. I can't be fucking as much as I'd like.
Of course. We got the Gary the Blu-ray addict here. So we brought this up earlier. Anyone seen Bring Her Back? Yeah, it's one of the best horrors of the year for me. I can see it divide people like Talk to Me did, which I also liked. It's also from the same directors. Yeah, we were just talking about. Sorry, Steve, did you see it? Sorry, Steve, I can't remember.
I've not. It's been on my radar because it's been such a well-reviewed film, and I only recently saw Talk to Me. I got the Second Sight collector's edition of that, and I thought it was fantastic. Really, really good. Not the most original sort of thing, but kind of original at the same time. But I just love the way it was told and shot. So those directors are ones to, and I love the way that they've come from YouTube. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Because everyone's kind of got access to make a film, right? And they've taken it and absolutely smashed it with their first film. So big. I'm looking forward to that, but I just don't want to get an A24 4K of it because number one, they don't do them over here. They're American ones, and they're generally shitty little digipack releases of stuff like that. And I'm really hoping that Second Sight get hold of that.
Brilliant! Yeah,
but yeah, I haven't seen it, Gary, but I do massively want to.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to reiterate because Ellen's seen it. Imagine that Ellen actually seen a horror movie before me, and Ellen Ellen loved it. Loved it.
Okay.
And Ellen knows my taste better than I fucking know my taste. And she turned around and she says to me, Keith, you're going to love it.
I don't know. If Ellen likes it, I might not like it because she loves Forrest Gump.
Don't start now because Connor's already in the fucking shit house for fucking mentioning Tom Hanks already. She'll fucking come up. And don't fucking start.
I think
no, she's fucking shouting at me. He's fucking happy. No. John, I'm presuming you haven't seen it yourself, have you?
No, I haven't seen either of them actually. Do. There's a lot of films I do want to watch, but sometimes you just don't get around them. If I miss them in the cinema, I'll wait for them to come out and. What I do is with those films, I'll wait for them to come out in Sky Movies. Something I'll pick them up on that, and then if I do like them, I'll go back and I'll get the 4K when it drops down in price. Mm-hmm. I do think that the current HMV ones, when they do 3 for 50 quid, I don't like that. I like 2 for 30. I don't know. I don't want to spend 50 quid there. I'm quite happy spending 30. So it's putting us off actually getting a few of them films. So what I would like to do is. See them rather than just buying them. I used to buy the 2 for 30s. I wouldn't even know what to expect. I would go and get them, and if it was bad, I wouldn't be making that much of a bit of a bad call on it. I wouldn't be wasting too much money on it. So I think what I will do is, I will watch them definitely, but probably because I missed them in the cinema, I'll stick to Sky Movies if they're good. Get them in a sale. I'm hoping that Christmas anyway, that HMV put the sale out. It'll be 2 for 30 because they're really keeping away from that. There's loads of them in the 3 for 50.
Yeah,
you just haven't got that. It's just a little bit too much, I think.
You get lucky, so even I was looking at Amazon Italy there. I think I posted it on the WhatsApp group. But Amazon Italy done this thing where it was buy 2 get 30% off, and I managed to get that Megan Steelbook, the Megan 2 Steelbook, and that Thunderbolts 4K Steelbook as well, and it was actually part of that deal. And I think I ended up getting both of them for around €53, which I thought was a great price considering both Steelbooks on 4K. So
I still don't understand how they managed to do the prices they do.
Neither do I.
It
just shows you how much they overinflate. It just shows you how much they overinflate.
Oh yeah,
I got that Sinner Steelbook, which is sold out over here, and I paid €26 for it.
Steve, wait a minute. Now, I knew I fucking had to ask you something, right? That Steelbook that you posted up.
Yeah.
When I see the picture of it, I was like, oh, right, is that the same Steelbook that came out everywhere else? Because it looked different.
It's the same as the HMV one, isn't it?
Is it the same?
Hold on.
Connor, you have the steelbook, don't you?
Yeah, I'll go and grab mine. Hang on.
Just is it the same as this one? I don't know why Steve's look different.
No, it's the same.
It's embossed
It is
there,
okay.
or debossed there. Sorry.
Same as
Right.
the Australian one.
Yeah.
In Australia, it was exclusive to JB Hi-Fi. Yeah.
And it's
Right,
exclusive
okay.
to HMV over here.
And what's funny is I rang Keith that morning because in Australia I picked mine up. It was only $2 more than the standard, and it was
That's
only like
right.
$40 Australian. I said to Keith, "There's one more on the shelf if you want it. Like I'll grab it for you and shove it in the package because it can be hit and miss in Australia with steelbooks, right? You can $1 or $2 more than a standard release, or fucking 4 times the price. It doesn't. There's never any rhyme and rhythm. But Sinners was only $39 Australian, which is €19.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like 20 quid. I always sort of cut the price in half.
Yeah.
And I think, Keith, there's one left on the shelf. I go grab it. He's like, "I'll leave it. I got enough to watch at the moment." So
yeah, like it was just at the time when Connor, asked, I kind of said, you know what, mate, I fucking want to see it, and I didn't want to leave it for another, I didn't want to rush Connor into, shipping it out to me. So I just wanted to watch it there and then. And look, I'm regretting it now because, it's such a fucking bare bones release for such an incredible movie that done so well at the box office.
Yeah.
And to see it getting such a bare bones release, it just
some makings of and a soundtrack to accompany it would have been really cool, or even a code to a link to a soundtrack.
Just wait until the Oscars are announced.
Yeah. Yeah.
There'll be a collector's edition with a soundtrack, but if only you had a slipcover, Keith.
And I tell you, that release reminded me of, funny enough, when Spider-Man No Way Home, is that the last one that came out?
No Way Home, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, there was me holding this standard release, no slipcover, and I was like, this movie grossed $2 billion at the box office, regarded as one of the best superhero movies, bringing all the legends back, Tobey Maguire, bringing all the iconic villains back, and this is what we're getting. And it's criminal. It really is. Anyway, but back on to what we're asking now. Bring it back. Sorry, Connor. I know we brought it up earlier. Did you see it? Has he bring it back?
I've seen Bring It Back. I've seen it bring it back 2 or 3 times. And if anyone here wants a standard Blu-ray copy of it, that's very easy to get here in Australia, and it's pretty good. Now, I'm pretty sure Umbrella are probably going to end up doing something with this, so that's why I'm holding off on any 4K. But again, I echo what everybody else said. That gentleman there who's seen it, it's an amazing movie, and it takes a tried and tested formula, and it really does spice it up. And I like how it's filmed as well. It's very it's relatable in how it's filmed. It's filmed in South Australia. I think it's in like housing commission, like public housing in the beginning. His dad dies, and then they're up for adoption. They go and live with this woman, and she's a bit bonkers. She's the actress who played the mother in the first 2 English. She played the mother in the first 2 Paddington movies. So this is quite a 180 for her. I'll tell you, people who like that movie, bring her back. I'd highly suggest another kind of underground Australian movie that's from the early 2000s that I only saw recently that really blew me away. It's called Snowtown.
No, never heard of it.
Snowtown is a true story in South Australia where there was this guy, John Murphy, I think his name was, and there was 2 other accomplices, but they murdered a number of people and kept getting their social security numbers. And what they did was they put the bodies into acid barrels in a disused bank. It's a very fucking crazy story, right?
Wow.
And they killed people and they were collecting their social security. And they had them in this disused bank. The movie's very fucking confronting if you haven't seen it anyway, but Snowtown.
The number 1 film is really starting.
Movie, but I'll tell you, don't have any younger people around because there's a few scenes in it that are graphical. And actually, the case just got big prominence again in Australia because one of the 3 murderers, I think, who turned Queen's evidence against the other 2, he just got released on parole after like 30 years. There was a bit of an uproar, and he's been given a new identity. And but really, 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 really good. Almost D-grade Australian movie, but based on a true story, and those kind of ones are always the worst.
Right. Sorry, John, you were saying something there.
No, I'm sure it come out with 101 films in the UK.
Oh wow!
They released that.
They did.
It just when you talked about it, I thought it just come in my head that I've seen that cover quite a few times when I've been HMV.
Yeah.
But what you're
Yeah,
saying,
well, I tell you, John, I think you know, because you and I tend to like a lot of the kind of strange, weirdy ones.
Oh yeah,
I think you'd probably really like it. But I can tell you, there's a couple of scenes in it that are a couple of scenes in it that really held me back a little bit. I was really gasping actually with them, and then afterwards I went and read. There's a really good book done by an Australian criminal journalist, and she wrote about the murders. That's it. Yeah. And that's the guy on the right, the guy in the black shirt, John something or other, and he basically mind gamed these. And I'll tell you what, some of the murder scenes and what they did to people in these bats, he murdered them in houses, really in your, like, you think Terrifier's crazy, Jesus, man.
Wow. It's only 12 quid.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a special edition.
Do yourself a favor, if you haven't got it and you're keen for something that's going to really blow you away, pick up Snowtown. And getting back to Bring Her Back, if any of you want the Blu-ray copy of it, it's on sale here for $12, so £6. I'm happy to shove it in a cheap envelope and mail it to you until it might tide you over until you get a 4K release.
Well, looking at the amount of people that are watching at the moment, can you send 67 copies?
Done. Done. Bang the fucking addresses in.
I just want to quickly respond to this comment here. There was just the final girl was saying, do you ever read the chat? I'm new and I honestly just wondering. As you can see, I absolutely read the chat. So if you leave a comment now, chances are I'll get to it maybe sometime next week. Because that's how slow we are when we get through these fucking comments. Look, we do our best. You know, we do, but you just love a bit of chat, don't you? Anyway. We got Gary here saying, have you ever had a nightmare so scary it would make a good horror movie? Wow.
Yes.
Oh, John has one. Okay, John. By all means, yeah.
It was, you know, well, there's two. There's two that spring that was up my mind. I thought, where on earth did they come from? There was one where I'm trying to think what it was. It was anyways in the house. I don't know when I was or where I was, and I went out. There was something going on in this house that I couldn't see because I couldn't turn around, but I could only look towards the door to look out. And I think there was someone in front of us, and they could see what was going on. They could see what was going on behind us, and I couldn't. And I'm saying to the person, "What's going on behind us?" And they were saying, they were petrified. They couldn't speak about what they saw coming behind us. And I could only go one way out, like a one way, what's it called? You know, like a one-way system, a route that I could find. I was in the house and I was coming out of the house, and I was walking towards the door with this person on the other side looking at us frightened, and I'm saying, "What's behind us?" And they couldn't say. And when I got out of the door like that, the only thing I could do was turn to my left, and at the back of the door, there was all the ground had been ripped up, and there was trail going to the back of the door on the other side. So this thing that come out there was behind us. It was only seemed to last for about a minute or two, and I was thinking, "Oh my God," because you just know that something's you know what's coming, but you can't see it. So that's not going to make a horror film, but it really,
I get it. No, I know, absolutely
petrified us. And then the other one was, which I don't know where this one came from as well. I was going down. I heard somebody coming up the stairs in my house, you know, the way it was. I hope I don't have this nightmare again tonight. So I was at the top of the stairs. I got on my bedroom, and I thought, well, where I keep all the not my bedroom, it's where I keep all the films, you know, the film room. It just happens to be a bedroom. So I was coming out of there, so I thought I'll have to go downstairs and see what's happening. So as I was going downstairs, my man came upstairs with covered in blood, like that. And I said, "Ma'am," I said, what's happened? I said, I've just been attacked by somebody in the house with a hammer, right?" Jeez. And that says, I said, "Well, I'm going to go and phone the police. You know, I'm going to go down and phone the police." And he says, "I wouldn't go down there because he's still there." And I just woke up and I was like, "My God!" But it was so real, you know. And
wow.
Thought, so yeah, creepy that one, but yeah, it wouldn't make a sort of film, but it might make a little vignette in a film.
I get it. Yeah, I get that. Like I I never had nightmares. Like, my nightmares are fucking, something fucking happens to a family member or something like that. Like, I remember the last time it happened to my sister, or something happened to my sister, and I woke up at 7 in the morning. I actually rang her at 7 in the morning. I was that fucking petrified that there was something wrong with her. So that's where the height of mine goes. But there was one time my brother Declan, I remember he told us this story. Declan he was in bed and he went down, he woke up and he was thirsty. Not so much a nightmare, but he was in bed anyway. It was like 4 in the morning. He was thirsty. He went downstairs and he went into the kitchen and he could get a drink of water. And you know the way you can sort of see something in your corner of your eye? Well, he kind of caught an image in the corner of his eye. It was down the hallway. And it was fucking Blake from the fog. Standing,
Yeah.
And he had the biggest dilemma because he needed to get back to bed. But the only way to get back to bed is through the hallway that he came through where Blake was fucking standing. And apparently Declan actually spent nearly fucking a half an hour in the kitchen before he actually conjured up the balls to actually finally run and fucking leg it up the stairs. But I remember the day he said that to me, it fucking, oh my God. I said that if I would have made my bed there, right in the kitchen, I wouldn't have went near that fucking hallway. But there was one time, again, not a nightmare, but there was where I used to grow up, the estate that I used to grow up in Towns Park, there was this house, and it was one of these old abandoned houses that's just been sitting there for years and years and years. And we used to always dare each other to go into this house, and no one would ever go in. Again, it just had that look that there was something not quite right with it. Didn't help the fact that the person that actually owned it died in his car parked outside the house. That was a fact. But anyway, there was one night, there was 4 of us together. 2 of them, not including me, I didn't go in. But 2 of them decided, fuck it, we'll go in. And it was close to Halloween. And the 2 of them went in. And they said, if a house could breathe, that's exactly what was going on here. You could actually hear everything. Everything that could creak, it was creaking in this house. But yet, they persevered. They got through the house. And it was a wreck. It was derelict. But they came into a room, they found a typewriter on a table and just a piece of paper on the typewriter, and it just said, God help me. And the minute the boys read it, all of a sudden, we just seen 2 shadows in the two clouds in the shape of 2 lads. That's how quickly they ran by us, and that they were gone, never to go back into the house again. Never. So a piece of paper on a typewriter. Never mind what you were hearing in terms of the fucking house and the creaks and all that. No.
Yeah.
Piece of paper on a typewriter. That's it. Gone. And that nailed it for me as well. When they actually told me that, I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm not going into that house. Fuck that.
Wow.
So yeah, Steve, do you have anything yourself in terms of nightmares?
Nothing that you could easily explain. I don't think there's anything, certainly nothing that would make a good horror movie. I mean, a couple of nightmares. At the end of, or near the end of In the Mouth of Madness, when he's going through that loop, he's trying to get away from Hobbstown. Going back into the center of that. I've had things like that, but that just turned out that was serving in the Navy.
Right.
So nothing that springs to mind. I've had a couple of things where there was one where I was convinced there was something wrong with my knee. When you try and explain a dream, it always sounds really, really weird, doesn't it? Well, I looked at my knee, and my knee had a split in it. And as I bent my knee, the split opened up. And the inside of it just looked like it was all crisscrossed with like rubber bands and everything like that. And it was at that point that I felt sick and woke up and was literally looking at my knee and doing that.
Oh, wow. Right.
Throughout that entire day, I just kept having this image of my knee being split open. It wasn't like pissing blood or anything like that. It was just open, and you could see these kind of. It was almost like the Thing when you're seeing tentacles and
the Thing.
And it just really got to me. But nothing that I could sort of say like John was saying. There's been nothing like that. I don't think that.
Right.
The only other nightmares that I had, funny enough, was after watching Salem's Lot for the first time.
Right.
I think I was about 8 years old, and I used to stay up and watch stuff with my mum. And I think it was, Connor, you mentioned before, it was originally screened over a couple of nights.
It was, yeah, done over 2
And I
nights,
think
yeah.
when the first break was when Mike jumps into the grave of Danny Glick.
Oh.
And opens it up, and then Danny just comes up like that as the vampire. And you kind of shit yourself, but that stayed with me, and I think I had a bad dream about that.
No.
Yeah, I was 8 years old, so I can be forgiven.
I think I actually said that story on my stream before. I don't know if you've seen it, but the time I watched Salem was on for the first time, and there's the bastard, me going to bed, and there's the bastards outside with a twig hitting the window.
Through the window.
I know.
I tell you one thing. Do you know Marv in Home Alone when he does the scream at the end of it?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was like. What about yourself, Connor?
I've had quite a few. Some of them I wouldn't talk about here, but one that resonates a lot with me is when I was young. I had one for quite a few years, on and off, and I remember having it. I remember explaining it to an older cousins of mine. They were about 14 or 15, and I was about 9 at the time. And I remember I didn't get what they were asking at the time, but a few years later it sunk in. But I used to have these terrible dreams of being stuck in corridors with giant balls coming towards me. And I remember saying to my cousins, and they said, what kind of balls were they, Connor? And but they were actually giant steel balls, and I was stuck in a corridor. And I remember vividly, and I've talked even to Sinead about this dream. I can remember vividly being stuck in these long passageway corridors, twisty turns, and these giant steel balls like just coming towards me, and I had to run. And I can remember having one of those dreams on a Christmas Eve one night when I was I can't remember when it was. It would be 9 or 10 maybe, but really affected me that night. It was the worst night I ever woke up, and I can remember waking up pissing sweat and so scared from that dream. Had it for years intermittently, and then I think 14, 15 I stopped having them. I never had them again, but I remember telling my cousins, and I still joke them about it. I remember saying them, they asked me about it, and I said, oh, these giant balls, and they said, what kind of balls were they, Connor?
There's one little
now
story
I get what I mean,
yeah, there is a little story that I remember. Again, it was creepy at the time, but then we proved what it was. But there was one time I remember in me house in Towns Park where I grew up. My father was in one of the bedrooms, and he was just looking out at all the houses that were in front of us. And you could see him, he was just looking, and he was kind of looking all confused. And we're like, what the fuck is this all about? So he ended up calling one of us, and he was like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? And we're like, look out, and you're like, and it was lashing rain and all that, I was like, what are you looking at? And then all of a sudden we all came over, and we all started seeing it, this UFO figure hovering above the houses, bit of a distance from us, and I was like, and we're all looking at it, and then kind of, it's one of those things that once you fixate your eyes on it, you once you see it, when you can't, once you see it, you can't unsee it. So we were looking at it, and I was like, there's something clearly hovering above all these fucking houses. So we were getting a little freaked out by it. So Declan turned around to me and he said, come on, we'll go out and we'll go over to the houses and have a look. And we got there, and we came back and we started laughing, and my father was like, what's wrong? I says, all the aerials in the houses, whatever way the moon, even though it was raining, the moonlight was reflecting the rain on, and it was forming a circle. Just the way the aerials were positioned on each house, and it just formed this circle that was going around it. And again, it was just one of those kind of debunked things. Nothing would have made us prouder to run back and turn around and say, there's fucking something hovering above the house. But no, it was the aerials. So that's whenever someone says to me about we seen a UFO and all that, I was like, nah, you fucking didn't. You seen what we fucking seen, you dipshits. Anyway, sorry, Connor, what are you gonna say?
No, it's funny. Dreams. What goes through your head is you'd never even see such crazy shit in a horror movie, or even you'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah,
and it only makes sense in your own head. And
absolutely.
It's only when you try and everybody gets this.
And that's the genius of Nightmare on Elm Street, because everything's off limits. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dreams.
Well, bar kill Freddy.
Yeah.
Or fucking survive the bastard. Carlos is saying, rank these horror movies from fourth to the first. You know, this one's actually easy for me. The Exorcist, The Omen, Friday the 13th, and A Nightmare on Elm Street. Ooh. Steve, do you want to take a crack at that one?
Yeah, I'm going to go Friday the 13th in fourth place. I am going to go A Nightmare on Elm Street in third, Exorcist in second, Omen top.
Wow, I think we're all going to have different agreements, the different lists in this one. And what about yourself, John?
They're all close, I'll say. They're all great films, and they're all ones I could kind of at any time put any one of them first. Strangely, how you sort of feel at the moment. I would say at the bottom, and this is no disrespect to any of the bottom one, would be Nightmare on Elm Street. Then I would say is The Omen and The Exorcist, and then Friday the 13th at the top. But they're close, very close.
Yeah. What about yourself, Connor?
Friday the 13th. That's with the mother would be number 4. Nightmare on Elm Street number 3. The Omen 2, and The Exorcist for me number 1.
Number 1.
You know, right from the beginning of that movie all the way through. I think it's, you know, obviously it's fucking epic. But The Omen 2 is, you know, Steve spoke about it earlier, getting a 4K release. Even that prequel recently for The Omen, I really enjoyed that. And the Omen movies are absolutely amazing, filmed in England. Friday the 13th, that one, I don't know. I'm not like, I don't know, the fucking mother annoys me and the whole thing annoys me. And that fucking idiot in the town, what's his name?
Ralph.
Don't go to
Crazy Ralph.
Ralph, mate.
Yeah.
Off, mate. And Nightmare on Elm Street, I like, you know, I think it's a great movie. The body bag scene in the corridor. Yeah. Good movies. People always pick these crazy movies, and it really makes me think.
Yeah. I'm gonna go 4. I'm gonna go with The Omen for number 4. And again, you know, very important that we reiterate how great these movies are, just so we're clear here. You know. But The Omen, I'm gonna put at 4. I'm gonna put Nightmare on Elm Street at number 3. I'm gonna put The Exorcist at number 2, and Friday the 13th at number 1. To me, I'm not gonna lie to you, lads. Friday the 13th is here. Everything that comes after Friday the 13th is down there for me. That's how big the gap is.
Really?
When it comes to, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think any of the sequels
Why is that? Why?
I think there is, maybe it's the element of unknowing when you first watch that movie who's doing what, where the Friday the 13th movies, as they go on, you know exactly who's doing it. That could be one element to it. I think there's a sense of atmosphere and eeriness to that movie that is untouched with any of its sequels as well. I just find that sometimes as well, what you don't see is scarier. You know, the scene with the girl at the archery range, and you know, you just see a light coming on. You don't know what happened to her until later on in the movie.
You
know, that whole thing of, you know, like the archery lights are on, and then he looks out and he goes, they're not on now. Well, they were before. All of that again, I get a thing vibe from that. So that's what I get from Friday the 13th. It's unmatched for me. It really is. I don't know what way you feel about that, John. I know you are a huge Friday the 13th fan yourself. Yeah, the original movie. But I don't know what way you stand on that.
No, I kind of, without knowing that, when you spoke about that, I thought, yeah, that makes complete sense. I do prefer Jason. I've got to say, I just like the character. I think it came alive a little bit. But Friday the 13th is one that I could never not watch it. It's got to be watched. It sets us up for the rest of them, and I do like it. But I can also agree with Connor. I think that it's just, I don't know. It's one that you can have great reverence for. At one point, you can also say it's kind of, I want to get to Friday the 13th Part 3. I want to get to Jason, and you kind of look past them too. But recently, on the last couple of watches, especially the last 2 watches, I think I've done of Part 1 and 2, I've enjoyed them much more than I have. You know,
that's good.
Coming up to that, when maybe 10 years ago I was all for the Jason stuff. I can appreciate Friday the 13th 1 and 2 a lot more now. but it's still like when I get to part 3, I love, but part 3 is my favorite. Just kind of get enough of it.
It's amazing to think that out of that original 4, part 3 used to be my favorite, and now it's my least favorite.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's straight.
Yeah.
And again, and I'd have a theory to why it is now as well, because I have a lot more. I know more in terms of filmmaking and that now. That when you watch Friday the 13th 3, its 3D elements really does frustrate me when I watch it. It's kind of like it's the with the fucking
yo-yo,
all of that.
Yeah.
I just when I watch it now and I'm like, fuck me, it annoys me. Fucking annoys me. And it's probably that in 3D elements as to why that movie is always going to be the ugliest in terms of if it does get a 4K release.
Oh, yeah. It never look good.
It's never going to look good. It's never going to look, so that's so that's kind of why it's gone down to
3D release, wouldn't it? I mean, that's as good as it's ever going to look, but it's not going to look like the rest of the 4K.
No, absolutely not.
The way it's filmed, yeah.
Exactly.
I need to watch Friday the 13th again.
Mm.
That first one for me, I find quite boring.
Wow. Okay.
But the thing that really sort of gets on my nerves about that one is it's not so much as a whodunit, because you've no idea who Mrs. Voorhees is because she's not in the frame.
Yeah, I get that.
All of this sort of goes on, and all of a sudden it's like, who's been doing this? Oh, this character we've never seen. It could have been anyone.
Yeah,
it could have been Dave the window cleaner, instead of Pam the cook, But having said that, I don't underestimate how important it is in the whole horror.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. No, there's just something that I don't know. Like I said,
this is why it's really interesting to hear this, because like Conor and I, our lists we just changed the top 1 and 2. And you got it. This is why I like it. I like to debate these sorts of things. I don't just want to go, John, Heath, you've said Friday the 13th, number 1. You're both wrong.
Yeah, no.
It's all.
If a guest,
what other people get from stuff.
If a guest ever does that to me on the fucking stream, it'll be the last time that guest will be fucking on. I can promise you.
It's been a pleasure, Keith. Thank you very much.
I think it's you say, like, for instance, we've all got different slants on it. We might have different slants in next year if we do the same thing. If you talk about Friday the 13th, mine swaps all over the place. Mine's went from God knows what to God knows what. But if anybody says to me, if they say the one that I would put at the bottom, which would be at this point probably Freddy versus Jason, somebody had that at the top, I would never say you're wrong, because that's your view.
Yeah.
And then you would say, like Keith said, I was really surprised when Keith said about Friday the 13th. I never really thought you respected it that much. That's not me saying that I didn't think you liked it or anything, but the way you just described it to us made me think, yeah, you've got a good point there. So
interesting.
That debate has brought out those interesting parts.
I think there's a point that I just have to quite make there when I kind of start doing this. Now, what I mean is, look, Friday the 13th, if I have Letterboxd on my phone, and me and Ellen, we rank every movie that we watch, right? So if I knock on Friday the 13th, I don't have to think about it. Friday the 13th is getting a 5. It's going to get a 5 all the time, no matter what mood I'm in. It's always going to get a 5 for me. But if I watch any other Friday the 13th movie, I can tell you now that none of them will ever hit 4 for me.
Oh, okay.
It'll be 3. It'll be 3.5. It will be 3. It will be 3.5. And that's a good number. Like Ellen always says, 3 is
still a recommendation, isn't it?
It's a recommendation. It's enjoyable. It's good.
Yeah.
But there is a considerable gap there for me in terms of Friday the 13th and everything else that comes after it. But I still love the movies. I love them so much.
This is why I think it's really important to watch films more than once.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Very important. There's a good question for you. What was the first horror movie you remember watching? Gary was just asking this.
Yeah.
Oh. You have one, Steve?
Mine's got to be the Universal Frankenstein films. Got to be.
Really?
Yeah, gotta be this. That's my earliest. Because the Hammer stuff came later. I know it definitely did because I couldn't stand the Hammer one when I was a kid because I watched mine. My dad used to let us watch it. God knows how young I was. So even the Frankenstein ones petrified us, but I could get through them. It was definitely black and white. Well, all the TVs were black and white anyway. So it's got to be the Frankenstein ones because that's the ones that I just remember the most. One all the time as well.
Wow. Jesus. What were yourself, Connor? Oh, Steve, sorry.
No, Connor, you go ahead.
Come on, Connor, go on ahead.
You're poised.
Douglas Fairbanks Jr. I think he did the first horror movie I saw. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I think black and white. I think was the first one that I can remember. I'm pretty sure it was not the 1931 movie.
Wow.
The 1931 movie.
That's the one where they had the transformation on screen, isn't it? And they did it.
That's right. And it got nominated for Academy Award. I think it might have even won something at the time. 1931, black and white movie. Miriam Hopkins and that. And that was the first. And I think it might have been on like BBC Two or something. BBC One. I think that was like one of the first kind of horror movies that I remember seeing, and I was quite young. And obviously that was a thing. And then the first one that really frightened me and made me scared was House of the Long Shadows. Even though like now I look at it and it's almost like a black comedy. It actually is a black comedy. But it scared me tremendously. Because I think in the movie there's like somebody living in the attic, and it's always pounding on the attic. And I was only about 6 or 7 when I saw it on Betamax or Beta or VHS or whatever, and it really scared me. But the first horror movie I saw that I remember distinctly was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah.
Wow, unbelievable.
1931 or 32.
What about yourself then, Steve?
Yeah, 100%. It was Hammer's Dracula, 1958 Dracula.
Oh, really?
My mum was a huge. She was a Hammer fan because my granddad used to let her watch in the 50s, like the Quatermass in the Pit, on TV and stuff like that. So she liked Hammer, but my mum also had a huge crush on Christopher Lee, and I distinctly remember I would have been 6 years old. And I think that on Friday nights it must have been BBC Two, I think, they used to show Hammer horror films. And my mum, my sister's older than me, but my sister would be in bed, but my mum would let me stay up because she'd want somebody to watch them with her. And so we would watch those. And so they were my gateway drug to horror. Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing were my heroes as kids. And that was the very first one. And then it kind of grew there, and then she showed me Salem's Lot, and I was scarred for life. But yeah, that's what it was. It was Hammer's 1958 Dracula.
Very good. Yeah, Superman 4: The Quest for Peace for me. If you've seen the movie, you know exactly why I treat it as a horror movie, because it's a horror fucking show.
That's cruel to
No, believe it or not, my first memory of a horror movie is the Amityville 2, The Possession. It was
good movie.
Great movie, and I was even young enough to still be very confused about the sister in that movie and what she was doing. You know, I was like, even now when I watch it, I was like, "What the fuck are you playing?"
I don't know why they have that in. I don't know why they have that in there.
I don't get it. It's so fucking odd. I can understand it. I can understand it on his end because he's been possessed. But what the fuck was she playing at? You know,
is it perhaps that he's perceiving she's doing that when in fact she's not?
No, she's fucking doing it. No, I think she's doing it.
No, I'm just playing devil's advocate for my own head because I still to this day find that really so it's not even relevant in the actual original story. I don't know where it came from.
Yeah,
really bizarre. To put that in there. I don't know why.
It's a very odd thing. And to be honest, that could have been I could remove that scene, and it would never affect me. It would never affect my enjoyment of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it needed to be there. We get it. You're possessed. It's
he just died last year. I think it was the year before. The real guy, what's his name? That killed the family in the house.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The guy who murdered his sisters and brothers in the house.
DeFeo. DeFeo.
DeFeo, yeah.
Yeah. Did he die really?
He died about 18 months ago, I think, or maybe a couple of years. But I watched a documentary a while ago, or it was a podcast. They interviewed him about the murders and stuff. Yeah, and he still sticks to the.
Wow.
Still sticks to the,
Yeah, okay.
He never got parole or anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, Possession 2 was definitely
Daniel
up there for me.
DeFeo.
Yeah, that's it. But there was actually another one. There was another movie that came into me fucking head. It was another horror. And I just had fucking memories of it when I was a young lad, and it's fucking no, you know what? It's gone out of my head now. I can't fucking remember. But there was another kind of obscure title. Oh, you know what it was? That's what I was going to say. I seen Halloween 2 first before Halloween.
Oh wow!
I did. So my love for Halloween started with Halloween 2.
Do you know what?
And then when I seen,
I did too.
Sorry,
I'm sure I saw Halloween 2 before I saw Halloween.
Yeah. I know a lot of people out there as well seen Halloween 3 before Halloween. Funny enough,
I
might have seen Halloween 3 before Halloween 1 as well. I might have. And
Yeah,
that.
well.
But yeah, the Poltergeist, sorry, not Poltergeist, Annabelle 2 is the one that I have the fondest memories of. Anyway, I should have been checking for fucking comments.
So amazing, Keith, that you mentioned that because I'll tell you, that goes through my mind all the time, that relationship in that movie, Amityville Horror 2. I don't understand why that was never, ever, even as a teenage boy watching that, I could never work out what the fuck that was about.
I don't know. There's things in it, right? I'll tell you what bothering me with that movie, and it's one of its biggest flaws with it, is they were doing things to that family in that movie where it's almost like they were trying to justify what was going to happen to them at the end of it. Now, Burt Young is an absolute nasty bastard in that movie. To the point that where you're like, right, whatever happens to you, good fucking riddance, because you're an absolute piece of shit. And I don't know if it was the director doing that. Was he almost trying to turn the family against its audience? Because having the sister doing that as well, where people would be looking at it and going, my God,
the father had quite a violent side to him. I know that much. And he was the real father. And I think he was involved in, he ran car businesses selling stolen cars for the mafia.
Really?
And that's why they thought it was a mafia hit at first. They actually had Daniel DeFeo in witness protection for the first few weeks after the murder. Because the father was quite violent. He wasn't in the mafia, I'm not saying, but he was involved in a business through car dealerships where he took stolen vehicles from the mafia in their heyday and he sold them for them. And that's how they funneling money for them and stuff. So interesting. And apparently he was quite nasty and violent. Again, doesn't justify what happened, but I do agree with you. And they made the mother out to be quite kind of meek and standby-ish and kind of
that's another. I was going to get to that. I was going to say, because the mother as well. It was like, why would you live with that? And then all of a sudden, there's almost this element of resentment towards her as well. Now again, but then you can look at the flip side of that as well. You kind of look at, wait a minute, there was a pile of kids as well. Yeah. The kids didn't do anything. So I don't know. I don't know.
I've been to another one. I've been to Ocean Drive. I went there a few years ago when I was in New York. There's not much of the original house left, and they don't like you hanging around the street. This would have been mid-90s.
Yeah, that's my concern. Funny enough, with the iconic houses that you can go and see in Halloween, I am worried one day that someone's going to have the same attitude, where what, I'm sick and fucking tired of people standing outside my house. I'm giving this house a facelift, and I'm going to put a stop to this, because it would be a shame.
Does anyone remember the name of the placard outside the house? What was it called? The little placard outside the house that like sometimes people they'll call their house a fancy name. Was it High Hopes?
Oh my God, I can't remember what it was.
It was like a little sign, the name of the house. I think it's
right. I can't say I remember.
But yeah, it's funny how number 2 never got any kind of a 4K treatment around it, because I actually think it's not a bad movie. I don't mind it myself.
I actually like it. I really like it. I think actually a lot of people out there prefer the second one. I don't, me personally, but I think there is a lot of people that prefer the Possession over the original.
I do prefer the second one.
Yeah, I get it.
That's been another one that's been ignored in the UK. You just never see it coming out.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah. We got Gary here just saying, what do you look for the most in a good horror movie? Jump scares, gore, creepy atmosphere, or all of the above? So Steve, what way are you in terms of horrors? What do you want to see?
I mean, the easy way out is all of the above. I think, jump scares are cheap and they're easy to do, but when there's an effective one, they're fucking brilliant, aren't they? But I think I mentioned this the last time I was on, Keith, that what I really look for now in a good horror movie is that I like the kind of the creeping sense of dread, the sort of stuff that you go, there's on the surface, there's nothing wrong here, but I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
There's something that I just feel a bit on edge like that.
I get that.
That's what I really look for. It's not anything that's particularly scary or gory. I've got, when I was 14, I wanted all the gore, there's still a part of me that still wants that. But I mentioned it earlier on, Martyrs I watched recently. John, have you seen Martyrs?
Absolutely.
So I think that's an absolutely brilliantly made film, and it's not the most graphic film you'll ever see, but my God, it makes you feel really uncomfortable and really and it's that sort of thing that I think as I've got older, that's the bit that really sort of gets to me. I think it can be quite easy to be shocking. I think with the Terrifier films, it's like, well, okay, in the first film I sawed a girl in half that way. How can we keep topping that? And then, by the time you get to the third one, it's like, let me show you some bloke's bollocks dancing on a chainsaw. And it's kind of easy to do that.
Yeah.
And I'd get as much enjoyment out of that as the next person. That sounds wrong.
Sounds crazy.
I go for that bit that just makes me feel like I can't relax when I'm watching the film.
Absolutely.
I kind of like that. So that's it for me.
What about yourself, John?
I'm going to say more or less what Steve said there. I think when I was younger, it was like gore first. And I think there's a lot of films that I used to watch that were gore heavy, and I used to just watch it for that. And I didn't really pay much attention to the rest of the film. I think Evil Dead, I get more out of that as it goes along because I appreciate more of it. But I used to kind of more or less zone out in the bits, or really sometimes even fast forward it till it started to pick up a bit, which is sacrilege, really. So, but as you grow older, I think the creepy atmosphere, if you get that sense of dread, there's something wrong. You don't know what it is. You kind of thinking, is this going to really get us? That's what I prefer in that. So the gore, I like the gore as well, but the gore can be less for me now. I can go back to a film that I didn't think was anything back in the day, and then look at it now and think, wow, that was so good. Why did I just not like it? And also, jump scares are good when they're done good, but that would be sort of like bottom of my list. I wouldn't, if a film was creepy and it had no jump scares in at all, I wouldn't care less. It's not as if I say I wanted a good jump scare there. I don't think anybody is ever going to cinemas to say, I hope I get a jump scare. It's not top of your list, is it? I don't think it's ever been. I know it's the common thing now in the horror cinema to just give you some massive jump scares. You're going to jump anyway because the music's that loud. Some jump scares are brilliant, but I think it's what Steve said. When you sort of grow older and you change, your sensibilities change, and creepy atmosphere for me wins every time. And that kind of, there's something wrong here. But what is it?
Absolutely.
Weapons is great for that, just to use that as an example. Yeah.
Great. That's music to my ears. What about yourself, Conor?
I guess pretty much like the guys, but I like a bit of everything. And now that I've got quite a good collection, I'll go for certain things that I know have got it. If that's what I feel like. But in a nutshell, I particularly like Asian movies because I think they do creepy atmosphere very well, particularly the Indonesian movies, the Thai movies, because they don't have the ability, they don't have the access to the fancy CGI and computers like you have in Hollywood. So a lot of it leans on what you can't see. And I think, and The Wailing does that very well. that we spoke about earlier, and a lot of the Thai Vietnamese movies I watch lean towards the atmosphere because, in a good way, they're not relying on technology an awful lot. So it's what you don't see sometimes can be more unsettling than what you can see.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah. Look, we got a full house here, lads. Yeah, it'll always. You don't need me to tell you. I've spoken about it so fucking much on my channel. People that rely on gore to sell a movie for you, you may be going into it the wrong idea there. Look, gore has its place in movies. I get it. I absolutely get it. But it begs the question, though, as well. If I turn around and I said to somebody, what's the best modern day slasher movie you've seen? And someone turns around and goes, Terrifier 3. And I was like, grand, right. I'm going to take the violence out of Terrifier 3 now. Is it a good movie? No. So I said, well, right. So the story doesn't matter to you then in that movie. It's only the gore that you're going to see. For me, that's not a movie. That's not a movie. It needs more. It needs more. And it's probably why I resent the recent Halloween trilogy as well, because David Gordon Green, he just went so over the top with the violence in those movies. And again, this goes back to, I think it's studio interference and why you need a director to stand his ground and turn around and say, no, you know what? John Carpenter's original Halloween movie didn't show a single drop of blood. I'm going to do a Halloween movie. I'm not going to show a drop of blood either. But no, the studio executives come in and say, look, there's going to be a pile of youngsters watching these movies. They want to see blood all over the place. You have to give it to them. You have to give it to them. Yeah. So that's the way I'm not saying that I don't enjoy gore movies. I absolutely do. I fucking do. It has its time and its place, but creepy atmosphere all day long.
It does, but you watch somebody getting their head chopped off and it's kind of shocking, but you're going to giggle. Generally, a decapitation, you'll crack up. Mm-hmm. Show somebody getting a paper cut.
Yeah.
Because we've all had paper cuts. We know what that feels like.
You're right there.
Somebody with your teeth or eye going flotchy with his eyes.
Yeah.
It's just the thought of going there. You don't really need to gouge it out, but go on, Lucio. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's that kind of thing. Sometimes you don't need to go that far. Just the suggestion is enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
A good one that I quite like is, on Last House on the Left, when the fella, he's kind of the only one who gets guilty, and he kind of wakes up and they're all dressed like doctors, and they put the chisel on his two front teeth and the bucket, but he wakes up, doesn't he, from a nightmare? And I thought it was brilliant, that, because you kind of because you can imagine you get your two front teeth taken out with a chisel.
Talk about a film that makes you want to take a shower.
But
it's grubby.
I'm just looking at Gary's comment there, and it just hit me. I'm just looking at it. Jump scares, gore, creepy atmosphere, or all of the above. And funny enough, when you think of the thing has all of that. The thing has its gore. It has its atmosphere. It has that in abundance. And it does have its jump scares. The defibrillating scene in particular, where, fuck me, that frightened the fucking shit out of me when I first seen it. It's so unexpected.
That's one of those ones where you go, oh my God, no, it's not done that. Whatever can happen next? Oh, okay, a fucking head can come off and turn into a spider. You really have got to be fucking with it.
It's great.
It does have it. So, sometimes, Gary, it is all the above. Yeah. But again, creepy atmosphere.
Well, yeah.
I think we've all mentioned it, but one word that is probably missing from there this sounds really bad to be saying this, but one word that's missing there for me is story.
Story, yeah.
If it's a good yarn, I'm there. Everyone's there, I think.
Yeah.
But no, that's a really valid question.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I just read this here. Have any of you guys seen the new Fanta cans with Chucky, Megan, Michael Myers, all these big names on it? Is that really? I've never seen any of them.
Yeah. I saw them in America on YouTube, I haven't seen them in Australia. Because they did a Halloween selection.
They've got the adverts. Yeah.
Right, okay. We got the Beatles here saying, hi, Keith, Steve, Connor, John, and the 4 Musketeers are back. Hope you're all well and getting into the Halloween spirit. Absolutely. And what I'm fucking loving about the stream tonight is we're sticking to the horror thing, and it's great.
It's great, isn't it?
It's fantastic. It really is. Speaking of Art the Clown, look, we have him here. There we go. Good evening, gents. Hope you're having a great stream. Doing great, Art. Thanks again for stopping by. We got Carlos here again now saying, Carlos, horror movie sub-genre face-offs. Werewolves versus vampires. Zombies versus possession. Hammer versus Universal. Oh, you're going to love that one, lads. Monster and... sorry. Hammer versus Universal Monster. That's what you're saying. Hammer versus Universal Monster. And... No, am I reading that right?
Yeah, Hammer versus Universal
right,
Monsters.
yes.
Yeah.
And Slasher versus Jallo. Okay. Right. Do you want to take a crack? I'll let Connor go first in that one. Go on, Connor. You can take a crack at it. I'm looking at Steve. Steve is a very busy man there. I was just looking at him and I was like, you know what? I'm going to give this man a break.
I go vampire movies straight off the bat. I prefer vampire movies, and I prefer them. Possession movies I do quite like, but zombie movies, when I think back some of the classic old 70s and 80s ones, I'll always go zombie ones. Zombie over possession. Hammer versus Universal. I do like my hammers, but unfortunately I'm going to lean towards my my traditional Universal, the original ones. The Creature from the Black Lagoon, all them movies, they're just iconic and amazing. And I know they were all done in one form. Thanks, love. They were all done in one form or another in the Hammer movies, but the Universal. And Slasher versus Giallo. Now, I don't know too many Giallos. I've only watched 2 or 3 of them, and that's really since I've got kind of involved in the community a little bit that I've been educating myself. So I'll stick with what I know, and that'll be Slasher.
Slasher, absolutely. When in doubt. John, you want to take a crack at that?
There's some tough ones there, Carlos. I've got to say they're really close, these ones. But I'm going to have to. I'm not going to sit in the fence with anyone, even though there's one I could put on a level. Werewolf and Vampire would be Werewolf. I prefer werewolf films, even though probably the better ones are. If you put them all the vampire ones that they've got, the werewolf ones, I'll probably prefer the vampire ones. But I do like werewolves better. Zombie versus possession. I like possession, but I love zombies, so a zombie wins out. Flash. It wins out easily. Hammer versus Universal Monsters is going to be the hardest one for me. I love them both. I've got equal nostalgia for the pair of them. I'm going to have to.
I have a funny feeling I know where it's going to go, but
the slightest micrometer, I'm going to go with Universal Monsters.
I guess because
it was my first thing. I've got the most nostalgia with them, even though I watch a lot more Hammer stuff. I watch more Hammer more regularly. But when I get into Universal, I get so much of a nostalgia for everything that happened at that particular point in my life. I was watching it, as Steve said, it's probably 5 or 6 years old, sitting there petrified on the black and white TVs, middle of the night, and staying up late. So, but that's the slightest one. And Slasher versus Giallo is, I would always had Slasher first, but. And the grades, I'm not disrespecting anything to do with slashers because it's such a good genre. It's probably one of the best out there. But Giallo kind of just winning slightly because Giallo there's that many of them. And they've got the twist in them. You know you're going to get a twist. It's maybe slasher as well. But I'm all about the twist in the Giallo because some of them are just unbelievable. So you get that little kind of, not all of them, but you get some kind of really excellent twists.
Absolutely.
And sometimes you've watched. There's that many of them. You go back and after not watching them for quite a few years, and you watch that many Giallo in the meantime, you can't remember. It's just the one that happens. So you're kind of watching it fresh again, even though you might not get it until the end. You go, oh yes, that was it. That whole thing was the thing that led you to the end of it. So I think they're the gift that keeps on giving because there's that many of them. You kind of get confused. So Giallo wins slightly, but they're all good there. That was a tough one, that Carlos. I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Always comes up with great ones, Keith, doesn't he? Always gets you thinking.
Absolutely. He's very good at that. He's very good at that. Yes. Steve, do you want to take a crack at it?
Yeah. Werewolf versus vampire. Werewolf, because I can think of at least 3 werewolf films that I think are really good films. I can't think what my favorite vampire film is, if I'm honest.
Wow, okay.
I could immediately go American Werewolf in London, Howling, Dog Soldiers, Wolfman remake, Wolfman original, great. For vampires, it's like, I'm not really sure. There are some great vampire films, but I think the best werewolf films are better than the best vampire films.
Okay.
Zombies versus Possession's not even a question at Zombies. You know, Possession, you've got The Exorcist. I like that. Really good film, but come on, Zombies, you've got Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead remake.
Yeah.
Living Dead.
Hammer versus Universal Monster. Now, this one, I've got a lot of nostalgia for Hammer. As I mentioned earlier on, they were my gateway drug to horror.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go Universal because, I'm not going to turn my screen round to my other screen, but it's the Universal Monsters backdrop.
Oh, very good.
But they're like a comfort blanket for me, the Universal films. Creature from the Black Lagoon is probably my favorite.
Yeah, it's a fantastic movie.
Or Wolf. Creature from the Black Lagoon, I think, hands down, the best creature design ever.
Yeah.
It's just superb. So I would go for that. And this is the one. Carlos, you fucking son of a bitch. Slasher versus Giallo. I'm going to side like John did. Marginally, like literally a hair's width ahead for me is Giallo. Purely because you've got that twist. Normally, they're very, very stylish as well.
Yeah.
The soundtracks are usually absolutely banging on Giallo films.
That's a really good point, though, Steve. So some of the soundtracks are unbelievable. Yeah,
just
absolutely.
incredible. Just incredible.
Yeah.
And I just like that whole aesthetic of a Giallo film. You know, if you look at something like Blood and Black Lace, that's the blueprint for the Giallo. It's the black gloves, a trench coat, a hat, a face you can't see. Just a massively, massively cool score. Everybody is dressed impeccably. The colors are really, really sharp. If you see that Arrow 4K of Blood and Black Lace, oh my God, that's such a transfer. That's unbelievable. You know, you've got really good looking guys. You've got gorgeous women. And a razor blade. Fuck it, yeah.
I'm gonna round it all off with a razor blade.
Black gloves and a razor blade. There you go.
Black gloves and razor blade. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go vampires. And the reason why I'm going vampires is I'm basically going my favorite vampire movie versus my favorite werewolf movie. What do I prefer? Vampire. So Vamp, believe it or not, Vamp over American Werewolf in London. No, Vamp over The Howling, I should say. Sorry. So yeah, I think standing back, looking at vampire movies, you got Vamp, Lost Boys, 30 Days of Night, Fright Night, the Twilight movies. No, I'm only messing.
Blade movies.
Blade movies. Blade.
Daybreakers.
Daybreakers, another great one as well. There's just so many fucking wonderful vampire movies. Werewolf, I would struggle. I could comfortably name 10 great vampire movies. I might struggle to name 10 good werewolf movies, if I'm completely honest. That's the way I kind of stand with it.
It's a shame that werewolf ones don't feature more, but they just don't really.
You said it to me before, John.
Though, aren't they?
You said it to me before, John.
A creature as opposed to somebody with a pair of fangs in.
Like John was the one that told me about even how the werewolf got fucking even screwed on Hammer. There's only one werewolf movie on Hammer, So
no, that's
right. When you've got Ollie Reed as your werewolf, you don't need any.
So yeah, I'm definitely on the vampire side there. I have to go with zombie as well over possession, even though I have to admit in terms of genuine scarier movies, I'd probably be leaning towards possession.
Yeah.
more than zombie.
Right.
But when you think about the amount of great zombie movies out there, it'll always outdo what you see in terms of possessing.
Can anyone mention a really scary zombie film?
No, I suppose
Not really.
maybe when I was younger. When I was younger, I would have found some of those zombie movies, particularly Dawn of the Dead. I thought that was a very scary movie when I was little.
You know, I'll tell you one thing, lads. If you ask maybe my 8-year-old self, in terms of a zombie movie that frightening, Return of the Living Dead probably would have been up there.
Really?
Yeah, well,
Yeah. When fucking Tarman was absolutely terrifying when I seen him.
He was
for the first time.
the way he moved was really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Return of
one
the Dead.
on the table saying how much it hurt, death hurt.
Yeah. And then, of course, the zombies are kind of running in it as well, and there is an element of unsettlement about that as well. It's because you actually look at Tom Savini's remake of Night of the Living Dead, they almost make fun of the fact that how the zombies are just not a threat in that movie when you're one at the end of it is just simply walking.
But Barbara's right, isn't it? It's like they're not so quick. We could just walk away.
Yeah, absolutely. And they kept referring to that, and even that when she does leave at the end of it, she's just comfortably just walking by them, and then I remember a woman zombie comes up and she just kind of bumps off her, and she kind of just effortlessly pushes her away, and it's so anyway, I digress.
sorry to ask. Dawn of the Dead, isn't that? There was a scene in that movie. Is she dreaming a scene where she's in like a padded cell or something, and all these hands come through the wall? Is that
Day of the Dead?
Day of the Dead. Yeah,
that's the opening shot.
Me as a kid, and still, I saw it recently, and I rewatched some of the Stranger Things, kind of getting ready for the final season or whatever. And they went to see that movie in the cinema, and that scene came up, and I remembered how scary I thought it was as a kid for a zombie movie. I thought that scene was very scary.
Absolutely.
Good scene.
Yeah.
She's looking at the calendar. It's on the wall, and then and saying she's looking at the calendar.
Absolutely.
You don't expect that though, do you?
No, you don't. No, absolutely not. No, I have to tell you, it's Hammer and Universal Monster. I am a lost boy. Lost boy with this. So all I can do is compare my favorite Hammer to my favorite Universal, and I probably will have to put Hammer ahead of Universal. So Creature of the Black Lagoon is probably my favorite Universal monster movie. I haven't seen many of them, bear in mind, but Curse of Frankenstein was my favorite Hammer, and I actually prefer quite considerably over.
That's the only way you can do it. Yeah,
it's the only way I can do it, unfortunately. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, lads. I love Giallo. I fucking love Giallo. I'm very surprised that both of you went with Giallo over Slasher. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because Giallo only lasted so many years. Slasher is almost universal now at this point. Yeah. So to live in a world where there's no Halloween or Friday the 13th or Scream, as much as I love Giallo and I love so many movies, for me, none of them come close to Halloween, Friday the 13th, or Scream. For me, that's the way I'm looking at it. I think Giallo was, Giallo was a certain. There was only so many years. How long did Giallo last for?
15
years stint, wasn't it? Something like that. 15 years stint. Where Universal Slasher, it's still going today. So. That's just the way I kind of look at it. So, but like I said, you're absolutely right.
The Giallo ones are just like that time period. Even the slasher ones, I prefer the slasher ones from that time period. But I understand what you're saying. There's so much in the slasher stuff that you can't discredit.
Yeah,
but I just think personally, if I had to pick the two, if someone said to me, "What do you want to watch, a slasher or a Giallo?" At the moment, I would go Giallo.
Absolutely.
Just by a fraction, mine, but
I understand what you're saying as well. Like you said, that when you're watching a Giallo, that you're in the presence of a Giallo, and that's what kind of confuses me as well. Yeah. Because when Malignant came out from James Wan, I'm not going to name names here. Me and John know. I'm not going to say. But
exactly what you're going to say. Yes.
Right. Someone was there, turned around, and he was promoting this movie like it was the greatest horror movie ever made, and he kept saying Giallo. And I was like, right, I'm very, very familiar with Giallo. I know exactly what it feels like. You mentioned the style, the look, the music, the score, everything. It all just blends together. You get it.
Mm-hmm.
I did not get that with *Malignant*. I struggled to see it, and
Not at all.
I think people get confused. People refer a giallo as any kind of 70s Italian horror film.
Absolutely, yeah.
It bugs me because obviously Dario Argento was he's made several really, really good giallo, and people go, "Oh yeah, Suspiria. It's my first giallo. It's not a giallo film.
Yeah,
Suspiria is a supernatural film.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to see a giallo, watch a Agatha Christie.
There you go.
It's more akin to a giallo than something like Suspiria. It's not just an Italian horror film.
Well, I'd said to Deborah when we first started watching giallo, I just think it was like a gory Columbo.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah,
really done it, and put an obscure animal in the title. Lizard in a woman's skin. Brilliant.
Because there was an element, like I even went through that fairly recently. I think I even brought up that question before I actually asked John about it. Because I was a little bit confused of what is seen as a Hammer movie, because I brought up that movie, The Horror Express, and I remember asking John, I said, is The Horror Express classed as a Hammer? And John turned around and said to me, no, it's not. It's not. And maybe again, it's the cast, isn't it, that kind of brings you to it, isn't it? So why do you think it's a Hammer?
I think a lot of people associate Hammer with Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee quite rightly.
Yeah.
But there's when you're in the sort of Hammer and you've watched as many Hammers as been out, you just know what to expect. You know the different actors, the bit part actors in there. You know the different music. You know the cues, the this, the that. All the sets are basically the same set with just another bit of wallpaper on it. You can see Dracula's castle just when they're walking past it in a graveyard. There's the castle doors and that. Just turn the camera around and that just to save money. So it's a huge. It's kind of like if you know, you know, and the more you watch the Hammer stuff, the more you will know.
You'll know.
You see
Hammer
horrors are more the
Gothic
Christopher Lee style things, aren't they?
Yeah, and you do think, is this a Hammer? Just because of them two in it. But then you either look online or you get the flavour of it and you say, it's not, because it's not got the vibes on there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. So moving on, we've got a question here from Gary saying, is there an actor and actress you would love to see in a serious horror film that has not yet made one? He said, i.e. Meryl Streep. Imagine Meryl Streep in a horror movie. Fucking hell. I have one actor that and I'm going to just say it now, because I'm just wish this actor would just step out of his fucking Oscar shoes and do something a little different. DiCaprio. Even to see DiCaprio in a Nosferatu type movie, anything that's just somewhat, just a bit of a gothic horror, or even what your man Guillermo del Toro was doing with Frankenstein. Just something like that, other than what he does at the moment.
Yeah.
I just feel that every time that DiCaprio makes a movie, he's kind of going, will this get Oscars? I think Oscars is in his brain. Yeah. It's all he thinks about. And that's what I would love to see. I was going to say Tom Hanks there, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think Tom Hanks did star in a horror movie.
One of his first films was a slasher. One of his first films,
yeah, that's right.
Yes, that's right.
So yeah, I'm going to go with DiCaprio on mine. So, Steve, do you have one?
I'm trying to think of some of the ones that I really admire, and a lot of them have done horror films anyway. So Emily Blunt has done a horror film. Florence Pugh has done a horror film.
She's actually Emily Blunt's done a couple of good horror video games as well in her early career.
Oh, is that right? She's done a couple of good visual novel horror movies. I think one was called one was about, I can't remember the name of it. There was another one then called The Bunker, I think, which is a British one. I don't know if she's in that one or not, but she done at least early in her career one or two horror game videos. They were like visual, they're like movie novels, and you make decisions. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah.
I've got a follow up there for Steve as well. Sorry, Steve. I just needed to ask you because I'm just struggling with it. You said Emily Blunt. What was the horror movie she was in? I'm sure you'll remind me.
she was in Quiet Place. She was in Wolfman.
Was far.
Yes. Ah, yeah.
Do you know something? Do you know? It just fucking dawned on me. It just hit me. She's actually in another horror movie that not many people know about. She had a movie called Wind Chill. Have you ever seen that?
Is that where the car pull gets stuck on like a road in a mountain? Is it? And
that's the one, Conor. Fair play to you. Yeah, fair play to you. That's actually not a bad movie. That's a good movie.
And all the different people who've died in the accidents become relevant in the story.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's a good movie.
Ellen, we're watching that in bed tonight, babe. I want to watch that. Thanks, Steve. Yeah. That's awesome.
I might go. He might have done horror films, but I've not seen it. But I might go Tom Hardy as a specific kind of character. Yeah. I'd like to see Tom Hardy in like a Vincent Price role, as the person who fights people into the house, and then or as the manipulator or something like that. So I'll say that. But I don't know. Has he done any? I'm not aware that he has.
And not that I know of. I can't.
The closest he would have done to horror is that TV series. It only had one season. It was in Victorian England. Taboo. Well, it's not horror really. It's as close to dark that I've kind of seen him in.
Yeah.
And his character in Peaky Blinders obviously is pretty cool, but that's not horror either. But I think he definitely has the ability to over and do something. Taboo's very good.
You know what? Tom Holland.
Look at that. Wow.
To do like Tom Holland to do something different, like Daniel Radcliffe has done.
Yeah,
I think Daniel Radcliffe is underrated. Maybe it's because I watched Woman in Black the other night, and I thought, he was pretty good in that.
He was good in that movie. I like that movie a lot.
But just to go, do you know what? I'm sure you're quite a good actor, and I'd like to see you do something that's where you're just a little bit of a piece of work.
Yeah.
That's somebody mentioned Child 44, Tom Hardy. That's pretty good.
Tom Hardy.
That's kind of a killer.
Is that Gary Oldman as well?
Sorry?
Would you believe me, lads? I'm not kidding you. I have a box set of that movie. That is the most extraordinary thing you'll ever see. And I can't do a video on it because I'm worried about getting a backlash doing a video on it.
Yeah.
Why?
Because of its Russian influence. That's why I have to.
You can't close your eyes to other forms of entertainment. In my eyes, I'm not telling you your business, but I say this to people all the time, and it gets back to talking about video games earlier on before they even come out, calling them this and calling them. You can't close your eyes to any kind of new adventure because it has an affiliation to something that people mightn't like. That's just, to me, I'm not saying you're thinking like that, but people out there think like that, who really think I can't play Star Wars Outlaws, or I can't look at fucking Child 44 because it has a woke feature in it that I perceive to be woke, or it's connected with Russia. You'd be closing your mind off to so much information to be able to make a decision about anything.
I'll tell you, Conor, look, I understand. I absolutely, and it goes without saying, I fucking 100% agree with you. I really do. But when you have a YouTube channel, if you put some, I'll give you a great example of it. It was the video that I done, and again, we're going off topic here, and we'll get back to it, I promise you now in a second. But there's a video I done where it was my worst cinema experience, and I mentioned, what's it called? I Know What You Did Last Summer. So I put that video out twice, and not many of you might have noticed it, but I put the video out twice. I put it out that night, and then I took it off. And then I put it back on again. And I told people that it was because of a copyright strike that I got the first time, but it wasn't. I went into a conversation about woke in the first video. And every comment was woke. People were questioning what was I seeing in this movie that's so woke related. And I had to justify it. And I was so tired of it. And every comment, no one talked about nothing else in that video, which was a very humorous video, by the way. It was a video that I was very happy that I put together because it was, despite the hell that I went through on that night. But no one was getting it. They heard the word woke, they gravitated to it, and that was it. That's all they wanted to talk about. And I guarantee you, if I do a video on that fucking box set, It'll be the
Child
exact
44.
same thing. It'll be me. You're fucking promoting Russia, and that's exactly where it's going to go. So you have to, like John, you know yourself, John. There is things you have to stay away from on YouTube. Unfortunately,
unfortunately, you've got to be very careful. Now, I remember we're talking about Child 44, and we're having a discussion with each other to say, what do you think? Do you think this is run by? There's certain ones I'll say to you, look, I'm thinking about them doing this. What do you think? And you will give your view, and I'll think, no, well, fair enough. So kind of bounce off each other and say, what do you think? Now, you'd said there's a lot of symbols on the boxes and stuff, so you just thought it was just
in the 1960s.
I don't know. It came, especially it was just at the start of all of the conflict, and it was just a bad time. I know you can separate things, and you weren't doing it with a view for that. But I did agree with you to just say, look, it's the wrong time, and you're right because you put these things out as just to say, I've got this set. This is the set. Nothing more, nothing less. This is what it is. And you're not putting it out to create any controversy, but sometimes it gets misconstrued as that, and it just blows up. And you think, my God, I'm just talking about the thing. It's not an actual thing that we need to dissect and like have a war about, for want of a better word.
Absolutely.
So you've got to be kind of careful. I know in an ideal world you shouldn't have to think that way, but in the YouTube world.
So where do you go then with a thing like Gorky Park that's got a hammer and sickle on it? If someone gave you collector's editions for that, would you feel the same way with the great Lee Marvin and all that in it? That's set in communist Russia, where it's I can't remember the name of the policeman that comes over from America and he's in Gorky Park. Or you talk about Red Heat having the symbol on it. Where would you go with those collector's editions?
Gorbachev, wasn't it Gorbachev?
That's right.
So, but where would you go with those kind of collector's editions for movies like Gorky Park or Red Heat, where he's got the Russian hat on the front? Would you not show them either? I'm just interested.
Yeah, well, I personally wouldn't think that would create anything. I just think that the Child 44 set, unfortunately, had a bit too much symbolism on it.
I think what you don't realize is in this box set, which John does know about, is the gift that you get inside it is actually a medal, and it's what's the CC? I can't think of the name, but it's directly linked to
CP.
Yeah, that's it. So it's an actual
symbol is on the hat that Arnold wears.
I know, but look, Conor. I agree with you. I think I should be able to, but your head is going to the comment section. Your head, that's where your head goes.
No, I understand that. And I'm not trying to be belligerent. I just for me, that's like cutting out the CCCP is the Communist Central Committee Party. It's the people who ran Russia, whether we like it or not, for nearly 100 years, and 1980 to 1989. So it's cutting out. I'm just intrigued. That's all.
During the marketing, isn't it? During the marketing, it gets funny during the marketing of something.
Yeah,
okay.
That's what it is. So if you look at that, which is the UK Blu-ray release,
to me that's worse.
Yeah. So you've got that, and then this went international. What's the difference?
I see the difference.
Yeah.
I got it.
I know.
I got it.
So
yeah, I guess it's like the Wolfenstein movies, the games. When they sell them in Germany, they remove certain things.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't. Look, anyway, lads, where you've got off topic, we're going to go back, bring it back here anyway. So, sorry about that.
I'm just going to throw in also Margot Robbie, by the way.
Oh, nice one. Yeah, that's not bad. Margot Robbie, that's a good one. So, John, where do you look? What actor or actress would you like to see in terms of a horror movie?
Horror film. I would like to have seen Clint Eastwood because he's so good in everything he does.
Oh, what a shout!
Wow.
The thing is, I've been watching loads of Clint Eastwood films this month. For some reason, I've watched nothing but Clint Eastwood films, and I've loved every single one.
For me, is a bit of a horror.
That's what I was going to say. Though he has sort of done that. Definitely get a sort of really big thriller vibe from it. Nearly horror. It's got a horror element to, but. Like a sort of, there's loads of horror films, style of horror films that he's just never gone near.
Yeah.
Just look the same and something like that, because what would he do with it,
I like that. That's a great show, John. That's a great show. I like that.
And he's fantastic as an actor, like you kind of touch him.
Oh, he's amazing.
Yeah. Amazing. Fucking amazing.
Amazing. We lose him, we've lost a great icon of cinema,
What about yourself, Conor?
I'm
Who
going to
would you
bring
like
it
to
home
see?
to Ireland, even though I live in Australia now. But I'm going to say I'd like to see a movie with Pierce Brosnan, some kind of some kind of a horror movie with Pierce Brosnan. And I don't
That's
know if he's
good.
ever done anything. I don't
No,
think he
I
has.
can't think of it.
Now,
Lawnmower Man. The Lawnmower Man would be the
nominee.
which one?
Lawnmower Man will probably be the closest, would it?
Yeah,
The closest
he was in
movie,
that,
yeah.
Mm.
I just think he's got that kind of an older, like his look just would lead well to maybe a good ghost story or a kind of a Van Helsing type.
I like
you
where
know?
you're going with that. Because
It's
funny
that
enough,
thing, isn't it? As people get older, they take on a different persona, and he
well,
is
Yeah.
it's funny.
definitely that.
It's funny
Yeah.
when Connor mentioned Pierce Brosnan, and then he said Ghost. You know, he said a ghost movie, and I was like, you know something? If you actually made a modern day ghost, you know that ghost story that you showed earlier.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan could fit into
Pierce
that. You could
Brosnan.
picture him in that. You
And
could.
I'll tell you something I found out a few nights ago when I was doing some research on that movie, Monster Squad, which we spoke about earlier. And Liam Neeson got paid and did some acting for that, but they never ended up using the role, his part.
Really?
Really?
Yes, I didn't know that. I did
Neither
not
did
know
I.
that.
Oh,
I'll tell you,
he did
we
some small parts first very early in his career, and they ended up removing them, but he still received his royalties for them.
we watched High Spirits the other night, and I'll tell you one thing: I forgot how good Liam Neeson is in that movie. He is
he
so
in it?
goddamn. Yeah, oh yeah.
He's the lead. He's the male lead.
He's one of the. He's he's the main lead ghost in it. Yeah.
Ghost, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's
The
fucking
last
great.
time I saw that movie, Keith, the first and last time I saw that movie was Westport Cinema on its initial release.
Really?
Not long ago.
I
1988.
cannot revisit and revisit now because it's a Halloween. It's held over Halloween. Peter
High Spirits.
O'Toole is special.
Yeah.
Peter O'Toole is so special in that movie, especially when he gets drunk, and he gets drunk a lot in that movie. He's brilliant. He's fucking special, that man.
Art imitating life.
Yeah,
Right, yeah. The great Peter O'Toole.
unbelievable. So good.
Yeah,
Now.
Pierce Brosnan would be someone I'd like to.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
Pierce Brosnan, I can see being the narrator of The Fog.
That's a good one. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's not bad. I like that.
Yeah.
We got Bonzo Dog here saying, hello, fellas. Are you fans of the actor Tim Curry and the movies Clue and Rocky Horror Picture Show that he starred in? Both have great recent 4K releases. Steve, are you a fan?
I love Tim Curry. Right. Again, confession to the group, never seen Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I'm with you.
Apologies. However,
I absolutely love Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Clue is that's just got a steelbook release over here,
Just
or just about to.
4K standard release in Australia,
Yeah.
but it's Michael Caine's in it too. Yeah.
I love
Michael
Tim
York,
Curry from Legend, with Tom Cruise, the Ridley Scott film. I think that is one of the most incredible representations of a demon / devil.
Absolutely.
The makeup on him is unbelievable, and his performance underneath all that makeup is great. Obviously, the OG Pennywise from 1990's It, absolutely brilliant. But Home Alone 2.
Yeah. That's a great shout out. Oh, come on.
And do bundle up. That is a line that is used in this house every winter. So do bundle up.
What makes me laugh in that is when Catherine O'Hara slaps him, and you can see the bottom lip quivering.
So and bless him as well, because obviously he's had horrific health issues. But as he keeps saying, I'm still alive. He's so fair play. Yeah, got a lot of time for Tim Curry. I think he's great.
Absolutely. Yeah, what about yourself, John?
Yeah, I think he's a legend. I think he's absolutely brilliant. Everything he does is unreal. Such a tragedy that somebody who's so talented can't really do what he needs to do.
Yeah,
think of all the things he could have done, but he's done some stellar work in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I love it, which took us a long time to love it. The first time I saw it, I couldn't stand it, and I didn't get it at all. Saw the pictures. I walked out of it. The pictures after about the first 5 minutes.
Wow.
And they started singing "Damn It, Janet," and I went, "What the hell is this?" Just took off. But it took us a long time to get into it. But I loved it. But my favourite bit of everything that Tom Curry has done, without a shadow of doubt, is the lip on Home Alone 2 when he gets this crack across the face and his lip. I couldn't know how he done it. It's it's just perfection. Honestly, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen, and if I ever saw him, I would say to him, that is just by, it's
the face acting is unbelievable, and obviously what's happened to him, that was one of his biggest, talents, I think, and the poor can't do it now, but that's terrific.
I would love to do it, but I just can't do it.
No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't. What way are you, Conor? What do you think yourself? Tim Curry fan.
Everything that everyone said, I agree with, and everything he's done that I've seen him in Clue and stuff like that, Home Alone 2, of course. Rocky Horror Picture Show, I loved it from the first moment I saw it. I think it's a tremendous. I saw it on Channel 4 one night, and the whole movie still mesmerizes me. It's having its 50th anniversary re-release now. I don't know about there, but it's doing the rounds in the cinemas in Australia here. 4K 50-year anniversary. It's getting a lovely, I think, a steelbook release here in Australia, which I'll be picking up.
Yeah.
I think it's either just released or it's releasing like next week. And of course, I thought he was epic as Pennywise.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan as well, and again, I can only reiterate everything that you've all said about him. I'm very new to Clue. Like Andy over Forgotten World of Movies, he was the one that he made me aware of Clue, like a movie about the board game, and I was like, really, Clue, class. So
Christopher Lloyd, I think, is
yeah. Andy said something to me. I remember that. I'll never forget it. Where he turned around and he said, "The ending will make or break it for you," and I never understood what he meant by that. And then it's only when we watched it, and I was like, "There's fucking 3 endings to it," and I was like, "That is quite fucking brilliant." That is fucking brilliant. I've never seen, and I didn't know about it. Apparently, when you went to the cinema back in the day, you didn't know what ending you were going to get.
It was literally a crapshoot. You didn't know what you were going to get. Yeah.
Do you think we spoke about this before? Do you think they've done that in the hope that people would keep revisiting it, going back to the cinema to try and get them?
It's a possibility.
It's a marketing scheme. Yeah, of course.
It's fucking quite brilliant. When you think about it, how do we bring an audience back to a movie? Give them 3 endings. That's how you fucking do it. So yeah, he's so wired in that movie. When he kicks on, he's just absolutely incredible in it. Now, I've never seen the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I have to tell you, lads, I have no desire to watch it. I just think that it's something that I'm not going to enjoy. But I'm not going to bash it either, because you should never bash a movie you've never seen. I know what I like and what I don't like, and I just have a funny feeling that I'm not going to get much from that. Having said that, John said he walked out of the fucking cinema, but he stuck with it, and now he fucking loves it. So,
well, I knew it was good. I knew there was something about it that I would want to like about it. It just took us a long time to get my head around what was going on, and when it kind of finally clicked, I thought, yeah. And then I think it was a film I just needed. If you think about it, when I went to that film, I was about 13, 14, just going down to Willie Bay House and thinking, right, I'm going to go and see that. I'm sure I'd seen it in my horror book and thought, I saw a picture and thought, that looks brilliant. Of course, the film is nothing like that picture I saw. We've got the big lips at the start singing the song, and I thought, science fiction, science fiction picture show, and I'm going,
yeah.
And then when they're skipping around, damn it, Janet, and I'm going, what on earth? But it took us. I mean, I bought another one, bit like 2001. I bought it on, DVD, by VHS DVD, and I never watched any of them until I got the last Blu-ray, and I thought, right, go on, I'll give it a shot. I think it was on my last probably 2 watches. I watched it when I've liked it, and it really clicked with us. But I think I just needed to be in a certain mindset, a certain age, to get what it. I tell you what, it's such a good film.
I think one thing that really put me off, or has put me off, Rocky Horror Picture Show, is that I think most of the people that I know that like it, I think, are twats. And it's
I don't know what you think about that.
No, It's them that have put me off.
Right, that's it. That's it now.
I think what you're saying there, I actually agree with you, because a lot of the people that I would talk to about it are fuckwits and who like it, because they think there's a perception among those people that you've got to have some superiority fucking
You've got to
IQ
have
to enjoy
this.
the movie. And if you don't enjoy it, you're not seeing it for what it is. What it effectively is, it's a little bit of what we just discussed a few minutes ago with Child 44. It's people who think one way. That's 100% right. Someone in the middle who's not quite sure, and then you got the people on the in this other area who are just doing whatever the fuck they want, and then the other two show up, and it's how they react to it, and that's, I think, what's fucking funny about the movie. I like that about it.
Yeah, it's not that I'm saying that everybody who likes the film I think is a twat. It's just the people that I knew that were always like, "Oh, Rocky Horror Picture Show." I just thought, "I fucking bellend." Yeah. We've lost Keith. He's gone.
Yeah. It's a movie that I like from the first moment I saw, but I've had conversations. There's actually been times where I've been with people who've got so into talking about it, when they've asked me if I've seen it, I've listened to them pontificate about it. I've just gone, no, I haven't seen that movie.
Exactly.
Fucking more of it.
Yeah, exactly. So I actually think I'm quite tempted to get a copy of it.
Yeah. It's got, it's all filmed in this fucking, it's got this crazy opening scene in the rain. They have the car, the thing, then they go into this house, and he's so fucking straight-laced, the husband, and thinks this is obviously a conservative, religion, Bible bashing guy, and he's married her, and she's the same, and she probably is, but in the back of her head, she's thinking, what's outside of these four walls? And I'll tell you, by the end of her night in that house, she certainly experiences it, and it's I think that's
Susan
what's fun.
Sarandon, isn't it?
Susan Sarandon,
yeah.
But he's the ultimate in square, isn't he? That fella.
Yes,
he's the biggest square ever. And when you see Frankenfurter for the first time, and when he comes out singing that song, you just think, And I'll tell you what, though, nobody could have done that like Tim Curry. Tim Curry was that character, and he made that film. And when that clicked with me, I thought that's why he's such a brilliant actor, because usually some of the roles he's done, not all of them, but some of them, nobody else could have done that role.
He seems like a really nice guy as well.
Yeah. Look, I just wanted to finish off. I was going to say,
welcome back.
No, I was just sorry. I thought that was just a fucking epic comment. I couldn't like. It was like there's the two boys under Steve and they're saying that they love the movie, and then he comes out and he says that. Oh, brilliant! Sorry, no, but I was going to just say, like, again, I look Tim Curry. I have to go back to Home Alone 2 again, because you know the things that comes out of his mouth during that movie, some of the gestures that he makes, or have a lovely day. It's even when they're in the bedroom and he goes, you've been smooching with everybody, and he says, Cliff, and then he looks and he's, the faces that he makes during it, it's just only Tim Curry can do it. He's a wonderful actor. He really is.
I saw a really good video a few months ago with Tim Curry getting interviewed by some school kids who were doing drama at high school, and he took a video call from them because they were doing the Horror Picture Show, and his teacher, one of the teachers, it's on YouTube, they reached out to him through his PR agent, and he actually took the video call and he ran them through some of the things he did for preparing for the movie, and he really engaged with them, which I thought was lovely to do.
Yeah, that's very nice. That is really nice. Absolutely.
I actually thought he was a twat for accepting the invitation. There you go, Steve.
We've got a message here. A comment here from Carlos. Another great comment here.
These things, I'm going to trip over that.
Oh, fuck. Carlos is asking just a classic horror movie scene that defines the genre for you guys. One scene only. Oh, Carlos, think quickly. Right, go for it, Carlos.
1977, Michael Myers stabs the guy up against the wall in the kitchen, and then the camera pans out, and he does that.
The head tilt.
That's a great one. That's actually a good one.
No blood.
Very iconic. Very iconic, yeah.
Just iconic, yeah.
Very iconic. Absolutely. That's a good one. What about yourself, Steve?
Well, I was going to say the defibrillator scene in The Thing.
Oh yeah.
But Connor's already picked John Carpenter.
Fuck you, because I'm going to go John Carpenter as well.
So I'm going to say 1922, Nosferatu, him going up the stairs, the shadow of him going up the stairs,
Mm-hmm.
which is, you know who it is, but you don't know what's going on. You can't really see it. Your mind's going, this is going to end badly. I'm going to go with that.
That's a great. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, lads. Like I have to go to the fog here on this one, and one scene that defines it is just the opening sequence, the very opening sequence.
On the
Him
beach.
telling the ghost story to the kids,
Campfire story.
the campfire story. Then all of a sudden,
One more story before midnight.
then the camera pans up. The camera pans up, and then you see that view of the ocean
To the bay.
and the eerie
Antonio
music playing, and then all of a sudden the title fog. The fog comes up.
Yeah, that's
Just
cool.
perfect, perfection. Sums it up perfectly.
That's fantastic.
What would you say, John? A classic horror movie scene that defines the genre for you.
This is I wouldn't call it a horror movie, but it kind of can be a little bit. And it just the first scene that popped into my head was in Clockwork Orange when they're walking by the riverside in slow motion with a stick, and he's talking about what's going to go on,
Yeah.
and then he gets the stick out and whacks him.
Wax
I
them.
just think that's it's not a horror film, but it's just so iconic. And if you showed that to anybody, they would be stuck, would be riveted to it,
It's the look when Alex pulls the knife out of his cane, and he's all
It's just really well done,
I get that absolutely. I like that.
I need to watch that film in 4K. I've got the 4K, but I've only watched the Blu-ray, and I thought the Blu-ray was unbelievably sharp. So God knows what the 4K is going to be like.
Hold on to your head, hats for 4K. The 4K is great. Although it got a bad thing to say, it was very cold. It didn't look colourful enough. But the main thing was that's the way it was meant to look. It was meant to look colourful. And I think people didn't get the fact that it wasn't going to never be, vibrant reds and that, because it wasn't meant to be that kind of look to it, just like cold,
muted
future.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Gary was asking here, is there a character in a horror movie you hated so much you wanted them bunked off in the first act of the film? Do you know something? I'm going to answer my one now because we only watched it recently, and I have to say it. But we watched Halloween 5 not so long ago. And there's a fella in it. Do you remember Halloween 5 well? Just out of curiosity.
The only one in my head is the fucking clown music.
Was back in that one?
That is a 9, Steve, with the two cops, yeah. But there's a fella in it with his girlfriend. They go into the barn together.
Wow.
And he's the whole movie, he's just the whole way. And I was like, you annoying little bastard. And Michael, get this fella and get him good. And fucking thankfully he got him good. But he is an annoying, I can't stand his character. He's a reason to why I wouldn't want to watch the movie. That's how much I hate him. Sorry, that came into my head. So, Connor, I'll let you have a crack. Is there one character in the movie that you want to see killed off in the first act? Bear in mind, we're talking horror here now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, and I can't, because I think most of the annoying ones are ones I don't like. Usually get killed quite quickly, anyway, don't they? The ones they think you like are the ones who hang around the longest, I suppose.
Do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, I'll have a mooch in my head.
Yeah, have a mooch. What about yourself, John? Do you have any?
I'll tell you who I really despised when I first saw him, and most of the films he was ever in. But I've changed my mind on that. I think he's great. Actually, it's a bit weird now, but if I would have had me thing back in the day, it would have been Corey Feldman in Friday the 13th Part 4. I couldn't stand him.
Really?
He used to boil me piss. He was just an absolute prick. But I kind of get him now, even though he's the biggest nutcase you'll ever see in your life. The whole Michael Jackson thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And he does all the moonwalking, he does all them
Yeah, I've seen that.
He
Yeah,
gets booed off
I've seen
stage
that.
all the time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fucking
Wow.
mental. Then.
But I can understand him now. That's why a lot of
Fair
films that Lost Boys I didn't go near because he was in it. But
Wow.
I'm over that now.
Fair enough. Steve, do you have one?
Sorry, that's. I've just got all these images of Corey Feldman in my head, and I'm just thinking, yeah, fair play. I've got two.
It's fair to say, John, you weren't a fan of him.
No.
The two that I've got, and there's a similar character trait between them. My Bloody Valentine, the fucking douche who's always pranking people. Remember the one? Yeah, annoying.
Got it.
But the one immediately that I saw that I thought, I really hope you die and die quickly. Shelley from.
Oh my God! I can't believe I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm embarrassed. That's a good one. Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Oh, you little bastard.
Not only that, but he's also awful.
Lads, I just thought of another one there I have to throw in. I'm sorry. The wheelchair dude in Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
He was going to be my one. He wasn't in the remake. Pointless bloke.
Franklin.
I remember the day. I'll never forget that. I've told this story so many times, but when I reviewed that movie on 4K, my first original draft of that was I said something like, "It's the only movie I've ever seen where you're rooting for the killer to take the person out in the wheelchair." And Ellen just around. She looked when I showed Ellen that clip. She says, "Not only are you not sending that out, you're going to go in now and fucking reshoot the entire video." And I had to.
What you should do, reshoot that scene, make it, and then wear the medal from Child 44.
Something like that. Thing is, though, all the cast couldn't stand Franklin, could they? Unless he was trying to be in character, but
what does he bring? He didn't put him into the remake. What does he bring to it? Why is he there?
Just to be a annoying wanker, I presume. That's it.
I didn't have him in the remake 2004. Maybe subconsciously, that's why it's overtaken it for me over the original, which is a very rare thing.
Sorry, Conor. I picked your one there. Is there anything else you can think of then?
No, I think that's
the thing that's really stands out, sorry to butt in, is when they're all exploring the house and they're doing this and they're leaving him out of it because he can't get around and all that. He loses his round. So all he can do is just sit in his chair and go.
Yeah.
Bounce up and down his fiddle.
I guess I have someone who I think is pretty fucking annoying, but he actually gets killed. I think he might be one of the first people that gets killed in the movie, but not by the main protagonist. And that would be Nightmare on Elm Street: The New Beginning. I think that house they're in, and he's eating the chocolate bar.
Oh no, Friday the 13th. Yeah, I
think the guy he's not even killed by the main protagonist. Yeah. He's fucking annoying, and he's not even killed by the main guy in the movie. It's one of the other people in the house kill him.
It's the guy who's in Return of the Living Dead, isn't it?
I'm telling you that. I guarantee you, Ellen's downstairs cracking laughing now at the moment. You fucking can't stand that character.
He fucked up the sheet in that chocolate bar.
Yeah,
chocolate bar.
And I'm not kidding you.
His hands all over the place.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Every time Ellen sees his death, I'm not kidding you. If she could do a fucking backflip, she would.
Heath, rewind it. I want to watch it again.
And he doesn't. And ironically enough, he doesn't even get killed by the main star of the movie.
No.
What?
Yeah.
The way he's kind of chopped up underneath the blanket, just picks them all over the place.
That's right.
There is a lot of you could pick out a few characters from Friday, like even Crispin Glover is a fucking idiot in the movie. He's such a fucking idiot.
His mate is.
Oh, do you want to give Teddy a kiss? Yeah. Oh fucking hell! There's just so many annoying characters in Friday the 13th. Anyway, we've got one here from Alan. He says, as you know, lads, I'm seeing Del Toro's Frankenstein in the cinema on Sunday. What are your thoughts on him as a filmmaker? He directed the best Blade movie, in my opinion. What way are you, Steve, with them?
Yeah, I agree with the best Blade movie. I love Blade 2. I'm a big fan of Hellboy and Hellboy 2. I think his best film is Pan's Labyrinth. I'm not massively enamored with The Shape of Water, but I appreciate what he's done. But I think that he is quite an original voice in cinema. He's got an incredible imagination. He likes traditional filmmaking as well, as in practical effects and in camera effects and stuff like that. And I think that he is a massive, massive genre fan and respects it. And I think that, long may he reign. I think he does some really, really interesting work.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to quickly say as well, like, he was a little bit of a hit and miss director for myself, and I love Blade 2. You mentioned the Hellboy movies, which I think he'd done a great job in as well. And I did enjoy Pan's Labyrinth. And then all of a sudden he kind of done that Crimson Peak, which I don't hate. I thought it was a visually stunning looking movie, but it just didn't quite live up to the heights of what he'd done beforehand. But then when we watched that the Shape of Water, oh my God, that's when, I don't know why, it's just when I seen that movie and I was like, this man is pure talent. He's just pure. He's pure fucking talent. He is absolutely. That might be one of the biggest surprises I've had when it comes to watching a movie. I feared the worst going into that. I thought I was going to hate it. What a movie! What a fucking movie it was.
See, I think for me, because I love The Creature from the Black Lagoon, and that's his kind of take on it.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of hype around it, and obviously it was Oscar winning and whatnot. I didn't see it till after that. It's an incredibly crafted and designed film and directed film and performed film. But I don't know. It's not my favorite of his, but I appreciate what he did with it. Yeah,
absolutely. 100%. And funny enough, just going back to that Frankenstein movie that he's doing as well. Because I'll let you go on to John now. I have a funny feeling. I don't know why, but I have this weird feeling that when I get around to watching that Frankenstein, I'm going to turn around to Ellen and go, you know something? Nosferatu and this movie are going to make a great double bill. I don't know why. Don't know why, but I have a funny feeling it might. So we'll have to wait and see. John, what way do you stand with him?
I think exactly what Steve said. Couldn't have said it better. I do think he's like a visionary director as well as Tim Burton. Tim Burton and him just always seem to come up in the same when you're talking about things. I just think he's got, when you look at his stuff, the attention to detail is just ridiculous. He puts stuff into it when you think, why is he? I'm sure it's him when he's got, his house. He's got a house, and his house is like full of that stuff. Is that right? It's got like big, huge sort of replicas of like classic horror movies.
Yeah.
So that's one of the most amazing things you would see. So he's really entrenched in horror or the fantastic, isn't he? So for me, you can his look of his films are just spectacular. Saying that though, all that, I do struggle with some of his films. Kronos, I didn't like that at all when I first saw it. I haven't watched it since, mate. Other ones, I've got them, but I haven't watched them yet, like Shape of Water. I haven't watched that one yet. I do want to watch it. I think I will appreciate it. Hellboy, I thought was great. Blade 2 was excellent. And I'm really dying to see Frankenstein. I think that's going to be, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that's going to be. You see, Kenneth Branagh one, which is supposed to go right back to do the original story.
Absolutely.
That fell flat with me. I didn't like it at all. Robert De Niro's the monster should have been brilliant. Just didn't work for us. Now I'm hoping this is going to be like that, but like the way it should have been done. That's my impression of that.
Did you ever see? Did you ever see before I let it go on to Conor there? Did you ever see the Graham Norton show where he had Kenneth Branagh on, and Robert De Niro was on it as well, and Graham Norton showed a scene in it And he says, it's amazing how differently you can feel about a scene when you put the wrong kind of music over it. And it's basically the scene where it's all basically the loop and all that. And Graham Norton put on that song, Let's Get It On. You know that?
Oh, yeah.
And he had that all playing during. And to see Robert De Niro's face, he couldn't stop fucking laughing. He was fucking choked up about it. But it was a great segment. Yeah, Conor, what way are you then in terms of Del Toro?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that on Sunday night. So tomorrow night for me, I'm hoping to see Frankenstein. They're showing it in the cinema here, and it comes on Netflix. Again, it's a Netflix production, same as his Pinocchio one. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. He also did Cabinet of Curiosities on Netflix.
Did you fucking wait? Sorry. Let me go back there. Did you say that Frankenstein movie is a fucking Netflix movie?
Yeah.
So that
Same as
means we're
Pinocchio.
never going to fucking own it.
Cinema release.
I don't know if you'll never own it. I don't know if you'll never own it or not, but they released Pinocchio. You can get Pinocchio, can't you?
Yeah, you can. It's Criterion, isn't it?
Criterion.
Right. Okay.
I would imagine Frankenstein is they've paid for it. They've paid for quite a lot of his recent stuff because he did the Cabinet of Curiosities with him, that TV series, which was really good. That's they're almost like little horror stories. He did there was about eight episodes, and he also did there was another TV show that's went for 2 or 3
Nightmare
seasons.
Alley? No, that was
Nightmare Alley.
Nightmare Alley
was a film. And then he did another television series. It went for about 3 seasons. It was about a disease, like a viral disease. I can't remember the name of that one. The Strain. He did The Strain. That went for 3 seasons.
Wow, okay.
And also he's big friends with one of my favorite video game creators, Kojima. And he's
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
He's in Death Stranding 1 and 2. He plays a role in that. Very big in the first one, and he's pretty big and not as big, but fairly big in the second one, along with Miller, who directed the Mad Max movies. He's also in the Death Stranding second game.
Oh, wow.
Along with Norman Reedus. So yeah, I've got a lot of time for him. That Crimson Peak one, or whatever it's Crimson something.
Yeah, Crimson Peak.
That movie, I don't know how I feel about that one. It's visually and audio wise fantastic, and the movie really intrigues me, and then it kind of sinks a little bit. I don't know what it is about it, but it looks beautiful anyway. And yeah, I'm excited to see Frankenstein.
Absolutely. This is an interesting question. That good luck, Gary. This one's a tough question. I can name one horror film where no one was officially killed. April Fool's Day. Can you guys think of any more? I'm going to be a bit cheeky here. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky here. And I think I'm right in saying this as well. Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, you're all looking at me and going, wait a minute, people die in that.
No, you think about the end scene, they're all there in the car. Yeah.
They're all there at the end of it, so, you know. So did the movie happen?
Yeah.
So, technically, Nightmare on Elm Street. Can you think of any, Steve, a horror movie where
no one dies?
No.
I think I can think of another one.
Go on. Well, no, keep that and see if
right,
John and Connor come up with it.
Right. Connor, can you think of any? Oh, sorry, John.
I've got 2, possibly.
Oh.
Not really horror, but they kind of are. We've got horror elements, and you could put this off as a horror film, especially the first one. Now, this might be just me thinking a little bit, and if you haven't seen these films, I hope it doesn't spoil anything for you. Joker and Joker 2.
Oh yeah.
Now you have me confused.
Does he actually kill anybody?
Well,
I've seen the second one.
Joker,
Oh no, I didn't. Right, so they do something in the second one.
Oh, really? Oh,
am I right in saying that?
Well, even if you don't see Joker 2, Joker,
yeah, I know,
would have that element to it.
It has. Did that? Yeah.
Okay.
No, he did kill somebody in Joker.
Who?
He killed a lot of people.
Oh yes, he did.
He did. He killed the fella.
That's
He
not what
smashed the
I'm
fella's
saying.
head
That's what
off.
I'm saying. Did any?
He-
Yeah, of course. And his mother and
Yeah.
everything. But
Mm.
did he?
Yeah,
kill
I
him?
know. I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going. Okay, I get it.
That's what
I
I'm
get it.
saying.
Yeah, I get it where you're going with this. Yeah, I get
It
it.
could be total rubbish. Now, if that's
Mhm.
the case, it makes the whole thing redundant. But I'd still love it. It's not. I'm not going to say anything bad about it, but possibly because I can't think of any horror film that nobody dies in.
I can think of. I think I've told. I think I have.
Watch it.
I think I might have two. I think I have another two. Connor, can you think of any?
Well, I have one that's probably slightly obscure, but because I only watched it again recently, because obviously we spoke at the beginning of the thing about Durgollum. I watched that silent movie during my Halloween build-up. Because one person dies in the movie, but he's not killed, and it creates obviously a big kerfuffle. But the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, 1920 German movie. It's a horror movie.
I've never seen it. No.
Is anybody killed in the movie? No. And did the guy really die? I don't know. But what do you think on that one, John?
That's a good point. That's a good point because you know how he's called Cesare, isn't he? When the fella in the cabinet and he sends him out, doesn't need to do his bidding.
That's right.
But I know exactly what you're saying about this because when you watch the full film, in the ending, it sheds a whole. Because I was saying to Keith, I'd sent Keith the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari a while ago for the Blu-ray.
Yeah, I haven't got that.
And I
Great
said,
movie.
when you watch it, I mean, yeah, for me, when you watch it, even when you know what happens, the next time you watch it, you may think, I think there's a different story here. And then you watch it another time, you say, maybe the ending's not exactly what I thought the first time.
Yeah.
And you can never quite nail it to what it actually is. And for something to do that, 1920, is it? Is just
1920.
unbelievable.
1919 he started it, and it was released in 1920. And it's actually Tim Burton's favorite movie.
I can see why. Such
you
a
can
good
see
film.
Beetlejuice in it. You can see Sleepy Hollow in it, certainly in the sets and stuff. But yeah, in that movie, theoretically, I guess you could say one person dies, but they're certainly not murdered or killed. And then again, you can watch it and say, well, did they really die at all? And so that would be something I would say, and they'd be open to discussion.
Yeah. Good one.
Yeah, I'm going to name two, and you might have to help me with one of them. I'm just thinking the remake of When a Stranger Calls. If I remember correctly, nobody dies in that movie. She's in the house. Yeah. She's babysitting the children. The killer's in the house. Nobody dies in the movie. No one. Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Two people die in it. So scrap that one. The Blair Witch Project.
Oh, they do die in the end, though, don't they? They
get
killed in the end.
No, you don't know that.
What about the others?
Wow.
Nicole Kidman? Because they're already dead, aren't they?
That's actually a good point.
No one dies in the movie. It's a horror movie.
Does anybody die in Poltergeist?
No.
No.
Nobody dies in Poltergeist. Do they?
No.
No one dies in Poltergeist.
They get her back.
Yeah, absolutely. No one dies in that.
Yeah, yes, they do, don't they? I know there's dead endings, but they weren't killed in the film.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a very good one. I guess I'm sorry if I spoiled that for anyone, but I was thinking maybe the others, because really, Nicole Kidman and the two children have passed.
And yeah, that's actually a wonderful movie. That
you don't see what she does to them.
I'm fucking kind of kicking myself now. It's only when you brought that up, I was like, shit, that would have been a good movie to watch this month. Too late.
Anyway, is my pick. I'm a massive.
Good. Okay. We got Carlos here saying your favorite decade of horror movies and why. This would be interesting. Steve, do you want to take a good crack at that one?
Yeah. 70s. 100% the 70s, because it changed everything. You know, the birth of the slasher, you had possession films, you had elevated creature features with Jaws and stuff like that. But I think the main thing was that you had more realistic horrors, things that could possibly happen, home invasion type stuff, which is terrifying because, you know, your home's your safe space. And not necessarily supernatural type horrors.
You said something there, and like you were talking about, you know, how it kind of just almost kickstarted so many genres now. And I was about to try and say zombies for Dawn of the Dead, but then people would argue, oh, wait a minute, Night of the Living Dead would have done that. But did it? Did it though? Like, you know, because, you know, how many years? You know, when we got Dawn of the Dead, how many zombie movies did we get after Dawn of the Dead? And how many zombie movies did we get after Night of the Living Dead? You know? So maybe there's a shout out there for Dawn of the Dead is like kind of really kickstarting the whole horror trend as well.
John might know.
I think there's only
3 Dead Manchester Morgue. What year was that?
74. So I'm thinking Living Dead, Manchester Morgue, Night of the Living Dead, and also what's the other one I was thinking of? There's one more that pops
Plague
in mind.
Plague of the Zombies by Hammer in 66.
That's it, yeah.
66. Oh wow.
So I know that was before, but that's the only ones you can get really before. I know there's I Walk with a Zombie, but that's not really a zombie film, is it?
White Zombie.
White Zombie, which is really a zombie film.
Was that more of a ghost thing, do you think? Or
yeah, more zombies. Like voodoo, weren't they?
Yeah.
Creepy anyway. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were good films, yeah.
Sorry, John. Yeah, for yourself then, favorite decade of horror.
Well, actually, I think Steve answered that one really well, but I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to say it's the decade of 75 to 85. I'm cheating, but I'm just putting it in there because really, I can't do all of the 70s without mentioning the start of the 80s. I can't do all of the 80s without mentioning the end of the 70s. Yep. So I'm going to put the slap bang in the middle of them and say anything from that period, although there's some good before that and some good after that, is just the creme de la creme.
Absolutely.
Very fair point, John. You are cheating. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, I'm totally cheating.
Shame on you,
Sorry,
John.
Carlos, but I couldn't help it. Yeah.
I think you'll find it's 1978 to 1988.
I think, Steve, you have a name for them. Twats, is it?
That's it. Well, I know. Yeah.
Right, Conor, what about yourself? Favorite decade?
I would, up until about 5 or 6 months ago, I would have agreed with you guys and gone, I agree with the other guys and gone 70s, you know, because it kind of brought everything in, or 80s. But I'll actually go now and I'll say the 20s, the 1920s. I've spent a lot of the last 4 or 5 months watching The Cat and the Canary, The Phantom of the Opera, Lou Chaney, Metropolis, Nosferatu, obviously Dragolim, Cabinet of Curiosities, movies like that. And we talk about things being repeated and kind of copied. They're all the originals, really, and brought those things about, really, and the Old House and stuff like that. You know, the Germans, a lot of the expressionist movies from the early 20s. I don't want to sound like fucking Barry Norman or anything, but a lot of those expressionist movies from the 1920s in Germany, a lot of those guys left and they went on to Hollywood and they created your Universal movies, and had such an influence in Hollywood right up until the 50s and 60s in movie making and TV show making. So for me, my favorite era now has to be the 1920s, and that's right from German horror movies, 1920s, some very French ones, the Dr. Marbus movies, Dr. Caligari's thing, and obviously the Dr. Marbus movies then were remade again in the 60s and 50s, I think, with the same director, I think, in talkies. Right. So yeah, that would be my favorite era. There's some amazing movies, guys, some of those silent movies, and that are really awesome. And when you get the soundtrack going to them, and also one of the things a guy said to me 8 years ago when I went to see the Phantom of the Opera at the Sydney Opera House in the centre, they had a full orchestra there. And one of the things he reminded the audience was, you've got to remember that when a lot of people working class people would have seen these movies in the cinema after working all week and saving a bit of money to go to the movies. A lot of them couldn't read and write. So they really depended on a good score.
Yeah.
Because that would tell them, not just visually, but that would tell them when things were building up and creeping up, because they couldn't read. And that's why I think what makes them great movies. They appeal to kind of everybody, and the soundtracks and the scores. Because when you get, I know John knows this, but when you get a lot of these Eureka titles, they allow you to pick original scores or redone scores. Sometimes you get 4 or 5, the same movie, but you might have 5 scores to pick.
Yeah,
which you
know,
it's
great. Sometimes you get, you might see a film and it's like a completely different take on it when you watch it with a different score. You see
sound has a huge impact on it, doesn't it? Yeah,
massive.
And I always think that having the original soundtrack to when it was released is really, really important.
Yeah,
but I also think it's also equally important to try and give it the best possible soundtrack as well. But that's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about that about silent films, and when they had the little cards up with the
cards up, yeah. And the guy said at the Sydney Opera House, and this was like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I went and saw Phantom of the Opera with Lou Cheney there, and they had the full orchestra in the Sydney Opera House, so it was cool. And when he was narrating at the beginning, he said, "You got to remember, guys, like working class people, and he had stats and stuff for different, an immense amount of people couldn't read or write, and they depended on a score.
Absolutely,
so it's great.
Look, I'm not going to. I'm an '80s child, and nostalgia is always going to play, a choice in terms of my favorite decade. It was always going to be '80s for me. But I think Steve did make a great point, though. There is just so many movies that you can look in the '70s and turn around and go, well, if you didn't have these movies, you wouldn't have everything that you like that's in the '80s.
Yeah.
You can even go look at Alien. What Ridley Scott done with Alien, and then all of a sudden what James Cameron went on to do with Aliens. Which I do think is a better movie. I do, but again, you have to acknowledge the fact that if Alien didn't exist, Aliens wouldn't have. But I just think, if I put a list together of my favorite horror movies from the '80s, the list would be much bigger than the '70s. Not for me, but take nothing away from it. It's '70s and '80s, 2 wonderful decades when it comes to horror movies.
I think it's film in general, Keith. To be honest,
but sorry,
I think you could say that about film in general. The '70s and the '80s, because that's kind of when the studio system was dying out in Hollywood, and you got these people that are going, well, you could maybe take the camera off a mount and move it around a little bit.
Absolutely.
To do that, and I think that went through to a lot of from the late '60s. Certainly, you look at the counterculture movement, Easy Rider, films like that were coming out, and then you go into obviously what George Romero did with Night of the Living Dead. All of those kind of things. Censorship was kind of getting a little bit more relaxed. They could do more with it. So I think that's a big shift. But I think by the time we got to the '80s, the blueprint was firmly set for most horror films, I think.
Yeah, I just find today, it's just, again, go back to John Carpenter. He does the music for all of his movies, well, most of his movies, and there's just this certain simplicity to his music, and that's the one thing that filmmakers just can't seem to grasp today when making horror movies. That just sometimes just going to a simple score is just more effective than any kind of ridiculously overblown fucking orchestral number that you're going to play through these fucking hours. Like I said, just look at H20. I mentioned it earlier with Marco Beltrami's when he does his Halloween theme right at the start of it. It's just so fucking just the orchestra behind it all, where I was like, wow, John Carpenter had a piano and that was it, and it was 100 times more effective than what you're doing here.
So little Bontempi keyboard, and he thought, well, Bossa Nova won't cut it, so I'll just do this.
Basically.
So, I just wish that they realized that sometimes just
less is more.
Absolutely. There we go.
Back to basics.
Absolutely. Oh my God, how I'd love to see it go back to basics. Absolutely. we got David here, David Burling, saying, "Hey Keith and Co. Hope the live stream goes great tonight. I just recently watched Identity with John Cusack and Ray Liotta. It would make a terrific
Really?
4K. I'm so upset that we didn't get that in this month. Have you seen Identity? I'll start with you, Steve.
I saw it at the cinema and have not seen it since.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, so it's been a long time.
What did you think about the cinema?
I remember coming out of that going, no, it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. But then again, I went to see it with somebody that I didn't really like, an ex-girlfriend. So I was maybe distracted. Am I right in saying Rebecca De Mornay's in that film?
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Not many people would know it all.
Yeah,
you wouldn't know it all.
It's one of those, and I think that looking back and bearing in mind this is 20 plus, it's 20 plus years ago, nearly 25 years ago. Was it 2003? No, it's got to be before that.
It'll be close.
Anyway, it was very atmospheric, and I think that it's a good comment to say that it would make for a terrific 4K, because I think that if it was done with a really good transfer and with a decent soundtrack, it would be very good. And I'd certainly watch that again, because I think John Cusack is very good, and Ray Liotta is just treasure.
The cast is just extraordinary. I think
if
I remember correctly,
there's people that I'm forgetting in there. I know that there are.
Jake Busey's in there. Amanda Peet is in there. Yeah, Jake Busey, Amanda Peet. What's his name? John C. McGinley is in it as well.
I've got a lot of time for him.
Yeah, he's actually quite great, and he's a very different role in it. But there's what's her name? What's her fucking name? She was in The Faculty. Oh, she's gone in my fucking head now. No, there's actually a lot of knowns.
Famke Janssen.
No, not Famke Janssen. Shia Duvall. Sorry, she was in Ghost of Mars.
Shia Duvall. Yeah. She's
in as well. It's a great cast. John, have you seen it, Identity?
Not really of it, if I'm honest, but the cast is great.
Wow.
And no, never heard of it before.
Have you seen it, Conor, yourself?
I love them actors.
I saw it similar to Steve. I saw it in the cinema, I think, and I thought it was okay at the time, and but I've never revisited it.
Wow, right. Believe it or not, it's a very hard movie to get hold of. The Blu-ray is out of print and everything for it.
Okay.
It's a strange movie. I can't tell you. I can't stress you how much I love the movie. You
like the movie very much.
It just you know what, it ticks all the kind of boxes for me. A motel out in the middle of nowhere. There's a huge storm. There's 10 people. They're trapped in this motel. They're being picked off one by one. There's an element of mystery to it. There's just so much goddamn atmosphere to it. And it will keep you guessing right until the ending. And then the movie kind of breaks somewhat. Again, I'm not going to ruin it for anyone because you haven't seen it, but it kind of breaks. It shifts a little bit. And all of a sudden, when you realize what's exactly going on here, I think it's a very, very clever movie. James Mangold directs it. He does.
James Mangold, did obviously the Logan and whatnot.
That's it. Yeah, Copland. Yeah.
Copland, great film.
I think it's actually my favorite movie by him. Identity. I think it's fucking wonderful.
Do you know what? It's one of those films that if I do watch it again, which I should do, it really will be like watching it for the first time, because you mentioned the ending, and I absolutely cannot remember how it ends.
Oh, really? Because there's actually a bit, and there's a moment in the movie, again, I'm not going to say anything here, but there is actually a moment in it where I remember I was in the cinema with my brother Ian, and there's a bit that happens in it, and me and him look at each other, and we're going, what is fucking going on?
Really?
Something really shocking happens in it. And you're going, it just kind of flips the movie, and it's like, right, okay, there's something else going on here than simply a killer amongst these 10 people. There's something more to it. Yeah, it's a wonderful, clever movie. I highly recommend it. No, it's wonderful, John. I know you'd love it.
I like the sound of what you're saying.
We got Gary here saying, if you were to go to an extravagant Halloween party, who would you go as? How about that, Steve?
Well, I know as I get older, I resemble the dude from The Big Lebowski more and more.
That's good.
And we all know that the dude abides. So I don't know. I mean, Keith, you've seen me as Snake Plissken.
That's exactly who she is. Exactly, yeah. I would have said Tim Curry in fucking what's that movie that what's it called? Rocky Horror Picture Show, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Connor, I've got calves like a bull's back legs, mate. I could not pull off fishnets.
I could see you dancing around stage in high heels.
I was in the Navy.
I'm sorry.
Mate.
Do you know that thing once you see something you can't unsee it. That's exactly how I feel about Steve's costume for Snake Plissken.
Hey, it was all right. It was all right. Oh crikey, I don't know.
Oh God,
guys, now maybe I think because I've got the heft now, maybe Leatherface.
Oh,
yeah.
But the thing is, when you've got a beard, you're limited.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I need to cover that up. But I reckon
I'm just going to drop kind of Bill there. You'd make a good Michael in the Rob Zombie fucking movies. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm almost certain he had a fucking beard as well. Funny enough,
he did. When the mask is off.
Yeah.
Remember in the Institute when he's drawing those pictures and all that? He's got a beard now, I think.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, I'll take that.
Absolutely. What about yourself, John?
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously just going to be some kind of slaphead.
Reginald Holiday Christie.
Who?
What's that, sorry?
Reginald Holiday Christie.
Who's that?
Who's that? He lived in an address in London called 10 Ridlington Place.
That was John Christie, wasn't it?
John Reginald Halliday. I think it was his John Reginald Halliday Christie.
Okay.
Also,
Richard Attenborough, yeah. 10 Ridlington Place. Creepy motherfucker, yeah.
One of England's most craziest serial killers, John.
Yeah.
John always reminds me a little bit of John Christie.
He made you a serial killer.
I tell you what.
Time I saw John, I thought I fucking loved you as
serial
bad.
You come on here, John, to the fucking back.
I think it's the glasses, but I'm going to get a photograph and just put it up next door to us and just see.
Yeah.
You're joking, aren't you?
Well,
Yeah. What? Do you think?
What is that?
I still think Mike from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Everyone says that.
That's John Christie, the serial killer. I just mentioned him. Reginald.
Right.
What's that fella called from Breaking Bad?
Mike Ehrmantrud.
Ehrmantrud.
He's the guy who's in. He's also in Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh yeah, I know. That's if I had to say, and it's so, comments. You look like that fella off that, and you go, well, maybe I do now. I didn't think I used to look like that, but I mean, yeah, it is kind of like your twin, isn't it?
He's the bad guy from Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that's seeing? Am I the only one that's seeing that? I just think John would make a great host for the Crystal Maze.
Yeah.
In which case, he should put the fishnets on.
I'll tell you what, right?
Wasn't he the guy who wrote and invented Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Yeah. Richard O'Brien.
Yes,
it's all tying in now. It's all tying in.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's obviously got to be some kind of slaphead. I mean, I'm not going to get away from that. But I was thinking I might get a wig. There is a thing called a wig. I might put a wig on it.
Who would you go as, John? Who would you pick to be? Who would you pick to dress up as?
I would like to pick somebody who looked actually quite human, and I'm going to go with Alex DeLarge from Clockwork Orange. I would like to get dressed up in his.
Oh
his
wow!
Gear. I could do that, or I could go as just the twat that looks like John Christie.
John Christie, yeah.
Well, that bloke there, everybody says you look at him off there, goes, well, yeah, I do a bit. But, you know.
Anyway, we'll move on to
someone
Connor.
else.
What would this have, Connor?
One of my favorite characters in The Shining, actually, and he makes an appearance in Doctor Sleep as well. It's a marvelous party, isn't it?
Oh,
Marvelous
wow. Wow.
Remember him with the plants and he's got the bloodline? I just think he's if you went to a Halloween party dressed as him, people would be a little bit baffled. And if they know horror movies and you said the line, marvelous party, isn't it? Or the other one you could go as is perhaps, do you remember that scene in The Shining where she gets to the top of the stairs and I think it's that scene where you finally realize the hotel's mental, is where she sees the bear and the man on the bed and they both sit up and look at her.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember the bear in between the man's legs, you obviously know what he's doing. And then he sits back and then the both of them stare at her. So either go as the bear or marvelous party, isn't it? And then when they did Doctor Sleep, I was so glad that they actually gave him another little half a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's amazing that Doctor Sleep when it goes back to the Overlook. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. My God!
It's one of the best things I've ever seen.
You just know that they just went over fucking the original Shining, not frame by frame, and just got it.
Unbelievable.
Right. Unbelievable. Fucking incredible. Yeah, I'd like to go as John Candy from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Nice.
That's what I'm going to go with. That's what I'm going to go with.
I'll tell you something.
Have a clarinet and go from Home Alone.
2 nights ago, we just watched the John Candy documentary. I know it's not a Halloween thing, but I got quite emotional watching it. Very
good.
I
don't think we realized we had an angel, an angel amongst us. He was an angel. That's the only word for him.
Yeah, I found it really good, and to hear his fellow stars speaking about him and stuff, and just the effect. You don't realize growing up how much of an not influence, but part of your life he did play. You know, in the movie roles he did.
Oh, hugely.
He was.
We just watched Uncle Buck the other day. Loved it. I haven't watched it for a long time, but it was brilliant.
He was a people pleaser, and unfortunately, he was in an industry where people were more than happy to take advantage of his kind ways. You know, Connor's right. You're going to watch it. You're going to be upset watching it. But my God, that man is. Yeah, I don't think there's anything bad you can say about him. I think that's the one thing they kind of reiterated in that. You couldn't find any.
I don't want to talk about it too much, but even in some of the interviews with these news reporters, and I was horrified at where they were talking to him about his weight and do you think people look at you like? I just thought they were really horrible questions.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was very disrespectful. And then apparently there was a bit in it where he lost something like 60 pounds. And apparently then he got a phone call and apparently the studio were like, put that fucking weight back on.
Going into my screen,
yeah. And he just ate and you know, he lived life in fear because of his father dying at a young age, and he thought he was going to do the same thing as well. It was very sad, but my God, he was an angel. He was a fucking angel.
And he was more talented than people thought as well, because if you look at him in how you think of John Candy in kind of the comedy roles and whatnot,
JFK movie,
and then look at his couple of scenes with JFK.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's phenomenal.
But then, like, that's what I'm saying. But like, look, you can even look at Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh, you know, that makes me upset straight away, Keith.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's as funny as it is when he turns it on. He's a force to be fucking reckoned with.
Yeah.
But it was one of them.
Like Uncle Buck as well. That's got a lot of heart.
It's amazing. He's such a talent. Yeah. We got Bonzo Dog here saying, any of you seen Ghost Stories for Christmas? BFI brought out volume 1 and 2 on Blu-ray, extras including Christopher Lee telling ghost stories to students in front of an open fire in a university library.
Fantastic.
Never heard of them.
Nope.
Yeah, they're old British. They were like, I think they might have been 70s or 80s kind of BBC productions that were shown around Christmas time. And they're all ghost stories related to around Christmas. And he's 100% correct. The BFI store is closed at the moment online. I don't know why, because I've been trying to buy things off there. But I bought the box set a couple of Christmases ago, and they're fantastic to watch on the build up to Christmas. 30-minute ghost stories. They would have been shown in England back in like the 80s, 30-minute episodes. They're quite good. I haven't gone into the extras, but I know in general they're pretty good ghost stories. Kind of like Tales of the Unexpected type things.
Yeah.
Right. And Steve, have you seen them? Sorry.
No, not something that passed me by, I'm afraid.
And what about yourself, John?
No.
No.
I can't even remember seeing them on TV, anything like, you might have saw them back in the day and then thought, oh yeah.
Just have a look and make sure that
I'm telling the right story. No.
Okay.
Sounds good though.
Absolutely. We have another question here. Sorry. We got Mikey Van B here saying, evening guys, late to the stream, but what horror film do you guys love that the majority don't, and then vice versa? Should be a good stream, guys, and I hope the parcel reaches you soon, Keith. Well, thank you so much, Michael. I'm sure it'll be with me very soon, and I can't wait to see what you've sent me. What was I going to say to you? I thought there was something else I wanted to fucking say. Good stream. Yeah, so, Steve, do you want to start with that? A horror movie that everyone loves, but you hate, and vice versa. Right.
I'll go the other way around. One that I love, that everybody hates. I can't reach it. Midsummer or Midsommar.
Yeah.
I will die on the hill that says that is a 5-star film. I absolutely love that. I'm a big folk horror fan anyway. But we were talking about earlier on, what do you find in a horror film that you like now? Was it gore? Was it this? Was it the atmosphere?
Yeah.
All that. That is a film that makes me feel uncomfortable from the very beginning to the very end.
Okay.
It's just not right. And I think if anybody has been in a relationship where it's gone bad, but you keep it together, you're going to get more out of it, because it's more of a kind of a breakup film in a way, I think. But it's just, and I think that there's a lot that you can get out of that by just watching it and seeing what's going on in the background, listening to how people are saying certain things. So I would say I'm definitely for a film that I love.
Everyone hates.
The majority of people that I am associated with, particularly on this call, fucking hate. But the other way around, one that's universally loved but I hate. Might need to think about that one. Come back to me on that one.
I'll come back around.
Yeah.
John, do you have one then? Or two, I should say.
I don't know if I can put hate into that. I don't like, but I can say that a film of films that I don't like as much as probably everyone else does, and that's not taking anything away from them. I do like them, but I don't have the love for them that I think that everybody else does, and that's Creepshow 1 and 2. They're good, they're not bad. They're just, for me, I've always got to think that Cat's Eyes is much, for me, I prefer Cat's Eyes to Creepshow 1 and 2, but I do like them. But I know they've got a lot of love, and I mean a lot of love. And I do respect them, but I don't find that I'm navigating to them. I would always watch Cat's Eyes over Creepshow 1 and 2, which is a bit controversial in a way, considering how they're kind of beloved and all that. So what would be the other way around? How would I put that the other way around?
A horror movie that you love that everyone hates.
Oh, that I love. That's a hard one to sort of say, because it would have to probably be a really old schlocky horror film that's that people just think is utter trash, but I kind of really enjoy. I could go slightly on Bogeyman 2. It's a really bad film. There's no getting away from it. But the half of it that's like the recap is not the best part of it. The actual second half of it is a good film. The only problem is it's just half a film. It was really badly put together, but the ending of that, I really do appreciate. Although a lot of people say it's one of the worst films ever. I would never say that. Yeah, there's got to be more than that. but that's the one that's springing to mind at the moment.
Okay. What about yourself, Connor?
The one that Steve mentioned earlier on, I really can't stand. That's that fucking folk movie and whatever you. But I really just, and I was actually thinking about that movie yesterday, how much it annoyed me when I went and saw it in the cinema. But I'll tell you more recent, fucking Weapons.
Oh,
No spoilers, not seen it, but crack
I'm not
on.
going to give spoilers. I wouldn't. No, I won't do that to anybody out there. I just was built up to something. I'll wrap up why I don't like it, without spoilers. With spoilers, sorry. I fell into the trap, maybe my own fault, that it was, it was going to be amazing, blah, 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 blah. And maybe it is. And I've watched it now about 4 times. Secondly, when you sell me as a moviegoer, someone who really loves movies, or anybody who loves movies, when you sell a formula so rigidly, informing me via a main character how certain things have to occur to reach an end result, and then have, within the same movie universe, have things occur that the steps haven't been followed. I'm not interested in you because you're just annoying me. And then when I got into some discussions with people online about it, it's why I took Keith's advice and left some of the groups I was in. Some people get really passionate and emotional about it, and then start telling you that you have a low IQ because you don't understand. And sometimes you need to read between the lines. I said, listen, I can read between the lines. I watch garbage all my life. I'm more than happy to read between the lines. But when you're selling me a formula so rigid, via the main protagonist of a movie, who's dictating that you must follow these things for me to be able to do certain things, and then in other areas it's happening and not being done, not interested. So take Weapons. I'm not buying it. I won't ever enter my house again. I've seen it. I've streamed it a few times. I went to the cinema to watch it twice, and I won't be seeing it a 4th or 5th time. I'm over it. And a movie that a lot of people don't like as part of a group of movies, but I love. I think it's one of my go-tos.
I don't think you can put that. I think back then you could have put that into that list, but I don't think you can now.
Yeah.
I think maybe here in Australia I can put it in this because a lot of people think it's.
Wow.
They don't understand it's part of that. Why it even has the name Halloween? He's not in it. It's garbage, and I defend it all the time. So I'll stick with that one for me.
That's fair enough.
Maybe you guys are in different groups that wouldn't think that way, but I've tried to introduce it to people here, and first thing they've said is,
"Wow,
where's Michael?" And there has been one or two who've liked it, but on the whole, lots of people I speak to, they think it's tacky and it's cheap, and even when I try and talk about the really cool characters and stuff in it and the kind of eeriness of it, they don't like it. And so that would be my go-to for that. Maybe not the most popular choice. And again, Weapons probably isn't a popular choice because, like I said to Keith in a few private conversations, some people in the groups I were in, they got really. I'm not worried about being called a dickhead or, you're fucking wrong, all those fun things. But it got really genuinely, you have a low IQ, you're this, you're that, because you don't understand. And I was like, mate, it's a movie for a start. I'm not getting emotionally invested in it like that. And secondly, that's just what I see. I see a movie that sold a really good formula, and had it stuck to the formula, 100%, I probably would have a different view. But I also found that a little bit in Barbarian, like the other movie he made. I'll tell you what got confused me about Barbarian, right? How he managed to have these women down in this cellar that gave him babies or whatever they were doing, and they were malnutrition and kept out of light. How did she grow into a fucking giant? When she comes like that, not being fed, sleep deprived, food deprived, and being used as a baby making machine effectively, or to feed babies, how did she grow into a giant? Turn it off. And I get 6 degrees to enjoy that. Maybe I'm just wanting simple things in horror movies.
Right.
Rant over.
Okay.
I understand that. Yeah, to just have a bit of a sort of weird change. I forgot about doing Barbarian, which I really enjoyed. Right about the ending, I think the ending wasn't as good as the rest of the film. But I did like Weapons, I must admit. I know it's
I'll tell you something. I'm going to just not mention it again. I actually found the ending of the last 20 minutes of that movie, what's it called, Weapons. I found it akin to a fucking Abbott and Costello meets one of the monster movies.
Okay.
I can see what you're saying.
I'll have to see it for myself and see what it's like. Yeah, for me, a movie that I love that everyone hates. I've actually mentioned it already tonight. I'm going to say When a Stranger Calls. I'm going to talk about the remake of it, the one that's directed by Simon West.
I've never seen.
Me and Geggy, my brother Gregory, spoke about this, which I'm fucking bemused by. But I think when you watch that movie and everything that Simon West does in that movie, in terms of camera placement and adding a certain eeriness to the movie, I think if that was released in the 80s, I think it would have been beloved and everybody would have been talking about it. But they got released at the wrong time and no one got it. They thought it was boring. But I thought, that's why I mentioned it, Steve, in my video when I done the review of House of the Devil.
House of the Devil,
and I turn around and I says, wait a minute. Why are we living in a world where House of the Devil is on like 90-something% on Rotten Tomatoes, where When a Stranger Calls is on 9% on Rotten Tomatoes? But yet, when you watch the movies, there's just so much similarities to it. I'm not saying now, but the endings are fucking so drastically different. It's unreal. But
yeah,
the fundamentals are all there. She's in this house. There's something going on in this fucking house. There's creepy noises, there's creepy sounds. It's all about building tension, and it's tension, and that's what When a Stranger Calls does for me.
Yeah,
you know, there's a bit now where this house that she's staying in, it's like a glass house, and there's actually another house beside her. It's where the son, she's babysitting this family, and the eldest son lives in this house, but he's gone away for college. And there's bits of it where she's looking out the window and she's looking across at this house, and you can actually see a mysterious shadow passing the windows, and it's you know, you got the wind outside and it's fucking creepy. It just has a bit of everything, but it's universally fucking hated. Me and Ellen love the movie. Love it. So now I'm not starting anything here, Mr. Gray, before you do. I'm not starting anything, but I'm sorry, 28 days later is for me one of the biggest pieces of shit I have ever seen. And when I say I mean the pieces of shit, I mean it's the only movie.
Yeah.
The only movie I actually left the cinema. I couldn't watch it anymore. It's the only time it's ever happened for me.
What did you not like about it?
Everything. I didn't like how it was shot. I didn't like the particular cast in it. What
about the story?
Bland.
No, let me ask you another question, Kate. At what point did you leave the cinema?
There's the bit where I think we gave it a good wallop. It was close to when not Denny. The Irish actor, not Denny. No, what's his name? Brendan Gleeson. Kind of right Denny. Right around when Brendan Gleeson came into it, and I just looked at Ian and I said, Ian, I said, this movie can have the greatest last 40 minutes, and it's not going to redeem it for me. And I just left, and I never went back to it. And I just hate. I fucking, to this day, I do not understand his thinking about the way he shot the movie. Don't get it. Do not get it. And my God, when people buy that on 4K, if I start seeing bitching and whining about what the fuck did I just buy? Well, buy the DVD and buy the fucking Blu-ray and get a fucking clue, because it's never going to look good. Simple as.
I've already pre-ordered it, and I say to you all the time, it's one of my favorite kind of movies. I like, you know, again, there's things about it I like. I don't have a bad thing to say about it. I didn't like the second one particularly, 28. I watch it, it's okay. You know, and I'm wondering now if you're going to like 28 years. So
I don't know. Like I said, I love
4K. That 4K is brilliant. It's really
I love 28 Weeks Later. I love the sequel, 28 Weeks. I thought it was great. I loved it. And I'm just hoping if I can get into the middle with 28 Years Later, I'll take that all day long.
Yeah,
I think you will.
Again, it's the great thing about movies, isn't it? We can all look at 10 different things and have different views and whatever else, and you can discuss it and go, you know, did you notice this? Did you notice that? And take ideas. But it is what it is. We're not all going to like everything, because if we did, it'd be a terribly boring
Yeah.
entertainment.
But by the way, there is one more movie I wanted to say as well. Now, again, I want to use John's words here, where hate is a little too powerful of a word. I just don't love it as much as everyone loves it. The Changeling. The Changeling.
Oh, is that the one where the father loses the son? Is it? Is that?
It's what's his name?
George C. Scott.
George C. Scott. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I just. It's kind of a bit like. It's kind of like a bit like. It's a bit like the Robert Edgar's The Witch as well. That's what The Changeling is a bit like to me, where people were going, "Oh, The Witch is the scariest movie I've ever seen." There wasn't one frame, and I'm not kidding, not one frame in that movie that scared me. Never mind the scene. There wasn't
I like the story.
Frame.
I like the story in the second, but it didn't scare me.
Oh my God! I was watching, and I was looking at Ellen, and I was like, I was actually looking at the life leaving Ellen while watching The Witch. I'm not kidding you. It's so sucked up. It did.
Yeah, that's because Tom Hanks isn't in it.
I thought The Witch is a beautifully shot movie, and it's not scary, but it's one of those kind of I don't know. I just like the story. I liked it.
It's unsettling.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I really don't. I don't get it. The thing about Midsommar is the reason why I'm not attacking you over Midsommar is because I want to see that movie again. I have this. I'm compelled to watch it again, despite what I thought of the first viewing. I want to see that again.
The difficulty is it's quite a long film as well, so you've got to invest some time into it.
Yeah.
So I get that, and I get why people don't like that. I get why people don't like The Witch. I absolutely love The Witch. I think that The Witch has got one of the best depictions of Satan ever. With Black Phillip. Yeah.
And I think the fact that it's got this Puritan family who've been ostracized themselves and they're kind of living in isolation and their own head stuff and the little kind of nods here and there. I don't know, and that end scene with their kind of I just think that, you know, I'm a little arty-farty about it because I just criticize people over weapons about that. But I like the movie. I think it's got a lot, you know.
Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Like I said, we all have our.
No, it's all different. I'm trying to rack my brains onto something that a lot of people like that I really don't. I say hate. You're absolutely right, John. I embellish that. It's not you know, hate. It's
that's
just
right.
don't like. And I'm struggling to
I don't think I really hate any movie.
No,
that's the one thing. That's the one thing I do love about John. It's, you know, John could watch the worst possible movie, and he'll find redeeming qualities about it. I love that about him. I really do.
Because just looking at Mikey's question now, it doesn't say hate. That was me. So apologies. But don't like. I don't know. I'm just not sure. Horror film that I don't like that a lot of people do. I mean, maybe there's things like the paranormal activities, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
I'm not a massive fan of the Blumhouse aesthetic, really. Although I'm really pleased that they've done it because it's keeping horror alive. You know, there is an audience for it, but it's just not me. But I don't want to be that person that goes, "Oh, I only listen to old songs because the new ones you can't hear the lyrics."
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
I can't think of something.
Do you struggle with then found footage movies, Steve, in general?
I love. Here's the thing. I really like the Blair Witch Project.
Okay.
I know that you
I should have put that one in there as well.
Yeah. So I like that. I think that found footage is a funny one. I think that found footage can be given to something like Blair Witch Project, can be given to Cannibal Holocaust, but a lot of times the films that we think of found footage are literally something that we've captured on video and we're showing to you. It's not exactly found footage stuff, but no, I do like that. I like. Have you seen Borderlands, the British film?
No, I want to see that.
I haven't seen it.
That's a really strong film, in my opinion. I really like that. So I do like that. Lake Mungo. I am absolutely clutching for
that movie. That
umbrella.
movie is all about misdirection. The whole fucking thing is about misdirection.
So I'm looking forward to the umbrella one. I missed the Second Sight one. I don't want to pay stupid prices for it. I'll get the umbrella one. I know it's going to be, absolutely brilliant. So no, I mean, fan footage. I'll give most things a go. But
I'll tell you one thing. Conor gave me the best gift of all when it comes to found footage movies. Because I'll tell you one thing: when you gave me that box set of Hell House, I think he probably introduced me to probably the greatest found footage horror movies I've ever fucking seen. Particularly that first one.
You know when we were talking about jump scares earlier on?
Mm-hmm.
That clown at the top of the stairs.
Oh,
fuck off.
I fucking love that movies. I fucking love them.
Yeah.
Right. I had another one there. Yeah. So as we had Haz there saying, "Good evening, guys. Took a gamble on a Fright Night 4K as a blind buy for me. What a great movie. Loved it. You'd be hard pressed to find someone that doesn't like that movie. It's a fucking classic. It is regarded by a lot of people as well.
4K as well.
Great 4K. Even though they fucked up the Dolby Atmos on it. Did it?
Yeah.
Did you find out? But did you ever know about that, Steve?
No, go on.
Yeah. So the scene in it where they're at the nightclub.
Yeah.
If you actually listen to the movie on Dolby Atmos on, the lyrics are actually gone from the music in the nightclub.
Oh, is that right?
I think what happens is I think the music overpowers the lyrics and you can't hear them at all. So
but
if you
have like a different, if you have like a 5.1 on there, would it be on?
So you have the 5.1 option on that release as well. So if you go down to the 5.1, it's the audio's there. Yeah, it's right. They made a huge mistake in it. But no, it's great, man. It's great that you enjoyed it. It's what would I do to be in your shoes watching that movie on fucking 4K for the first time? What a gift, it really is. You know, lads, I just realized it's fucking. I didn't realize it's 25 to fucking 1. I didn't even know. I had no idea. So would you be okay to go for another till get up to 1 and then we'll wrap it up?
It's only 10:30 a.m.
I can go to 1 p.m. Keep going.
I'm happy to go for half an hour and then I'll give Sinead a hand with the kids because she'll be stuck with the both.
Yeah, so we'll go the 25 more minutes and then we'll call it a night. And John, you're a fucking disaster. You are. I said it to Ellen when you sent that message to me and you said I'll go at 10 o'clock and I was there at 10 and I was like, he's not going to go at 10.
Honestly, it's flown by.
I know.
It's incredible. It's this time because I honestly thought that I could. I mean, I've done an 11-hour shift, and that
I'll tell you what as well.
The worst one I've done, but it wasn't easy.
But John, you get an hour back. You get an hour back this weekend, mate. Clocks go back.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I did it. I'm at work on Sunday, so am I going to?
You still get a lie in? Yeah, it's an hour back.
Well, I'm not going to get a lie in, but yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I told you that I met a baroness today, didn't I?
Yeah, you did indeed.
The messages.
Yeah, you did indeed.
Weird expression.
Baroness. Oh wow.
Weird thing to happen. Very quickly, yeah, it's a baroness from the UK. She's come up to the house where I work, and she was wanting to see what was going on for a part of a bigger sort of scheme that she's involved with to do with not homeless. Well, it's not homeless people, but she's heavily involved with homeless people and people with learning disabilities. Hey, I tell you what a nice person she was. She wasn't a toff or anything, and she was really. We were watching, weirdly enough, because one of the fellas likes watching BBC Parliament, so we had the thing on, and I'd said to her, "Do you go on that show? You know the BBC?" She says, "Oh yeah, I do. Not on that one. It's a House of Lords." And she says, "But what she's going to do, and believe it or not, she's gonna when she's on there, she's took all the details, and she's going to give the House and this person a shout out on her when she's on the Parliament."
Wow!
But it was quite surreal to see this person, you know. But anyway, so I've met a baroness today, so that's something you don't get to see very often.
But a baroness still puts their trousers on one leg at a time, just like you do, John.
Absolutely.
That's quite right. And she was quite down to earth as well. Although her entourage were a little bit kind of,
Well said.
Uh-huh.
Should have asked them if they were friends with the old Duke of York. They might have known him. You should have brought him up.
When she was looking at the screen on these people, she was going, "Yeah, I know them. I know that one. I know this one." And I thought, I bet there's some characters in that, the Chambers and that. My God.
I just have to put this comment up here. Has anyone seen the new Conjuring film? I've heard it's not good, which is a shame. I really enjoyed the first two, not the third so much. Yeah, Connor, do you want to talk about the last Conjuring movie?
Listen, the last 9 minutes of the movie where they actually fight a demon is quite good. The other 9 minutes, the other 117 minutes is I don't know, engagement rings falling on the ground, emotional looks across floors, and a fucking table tennis montage. I thought there's actually a table tennis montage in it, and there's a cringy wedding scene at the end where they bring back all these other characters looking at each other across the room again. And I was just like, what is this? Absolute garbage.
Oh, sorry, I had to put that in there. Sorry, mate.
We'll never enter this house. We'll enter this house.
We just got Haz here just saying, is Late Night with the Devil on anyone's watch list this Halloween? I watched it for the first time last year. I'm looking forward to checking it out again. Feels like a good movie for Halloween night. Steve, have you seen it, Steve?
I've not even seen it yet.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
I slept on the second site release, and I shouldn't have done. I think the Umbrella one has gone now as well.
Oh, Connor got me the Umbrella release. I have to tell you, it's not 4K, but I actually think it's a better edition than the second site one. I think it's stunning. It is.
But it's a good film, yeah.
I'll go back. I'll let John talk about it first. I'll go back to it. So, John, have you seen it?
Oh yeah, I've got it. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
It's so clever and so good. I know it can divide people. I can understand that, but I just like the fact of the premise of it is just so good, and I just really got it. I love the ending as well. Because it's good. It's really good if you like it. If you like that sort of, if you like that vibe of a, it's so good. It looks exactly like what it's meant to look like. You know, like it's this sort of 70s TV show from you know, like cable. Yeah, and it's but the young girl in it. You know, she can't stop looking at the camera.
Oh my God.
Hilarious. Do you not like that bit? Do you know when she's just going, and that while the camera's going around, she's following it all the way like that?
No, I do. No, absolutely. No, yeah, no, I agree.
It's so clever and so funny.
Yeah.
Just love it. So for me, it's a winner, and it is a perfect Halloween film.
I must check it out.
What about yourself, Connor?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay. It's a solid enough watch. I've got the 4K. Sorry, the Umbrella edition, same as you. I got us one each that time with the discount, and I like it. I think it's a good, solid movie. I watched it a couple of weeks ago again. Not amazing. I don't think it's amazing. Again, people were telling me it was the most amazing thing in the world. Personally, it's a good movie, and I liked it, but I don't think it's amazing. And I'm not saying I don't hear that, but people were drumming it up to me a long time, and I was expecting something else. And again, maybe that's a me thing.
Right. I tell you where I lie with it. I actually, to an extent, I absolutely agree with what John said. I thought it was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing with me, and normally a movie doesn't get away with this with me. The ending for me was very weak. It was a very, very weak ending, but it didn't ruin it for me. I just thought there was just too much good there for a weak ending to ruin the entire thing for me. You are going to be fucking so unsettled. Even during scenes where you shouldn't be unsettled, you're going to be unsettled. It has a lot going for it. It's very unique. Yeah. I just wish the ending was better than what it was. Do you know something? You know what it remind you of, John? And funny enough, I know this movie you're a big fan of it as well. Do you remember that movie that Second Sight brought out called Censor?
Remember that?
We watched that and I just said this fucking movie is great, and then its ending happened and it went into the weird and the bizarre, and it sort of lost me a little bit. So yeah, I get that same vibe from it.
I know exactly what you're saying there, Keith, but what I'm going to say with those two films, especially, you know, the way you're bringing them up, I agree with what you're saying. You're so left field. It's unbelievable. But then again, you look at it this way. How else could they end it? There was film, you know. What else could they've done to end it? How could they end it?
I know.
So
I know.
Yeah. It's
I get what you're getting.
Yeah.
I get what you're getting at. Yeah, I get it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I understand where you could feel a little bit kind of.
Well, but, look, in particular with Late Night, because it just builds it up so goddamn well that you're just looking for an explosive ending, and it just didn't quite happen for me. It, like you said, it just goes a little out of left field there, and
yeah,
it didn't sit well with me. But like I said, it didn't ruin my
overall
ruin the
whole picture.
You know, yeah, absolutely. We got a question here from Carlos. He's saying your favorite ending to a horror movie.
Late Night with the Devil, isn't it, Keith?
Followed by Censor.
Double.
Steve, do you have one favorite ending to a horror movie?
I mean, there's a couple that stick with me. The Thing is obviously one of them. I'm going to be really boring and say that. But also Halloween 3.
Oh. Oh my god! I'm not kidding. Oh no, fucking god! The minute you said it, I started thinking about it. The hairs on my arm started raising. Yeah. That ending is. Oh.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great shout out. That is wonderful. What about yourself, John?
There's a couple that stand out just when I'm thinking about them. Evil Dead.
Great, and the
music, you know, that's so good. Evil Dead. I had one there. I had a good one actually. Night of the Living Dead.
Night of the Living Dead.
Oh,
that is a crack of that. But there's plenty, you know. There's plenty. But there was one that was really in my mind there, which I'm going to probably lose now. I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
Night of the Living Dead really knocks the wind out of you, doesn't it? It's,
yeah.
I mean, there's some great endings, but there's also some ones a bit like, you know, what you're saying with Late Night the Devil. If you're building up for something and it just doesn't deliver, it's a bit of a letdown, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to say as well, Deep Red.
Deep Red, very good.
Yeah,
that's a good one. That's a great one. That is a great one.
Yeah.
What about yourself, Connor? Anything that comes to mind?
The last 15 minutes of the Wicker Man.
The Wicker Man.
Yeah.
The last 15 minutes where he
watched it a couple of days ago, Connor, and still it goes into overdrive. The bit that he comes up,
phenomenal. The end of it.
Comes up on that hill.
Yeah, and just prior to that, when they're building up to getting ready for the festival, and he's looking for the child, obviously in a panic disorder, he's running from building to building, and he sees them with the different masks on. That whole build up, last 15 minutes, is one of my favorite endings in a movie, and obviously it has the prenuptial ending for him then, obviously, but that'd be one of my big wrap ups here.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Look, I'm gonna just go so goddamn boring and just go Halloween. To see Donald Pleasant's face when he looks out the window and he looks down and Michael's gone, and then you just see the expression. That expression just changes, and then he realizes this boogeyman that I've been talking about. It's almost like he realizes, wow,
I am right.
He is the boogeyman. He is the boogeyman, and then all of a sudden you just hear Michael's breathing. They show every iconic scene and every iconic location in the movie, whether it's in the room, it's in the outside of the house. You just hear Michael breathing behind it all, and you have the music playing in the back. It's just,
it's phenomenal.
It's absolutely
that's a good ending.
It's a great ending. It is. I love it, but I love Halloween 3. It's, oh my god, that ending is special. It's so goddamn special.
That would be a Halloween night for me now. I'll have Halloween night, I'll do my 3 or 4 movies after I finish doing trick or treating and that kind of stuff with Henry and come back, and that will definitely be on that night. I keep it for Halloween night.
So Ellen, someone asked Sean Clark. You know Sean Clark that does the location videos on YouTube. He's fucking great.
Yeah.
Someone asked him that question about Halloween 3, and I'm going to ask you now that question. What way do you interpret that ending? Do you think he saves the day, or do you think
no? We're fucked.
Yeah. I'm almost certain Ellen thinks a bit like Sean Clark. He thinks that he saves the day. I think they're fucked. I think it doesn't.
No, I think it's.
I think he got the first channel to do it, and they did it, and then unfortunately, there's just so many networks within networks.
Yeah, you couldn't get it for the third.
Yeah. He didn't get it, and that's why it ends like it does. And you can talk about it a bit like The Thing, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, I think people, the beautiful thing about the Thing is, well, and the frustrating thing about it is when the people start delving into it a little bit. I look at that ending and I go, well, one, it's fucking bleak because even if Childs is not infected,
you
know, both of them are dead anyway because they're not surviving. They're gone anyway. Then it's that. Is Childs the Thing? Is McCready the Thing? You know, you don't know. But this thing where people were like, oh, if you look at Childs and you can see there's no breath coming out of him. I was like, yeah, but there is one scene. There is one scene where you do see breath coming out of him. He's always forget about that one. So, you know, there was other people there going, oh, when Childs gives McCready the whiskey and McCready smiles at him and then he takes a sip of it, that's when he gets McCready. And I was like, no. Again, you are just seeing things that are just simply not there. Yeah. And just look at what's there. It's a fucking bleak ending, and just leave it at that. Stop trying to guess.
Something that's not
going on. Yeah, absolutely. Lads, there's a few super thanks I wanted to get into here before we actually head off. And by the way, 55 people still watching. Unbelievable. If you want to get your good nights in, now would be the right time. But Alan Meggs put a €10 super thanks here just to say thanks, lad, for the Making Friday Night special. And for being really good guys. Regards, Alan. Well, thank you so much, Al. Very fun.
Alan, I'm about halfway through your video, and when I finish watching it, I'll comment. Every time even with Keith's videos and John's there, it's just at the moment I'm just finding it hard to sit down and watch things for 20 minutes, half an hour. He says after been sitting here for 5 hours, but I will get around to finish watching it. Good on you for starting pumping out some content.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Alan, I've watched your entire video because I actually care about it. So yeah.
I watched it as well. And I've watched the whole
I'm going to
thing.
watch. I was going to say I was going to watch it tomorrow, but I won't. I'll watch it today. Because it is today, isn't it?
It is today. Look at this, lads. David Mileage as well. A $50 Canadian dollar.
Wow.
Super thanks.
Wow.
That is incredible. Hi, Keith, Ellen, Steve, and Connor. Hope the little one is doing great. Congrats again and happy Halloween, everyone. What films are you all saving for as best for last for Halloween Eve? Cheers. That's the question now. There we go. I suppose we can actually put that in there. So lads, what's your Halloween, what's your night going to be, Steve? Oh,
it's going to be more than likely Trick or Treat, followed by Halloween 3, then Halloween.
Nice. And Mr. Perry?
When the others go to bed, I'll stick Halloween 2 on after that as well.
Fair play to you. Fair play. Nearly broke my heart there, Steve, where I was like, not watching Halloween 2.
I've got you.
God, fair play. John?
If I can do two films on that day, I don't know what I'm working around there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch 2 films if I can. It'll be Halloween 1 and Halloween 2. If I can only watch 1 film, it'll be Halloween 3.
Halloween 3. Okay, brilliant.
Yeah,
win there, John. Win there. Connor, show me again what you've got there.
Halloween Eve for sure. I'll be The Fog and The Shining.
The Shining. Oh, great stuff. Fantastic stuff. Dave, for me, it's going to be the same 4. It's going to be Trick or Treat and the first 3 Halloween movies. We had to kick The Fog out this year, so we're doing The Fog on the penultimate night. We always did 5 movies on Halloween night, but as you get older, it gets harder to stay up as late as you used to be able to. So
Yeah.
the last 2 years, the fog kind of suffered, and I said to Ellen, right, we need to put it, maybe in the penultimate night and do it that way. So that's the plan, Dave, anyway, and I'm really looking forward to it. And we got Michael Hebert here as well, giving a £5 super thanks. It's a great stream, as always. Thank you so much, Michael. And Dave, by the way, 50, that's unbelievably generous, mate. Very fucking kind of you. Thanks again for everything. Really do appreciate it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get down to... Right, I'm going to just read one more comment. There's one more question. I just seen it here from Gary, the Blu-ray addict. And he just says, what's the biggest jump scare in a film you've experienced? And then I'll get down. When you're answering there, Steve and Conor and John, I'll go down to the bottom here and get to the last of the comments. So, Steve, do you want to take a crack at that?
Yeah, I mean, the first one that I remember is Ben Gardner's head in Jaws. And that's one that really made my heart leap out of my chest. So that's the one.
Right. Okay. That's a good one. What about yourself, John?
Well, actually, to copy that, it's going to be that one. I think there's other ones that I've had like a bigger jump scare at, but it's like the OG jump scare. And when me and Deborah went to see it at IMAX, I was sitting there and it was a lass sitting next to me, like a young lass with a bloke. And I thought, I'm just going to watch just to see. I don't know if she'd seen it before or not, but I'm going to watch to see what happens when this comes out, this jump scare. And it got her. She flinched a big style. So I thought, oh, she hasn't seen that. So it just proves that 50 years later, it's got the power to upset people like it did way back when. So it's got to be that one because it's the ultimate. I think was that even the first jump scare? Could it be?
It was good. Funny, that is what Maria and I did when we showed Jaws to Zach for the first time when he was about 8. We both sat there giggling and looking at him when it happened. He's like, brilliant.
What about yourself, Conor?
That still scares me. Still gets me today, and I've seen so many horror movies, but I was in the cinema when I watched that, and it frightened the life out of me when it happened behind her head in The Conjuring. And even now, if I still watch it, that scene where she's with the lighter and it's dark, and then I thought it was.
Oh, that's a great one. That's a great one. That is a fantastic one.
Certainly is.
I've got two that I wanted to quickly say. One good one, one daft one, but it worked so well against me and Ellen. I'm going to start on Final Destination, the scene with the bus.
The bus, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was in the cinema, and I actually got to see nearly 100 people leap off their seats. No one sat down during that.
That's awesome.
That scared the fuck out of me. But there's one little subtle scene, and it actually, even though we knew it was coming, it happened to us the other night. If you watch Jan de Bont's The Haunting, the one with Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
There's a little bit in it where Liam Neeson is telling a little ghost story, and he's sitting around a fire, and the fireplace just cracks, just makes a big crack, and all that. And we were in the cinema watching that, and just like Final Destination, everyone leapt off their fucking seats. And even when we were watching it the other night, we knew it was coming, and it's so loud, the crack, that me and Ellen kind of jumped again, and I was like, unbelievable, every fucking time. So it's the simplest of scenes can work as well,
Yeah.
And that's so. Anyway, right, I'm going into the good nights, and we've got Michael Witchy here. Good night, everyone. Take care. All the best, Michael. We got Al Humphreys here as well, saying good night, Keith, Ellen, Steve, John, Conor, and Ken Flash. Take care. All the very best. Thanks, Al, and thanks again, mate, for the super thanks. Unbelievable, we got Dave Mileage here as well. Good night, everyone. Thanks for the great afternoon. See you all very soon. Have a great Halloween, and thank you so much again, Dave, for the wonderful gesture on your part. And it goes without saying, folks, we're really sorry that we didn't get through fucking anything when it comes to the comments. But I kind of knew going into that. I probably should have said at the start of the night, but we tried our best. Thanks again, Dave, for that.
Yeah, that's great.
We got Beatles here saying, great night, guys. Thanks goes to everyone in the chat and you guys as well. What a great night it's been. Well, thank you so much, mate.
Cheers,
I think that's the beauty of these streams, because you would see it. Because Steve, you have the comments in front of you, but even though we're not getting through the comments, everyone's just talking amongst each other, and it's just fucking
Yeah,
wonderful.
there's a lot of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's lovely. Another super thanks. And we got Ash. Unbelievable. Happy Halloween, and thank you so much for making Crazy Night at Hospital so much more enjoyable. What a wonderful panel. One of the best yet. Thank you so much, Ash. And I hope it wasn't too bad, Ash. I hope it wasn't too bad. But thank you again, mate. Always great hearing from you. We got Alan here saying good night. All the best, Alan. We got David again there just saying cheers, everyone. All the best, mate.
Yes.
We got Adam here as well. Good night, Keith, Ellen, John, Connor, Steve, and all the chat. Thanks so much for another great stream. Always a joy to watch. Wishing you all a great weekend. All the best. Thanks again, Adam. Thanks for stopping by, mate. And we've got Aaron O'Sullivan here as well. Good night, all. Thanks for a great night again. Take care and have a great Halloween. You too, Aaron. Thanks again, mate. We got Bonzo Dog here as well saying good night, fellas, and Ellen. Great stream.
Yeah, mate.
I appreciate that, mate.
Cool. Language has been better tonight, Bonzo.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I've toned it down. Which is kind of strange when you have two Irish lads in a stream.
There's two Irishmen on the stream, yeah.
We got Gary here, Sinjin, saying a fantastic Halloween special, guys. You all have a great Halloween next week, and the same to everyone in the chat. Stay safe, everyone. Good night and all, and thank you. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to the whole lot of you for tonight, keeping it horror. It's been great. We got Steve here as well. Good night, gents. Great streams. Thanks, Steve. Great to hear from you today. Matthew as well. I got Matthew saying you guys are brilliant. 4 hours fly by. Good night. Wow. It flew by for me as well. We got Alan here as well. Many thanks to Double Dip Steve. Johnny. Many thanks to Double Dip Steve, Johnny Hammer Baby Baker, Connor, the Rare Films Ambassador Keith, and fantastic stream. How about John? That's fucking terrible.
Johnny Hammer Baby. Johnny.
Oh,
Hammer.
sorry, John Hammer. Sorry. Disaster. Unbelievable.
On his keyboard.
Thank you so much, Al. All the best, mate. You're a good lad.
Cheers, Al.
Really
Cheers,
let me see. Ellen's just saying good night to everyone. We got Art here as well saying good night, guys. For another great stream. Thank you. All the best, mate. Take it easy. And that's it. We are down to the last comment. So with that said, we are going to wrap up. 47 people still watching. So once again, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of you in the comment section for keeping it horror, which means a lot when you do streams like this, Halloween special. It was fantastic. I loved it. And of course, a huge thanks to my 3 amazing guests. We got Steve, John, and Connor. Absolutely fantastic from all 3 of you. Again, no surprise there. And hopefully it won't be too long before we do it again. So it goes without saying as well, link in the description below after the stream went for John's channel. And if there's a chance that you haven't subscribed, go over and check him out. So with that said, I'm going to say good night. A happy Halloween to everyone. I hope you have a great night. I know I will. I know these 3 as well will. And we'll see you again, hopefully sometime in November. All the best.
Cheers.
I'll see you later.
God bless.
Take it easy.
Good night.
Cheers.
Good night.